Hello, welcome to Hyper Game Dev. My name is Liz, and that's Travi. He's around. He's a cat. Welcome to Hyper Game Dev. I'm gonna be doing some game jam prep today. It's a blank project. Usually on these Wednesday, Thursday streams, I am partial to working on a game. Yeah, there's just like this game I'm working on, and it's alright. Whatever, I have fun doing it. But every Friday, I do a little something else. I do a little something other than work on a game. Well, it is working on a game, but it's a little different. So every Friday, I host a 1-hour game jam. And y'all join in, and it's freaking amazing. We've been doing this for, I want to say we've done like 65 or so of them. This started over a year ago, really. And we've just been doing 1-hour game jams, 1-hour game jams, 1-hour game jams, so many. We actually did a 15-minute jam once, and a 30-minute jam, and even a 45-minute jam. That was this one. Those were wild. But you know, I only recently started using Godot in these game jams. For a while I was using something else that was different, and now I'm not. And it was just, you know, I try like a different engine every time, whatever, that was annoying. I'm using Godot, and you know what I haven't had in my Godot game jams? Templates! Stuff that I can use over and over again, because like I've enjoyed the idea of having to like scramble together everything from scratch, and I still like that, and I still want to do that. But game dev isn't just about making everything from scratch. We are assembling assets sometimes from Mixamo, sometimes from whatever pixel art galleries are out there, I don't know. Places where you get stuff, audio files, you'll find Creative Commons music, maybe a collaborator gives you something, right? We're not always making everything from the ground up, and I think in a game jam, it's powerful to practice arranging assets together. So, that's why I'm gonna start putting together a little code base, something that has, you know, an easy way to instantiate enemies on screen, something that has an easy way to have a menu, right? A timer. Oh my gosh, if I could just save me a little bit of time by already having a timer. Finish lines, right? Things that I tend to use in games, maybe a 2D setup versus a 3D setup. These are the kind of things I want to have ready to go, so that way I can focus on making the game and not like doing all these like mundane tasks. So that's what I'm going to spend this stream doing. Who do we got? We got Radoslav in the house, also Knuckle Blaster. Speaking of make things from scratch, I use Scratch. Very good. You use Scratch well. You use Scratch well. And that's the thing, guys, these game jams that we do on Fridays, you can join using any engine as long as I can play the game in a browser. That is to say, on itch.io, as long as I can load it up and play it right in the browser, you're good to go. I do allow some exceptions for Dreams Creations, which is a PlayStation 4 creation tool set that I used to use, and I sympathize with those who are still using it, so I am willing to make that exception. All right, so where am I even gonna get started here? I mean, I think a timer is probably the single most useful thing I can think of. Hope you're doing good, Knuckle Blaster, and your projects are going well today. So let's just do that. And that's the other thing, is like, how do I want to structure this? Do you know what I mean? Like, this is just like a blank, empty project, and that's great and all, and that's cool. But like, do I want to have multiple projects, right? And I have like one, yours are going well, love to hear it. Love to hear it. Like, do I want to have a project that's structured for 2D and a project that's structured for 3D. I mean, I don't know that I'd want to really mix those up, you know? I don't really know. Adjective just like cackling over here. Well, welcome, Adjective. I hope you're doing well. You seem well. Honestly, that seems like a good thing. I think you're doing well. So I don't know. I mean, it's because the thing is too, is I export these, and since, as I said, I need to be able to play the game in a browser, I do mine that way as well. That is to say, like a WebGL export. And so if there's a bunch of crap in there that doesn't need to be in there and I export it, like that's not going to be good. We don't want it to be like extra. So I feel like the less that's in there, the better. You can try a template that can switch between two. Right, that's what I would like. But like, yeah, that's actually a good point. Like maybe like have, it's weird because I want them to share project files then, right? Could work for maybe a game that incorporates 2D and 3D assets. Well, and so yeah, that's true. And the thing is that with Godot, you know, there's like you can have both operating simultaneously. Would I do that? I don't know. Maybe. I might. Yeah, you make a good point. Maybe just have it be both. I would start with something universal and abstract like score and timer. For sure. Agreed. Welcome, Sturgeon. Sturgeon? I don't know if I'm saying that right. Yeah, that's a really good point. I think that is what I want to do. Because, you know, what would be nice is if I could, like, bring in... You know what I could do is I could have, like, a project that has, like, very specific 2D stuff and one that has very specific 3D stuff, and then have a template that has things like the timer, the score, that's going to be relevant to either of those, whether I do 2D or 3D. And then if I know I'm going to make it 3D or I'm going to make it 2D, I can pull in files from the 2D or 3D project and bring it into the general project. Or I could have the general project somehow be in both 2D and 3D. I'm not sure what the best way to do that is, but I think you're right. I say we just get started. I think that's a really good. I think we just do that. Let's just start doing score and timer. Easy peasy. I mean, easy peasy. Well, that's the other thing. So usually during the game jam, I just kind of like slap it together like as quickly as I can, right? So it may not be the most optimized version of score and timer. So now I'm thinking about, well, how do I want to make it modular so I can plug it into whatever I'm doing? And do I want it to be the most optimal version of that? I don't know. I still want to hurry up a little bit. So I'm not sure. And it's like, where do I want to put it? Do I want to do a 2D, a 3D, an other node? Ooh, an other node. I would think that would be control, right? I feel like that's user interface. Score and timer, you know, sure, there could be interesting ways to interpret that. But for Game Jam, I feel like we should keep it simple. So I'm going to say, we're just going to call it UI. That's what I'm going to call this node. And beautiful. It takes up the whole screen. Oh, this was something else as well that I wanted to look into a little more, was the best way to make sure the viewport stays the same. Because something that I noticed, so let me show you a game that I made in one of these past game jams. I just made a heavy punch code. What does that mean? What's a heavy punch code? By the way, you can already join up. You can already join up on the game jam we're doing tomorrow. It usually fills up. We got 4 right now, but we usually get a good amount of folks that join in 1 hour. And look at all the people that contribute. That just blows my mind. 14 join and 10 submit. Like, that's a great percentage of people who join and submit. I'm so proud of you guys. But one of them that I did in this Good Cooking, for example, right? Oh, this one I had to submit on the community tab, which is totally fine. Here, this one. This one. So this is a problem I often have when I make these games for the browser in Godot, is the buttons, the UI doesn't stay in place. It doesn't stay in place. So I'll let it load up. The idea of this game was that you're stirring a pot. That's it. That's the whole idea for the game that I made. It's real. There it goes. All right, pot stirring. So here you can see we've got a button on the left and a button on the right. This is okay, but look what happens when I start zooming out. The buttons migrate, right? And so, and even the time and the stirs are kind of moving around, right? And so something that I would, and I know some of y'all are able to circumvent this. And if I do full screen, you know, then it's going to be all messed up as well. And then in the last game jam, I think somebody commented, S did, a way to avoid this. And so I'd kind of like to explore that. Dragon Blade in this house. most welcome, Dragonblade. You don't get a song, you're not a member. I'm sorry. I just wanted to sing you a little bit. Game Jam Prep, yes. Have you seen any tutorials on customize the loading bar in Index 8? Oh, no, but I do remember you telling me about that. That's going to be a low priority because I want to get the most practical stuff first. But that's a good one. Actually, speaking of you, S, was it this one here? Okay, so this is a reply talking about how to do this viewport thing. I usually make sure that the window size set in itch matches the window size set in Godot. Set stretch to viewport as a workaround if you build a 2D game that doesn't handle resizing well. Enable the itch full screen button. Set stretch to viewport. Is this what I need to do? So this is what I'm saying. These are the kind of things that I'd love to just have sorted out. Where even is stretch to viewport? I don't know. I thought that'd be more helpful. It's like short, so I can probably put it in the chat. The game? You're gonna put an entire game in the chat? Oh, code. Oh, I see. There is a live text on Discord if you want to paste it there. That'd be a place where if there isn't space. It also might think it's a URL and I won't even see it. It won't even come through. Wasn't the right place for you. Perhaps because itch forces a resolution for the embed files. What are your notifications? Oh, I don't know. Probably an itch? Probably like somebody joined the jam. The game is just a line of code you have to put into Godot. What? By the way, in the window display settings, do you have magnification set on something other than 100%? I'm curious if that affects web game size. In the magnification settings, what are the magnification? Is that project? And so then I don't even know, like, would that carry over between projects? Okay, that's definitely not it. Editor settings? Where's magnification? There's so many things I don't even understand. All right, well, let's just start doing the timer and score stuff. So I'm gonna set up, and this is like gonna be ongoing. I want to learn this in Windows. Oh, you mean in Windows? Oh, that could be part of it. That could be part of it. Would that be like maybe text size or something? Maybe like inaccessibility or whatever? That's an interesting question. I've noticed it on other computers as well. Just computer settings. Just computer settings. I don't even know. Text size. That's one I gotta look into. Make text size bigger. Make text size bigger. Display. Oh, we are in display. I do have it set to 177%. I have terrible vision. I cannot even imagine. Although this is set to 100%. Make everything better is set to 100. We're also on Windows 10, which might be different. Function execute heavy punch action when E key is pressed. Check if E key is pressed. If E key is pressed, execute heavy punch action. Wow. Okay. All right. There's some code in the chat. If only it would work. Set it to max. Oh gosh, I'd be a little afraid of doing that. So yeah, my text is bigger. Go out of ease of access. Oh, so just hit up display regular style. Display. Like resolution stuff, like in here. Scale and layout, 100%. I think I've got it pretty normal. Oh! Oh, God, no. What's happening? Chaos. Chaos is happening. Yeah, so I don't think I have it anywhere, anything wild. All right, so anyway. I'm on 100. It did mess up the stream. It sure did. We got to be careful. All right, let me get this stuff. I'm going to say, we can experiment with this. I'm going to say this is score. I kind of want to keep it. I often find myself like naming like different things. Like, so this is called score and all. But like, what if... Why do sometimes I have like multiple things called score. Yeah, no, S, I'm really glad that you checked. I might need to rethink this. I don't want to overthink it. We're just gonna go. We're just gonna do it, and we're just gonna go, and we're gonna be happy with it. That was some interesting code, by the way. Adjective. I don't know what to think about it. So for some of this stuff, I got to think about like where I want to put it. Right. Score dash ty. Also, this class star def in itself. What is this language that you're typing in? I only know GDScript. Burst the star using the specified key. Arguments key string the key to burst the star. Cool. Hey, what's up, Radoslav? Welcome back. I'm working on game jam stuff today. So let me would like the text to be nice and visible. I'm actually not going to do the timer first. Oh, I know why there's often double. It's Python, the father of GDScript. Oh, you only know the Scratch programming language? Fair. Scratch is, you guys have demonstrated to me how powerful Scratch is. So I know why I have to rename this different. Because this is the score, right? If this says the word score, if this just, the text itself says the word score, then I want like the actual score, right? Like what is the actual score? So this, I'm going to say this is score label. And then this is like the actual score. Right? And then I got to ask myself, you know what I should do? I should do like a vertical or like a, whatever they call it. What do they call them? A V-box. I should do like a container, right? I should do a container. And then if I do this and I make this fill up the whole thing, right? I don't know how to make it. Let me make the score label quite a bit larger in its font size. The stretch option is in Godot's display window settings. Display window settings. Project settings. Display window. Scale. Stretch. Stretch mode is turned off. We also have canvas items, viewport as the mode, aspect, keep, ignore, keep width, keep height, expand. So you know what I should do is we should export this to itch. We should like really go in and test this. Like I'm trying to optimize here for these game jams. So I think that makes the most sense. But yeah, the notification is that it usually is that someone joined the jam. Cool. So we're going to upload a new project. And we're going to just see what it looks like on itch. I think that makes the most sense. Give me a random word and I make it code. Expository. Flotsam. And then finally, foamy. All right, 3 random words for you. Great, that's a good one. You could append the score to the score text. Yeah, is that what I did? Also, Scratch is easy. There's just a high skill ceiling. Fair, right? I believe that. Like I've found Scratch to be easy. But like I do feel like if I wanted to make really great things, it was gonna take a lot of learning. I tortured my PC while playing Dead Island Riptide. I will record at 15 FPS next time. What? I'm so sorry. That's you. So while playing a game, it tortured your PC? I'm so sorry. I forgot the exact name. Yeah, maybe it was that other canvas stretch. Maybe. Done. What are your my YouTube notifications? Oh, they're probably channels that I like. It's usually channels that I like and like new subscribers. Why do I still follow Rec Room? I don't want that. We got some Chevafire, we got some Thomas Brush, some Wallaber, some AIA, some games from scratch, some Jitspo, GameIndustry.biz, Prismatica Dev. New subscriber, Ryan Laley. What can I say? I'm a game dev YouTube nerd. I like to keep up on what's going on game dev YouTube. See how it's different when set to viewport. All right. Okay. Project settings. Mode viewport. Now, I do have to actually set it up so I can actually test it first. You probably need stretch mode to viewport. Let's, yeah, let me get the score and the timer. I won't get them all the way set up. We'll just get the text on here, and then that way we can actually see how it changes or not. Also, do you recognize any other code? Just saying. Me? No. I mean, HTML. I can recognize HTML. This is me when any Ultra Kill custom level, they're insanely unoptimized. Well, if it's fun, I guess that's worth it. It's funny to me when, it's like, optimized, make sure your games are optimized. It's like, dude, so many incredibly popular, famous, expensive, well-made games are not optimized. Well, I have game dev channels that I'm subscribed to as I love watching devlogs. Yeah, same. Same. Don't give Lise any. The game dev will be even more hyper. Any what? Don't give me any what? You might be able to recognize assembly. Okay, all right, maybe, right, because it's so unusual and weird and like fundamental. Coca-Cola? Well, I mean, this is black tea. This is black tea that's invisible. What? And it's actually an invisibility cloak material that's on here. This is black tea, so yeah, you know what? It might hyper me up. It honestly might. All right, let me make this a lot bigger so we can see how it goes. Now, I did put this, I was thinking about putting this in a vertical box, but I'm gonna not. You got black tea too? I also add peppermint tea in there. I double brew it. I don't know if that's what double brew means. Okay, so I'm gonna make this text size much larger so we can actually, see it. So let me get the score label as opposed to the score itself. Love how your background is a huge monitor that shows what you're doing. My background is a huge monitor that shows what I'm doing. Yeah. Well, yes. What else would it be? Let's try, what is 50 like? That's kind of big. I'd love to even pick like a font that I like. That's getting a little fancy. That's starting to like get into territory where it's not practical. So we should do practical first. That's probably the good priority. And then I want to make sure this score is the same size. This would be the number. Oh, and you know what? This should be a horizontal box. This should be a horizontal box. I need to like do more organization here. And so I'll call this score box, score label, and then score. And so for this, I wonder if I can just like copy this. Try Comic Sans. If I could just copy this font size, probably. But what would be nice is if I could like copy theme overrides and paste it. That would be sweet. This will work too. Paste it. Now they're the same. And then there we go. So now we got score label and score right next to each other. And so this would be the actual number. Yeah. Yeah, that just became clear to me. Try Ravi, it's brutal. Is that a coding language? Radoslav says, wait, that's like kind of your name. Also, I played Dead Island Riptide on lowest possible settings, and even with QSV encoding, the PC had a hard time recording it with OBS. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, I have like a really powerful computer that I use that isn't this one. And I tried like recording a game. It is slow. It is slow. Yeah. It's hard. And I think you have to like lower your settings, and it's kind of frustrating. I've never really streamed games like that on a computer that I'm also streaming from. If I've streamed games, it was like a console. So that way they were separate. One word, grunge, convert this to a code. Oh, I like that word. Here was thinking you used a green screen. I'm so confused by what you mean. I do use a green screen. Absolutely. I absolutely use a green screen. We can change this to anything in the world that we want. This could be all kinds of different things. But I will say, I mean, the green screen doesn't take up everything. So if I take down the green screen, oh, that's actually the space that the camera takes up. Because I have the camera like rotated, so that way I can like put my hand up, and like do some of this, and you can see it. Anyway. So yeah, that is what we do. You don't use a huge, gigantic monitor that shows what you're doing. I don't understand what you mean. I know you must mean something. Ravi is a really brutal font. I use it for text on my thumbnails. Oh, Ravi font. I don't know about brutal. It sounds fun though, and you intrigued me. This is pretty brutal. it's kind of fun. This is kind of a fun font. I like that font. Okay. So this I would want to be a number, right? And this number would change depending on whatever. I don't love the way this looks. So I'm gonna just make a little change. Let's maybe do it like this. Done. Beautiful. Beautiful. And then I'm gonna not put this in the V box yet, just so we can see how it turns out. And you know what I'd love? I'd love a background. I don't know if we can do just like a background on here. So maybe we can, but I'm just gonna add a panel in here, and that's gonna be our background. So this is a little tricky, right? Because now I need another control node, right? So I'm gonna need a control node. This will be score main. Scored main. This is getting so complicated. This is the kind of stuff I could never do during the game jam, right? Is organize all of this more neatly. Score score nodes. And then I'll put the panel in here, because otherwise if I put this in the box, then it's going to order it next to everything, right? Which is not what I want. See how it's like right next to it? Whereas if I drag this out of the box, now it won't necessarily be next to it, even though it currently is. If I do this full, oh, interesting. So then that goes to the side of the control node. So I need to kind of decide what this size is going to be if I want like a background on here. That's very interesting. Just send a message in general chat. In general chat with code? Put that in the live text if you can. But maybe you put something else in there. Using colon is better. Don't forget the anchors though. Oh, you set to fill? Did I? We need the invisible cup crossover. Oh, you mean, I mean, we do have two different invisible cups, right? This one and this one. What the what? How do you explain it? How do you explain it? It doesn't make any sense. What? It's chaos. But see, here we can go through. I need a greener. You can see this isn't that green because you can still kind of see the cup. Lots of liquids. We like liquids here. What can I say? We like liquids here. But yeah, try to use the live text while I'm live. It just makes it easier for me, and it's less organized. It's less unorganized. It's define the nested tables cosmic burst explode. Oh, this is what. Thanks. Wait, put that in live text. Is that what they posted? Is that what they posted? Here's some code for y'all. Yeah, there it is. There's the code. Wow. I don't know what to say. Hey, we got Kai in the house. Welcome, Kai. Welcome, Kai. Kai is alright. Kai is alright. Oh, I said Kai is alright. Oh, yeah, I said Kai is alright. Kai gets a song cause Kai's a member. Kai gets a song cause Kai's a member. Welcome Kai to the stream. Kai is all right. Yeah, welcome Kai. You're welcome for that song. I'm also sorry, but you're also welcome. Good to see you. Yes, 17 more and 1,000 subscribers. I don't have many ideas for what to do other than a 1,000 second game jam. A game jam that lasts as long as every that lasts 1 second for every subscriber. Hey chat, what is the difference between ray marching and ray tracing? I think ray tracing is related to ray marching. You know, I feel like I asked this question once and I got a satisfactory answer and then I forgot. So not sure. Somebody knows. Somebody knows. Hyper Game Dev, a musical. Ray tracing is individually simulating each wave of light. What? Hyper Opera Dev. That's right. That's right. Okay. So I kind of want a little more space in here. You know, maybe if I anchor, right, I should be doing anchoring, right? If I anchor this in the center of the control node, then it's going to go in there much better. Yes, anchors. And then for this, maybe I want to anchor this in the top left. That might change depending on the game, right? Who knows? For now, I think the top left will be satisfactory, right? Isn't that a good place? Or is the right? What's the best place to put a score? Who knows? We'll do the top left. Don't want to overthink it. We're just trying to get it set up here. Panel for the background, and that's going to be above. It's always very confusing to me in Godot, and maybe this is true in other programs, I just never realized it, that like if something is underneath, if it's underneath in the list, then it's actually above in here. So I have to put it up there, and now it's underneath. It always confuses me. Middle top? Yeah, maybe, right? But like, I don't know. It's kind of that, you know, to me that kind of looks nice. But it's such a choice. It's such a choice. Oh, time is better in the middle top. Yes. Good call. I like that. I'm here for that. It looks good, but add offset. Oh, so it's not like hugging the corner so much. Okay. Maybe I could do like a... I guess I could just like stretch this. And then the panel is going to be a lot bigger. So I might want the panel to be like centered. Oops. But then like stretch it out so it's not as small. How do I transform? That's what I want. Make it wider. And hopefully that will stay in the center. Let's say like 100. That's not very centered. That's not very center anchored. Anchored in the center. I don't know about that. I see that there's like an anchor in the top left. I do see it. Oh, there we go. I had to click it again. All right. The difference is ray tracing uses math for the ray simulation, and ray marching does it step by step. That kind of sounds like what it sounds like. That seems right, but I don't know. Ray tracing is better than ray marching. I guess so. Better panel fill text center. Panel fill text center. Oh, like this one? Center wide? Wait, what do you mean? But if you do the time, do it just near or on the top of the score, that the player won't run across a monitor to see a time and score on different corners. Right. So you're saying like have one here and one here, but not something spread out all the way over here? Full rect means fill. Right, but I don't, but someone was talking about doing an offset, right? And so if I fill it, now there's not an offset, because it's right against the edge. So if I want it to be like a little offset, do you know what I'm saying? So let me make this less wide. And then I'm going to make this taller. Not that tall. Let's say 60. Center it, right? So now it's offset. And then I can change this to sort of help define that offset a little bit. So then it's kind of, you know what I'm saying? All right. Cool. Move the whole node to give it an offset. I kind of like this though, because now it's like anchored in the corner, right? And we've got like I just resized the node group. I mean, this is fine, right? Like, I feel like we're good. Score background is what I'll call this. I think this looks nice. And then, you know, if I want to change the position, I just resize the top level node. I think that's kind of nice. I'd assume that ray tracing is faster and remarching is more accurate. Nice. That's a good analysis. That sounds correct. All right. So now we've got a score. This is great. Let's save it and let's see how it changes. Yeah, it kind of looks good. Let's see how it changes. I'm going to export it. So save it. We got to save it at all. That's going to be the main scene. Oh, no, this doesn't have to be the main scene. We do have to choose a main scene, though, if I want to test it. Whatever. So I'm going to create a folder called UI. And then we'll save this as the UI scene. I guess I'll just create a 3D node, a new scene. I just don't know. I guess I'll make it 3D. I guess I'll make it 3D. 3D main. Main 3D. I don't know. I'm not sure how I want to do this, but we'll do that way for now. Save this scene. I'm going to come out here, create a folder for main scenes. I'm trying to be like somewhat organized for myself, you know? Main scenes. And then can we right click it to choose it? How do we, I always forget how we choose it as the main scene. Oh, project settings, right? Close all this. Where do we scene? Maybe I just type in scene. Application run, main scene. Gotcha. Done. Main scene, main 3D. Close save. And now I'm going to export it. So all that it's going to look like right now, I know I could have just hit play and it would have let me choose a main scene. But I wanted to see how to do it in settings. Oh, the UI node isn't added into this scene. So I would want to instantiate it in here. So let's do that. So that way it actually appears. I agree on the ray tracing. Imagine calculating thousands of rays marching through huge Unreal Engine worlds and torturing both the CPU and GPU. Yeah, not ideal. Not ideal. All right, there's our score. That's where it's supposed to be. You know, if I start changing the window size here. Ooh, that already looks good. Now, I think, are we on viewport? On the stretch, by the way? We are. So this is already pretty much kind of what I need to know. I think Unreal's Lumen uses marching. Right, and like that seems like that would be very valuable for something like Lumen. Maybe that's where I've heard about ray marching. Hey, Psychonic Joe, welcome. Good to see you. Today I am setting up for the game jam. I'm making like score stuff, timer stuff, you know, maybe some other things, template, 3D template, 2D template, instantiating stuff. Dude, I would love to have a raycast set up so I can click stuff in 3D space. All of that I want to try to set up today. So that way when I'm doing the game jams, a main menu. So it's just a little easier. Yeah, just to make it a little easier for myself when I'm game jamming. Because I want to have more freedom than just like always doing the basics, you know? I don't need my motherboard to be even more fried. No. But, you know, is that how motherboards get fried? Is just by like using them? I guess that happens to the whole computer. So I have it on viewport, right? If I switch this to disabled, the stretch mode, if I turn that off and I hit play, look at that. Not great. It's just cutting everything off. And if I make it bigger, I mean, it just extends it, expands it. And just for the sake, just for the sake of like understanding what's happening, I'm going to also add a big panel in here that just lets us kind of see what the background looks like. And I'm going to set this to full. And let's give it a color other than this. Not a theme override, style, flat. That's too bright. Nobody deserves that. All right, so we've got like a background here. And so now when I make this bigger, wow, it fills up the whole thing. So it's stretching that panel size, interestingly. Huh. I didn't think that's what was going to happen. I didn't think that was going to happen. You know what I also want to do to further test this? What if I add something else in here? What if I add something else in here? I'm going to add a, let's, yeah, let's add a label. Just for the sake of seeing what something that isn't secured behaves like. I'll just call it time. All right. And I'm going to give it a theme override, font size, you know, we'll say something huge, 60. And I'll anchor it to the top middle. So I'm just going to leave this floating in here just to see like how it behaves differently. That's all. That's why I'm going to put that in here. Oh, so now you can see this is moving around. So I think we already have a lot of success here because this is just floating, whereas this one is staying put. Now, if I change the project settings in here to viewport mode on stretch, and we do this, what happens? What happens? It's quite fine. This is quite fine, no matter what we do. It's quite fine. That's interesting. I kind of want to test it like both ways. And then if we, what is canvas items? So one mode, stretch mode, is canvas items. I've been wanting to learn this for a long time. Canvas items. Oh, interesting. So let's say I had a 2D. Well, I guess this is 2D. I don't even know. I mean, if I do a 3D thing, so in the 3D scene, I don't even really know what to think here. Radoslav says, ray marching and Unreal. Hopefully I disabled ray tracing for whatever I was doing there. I have this one PC and it's really good, but the motherboard is dead. Yeah, that sucks. It's hard because like replacing a whole motherboard is such a pain. It's such a pain because you have to do everything. You have to replug and unplug everything. It's so annoying. The motherboards can get fried by many means, from overheating to electrical shocks. Yep, that's happened to me. I plug in my computer and it's like, and it smells like burning and I'm like, uh-oh, I think we're done here. That's the worst. The Hudson fills the whole screen. The Hudson? Like the Hudson River? DNF, you get a song, you got gifted a membership, and so you get a song. Welcome DNF, DNF is not dead, DNF is not dead, DNF is not dead. Good evening to DNF, DNF is not dead, DNF is not dead, DNF is not dead. Welcome to the stream, DNF dead, who's not dead? Yeah, there's your song. You're welcome. I'm also sorry, but you're also welcome. Enjoy that gift membership. Thank you so much for stopping in. Like and subscribe. Yes, especially if you're not subscribed, y'all. If you're not already subscribed. I mean, you watched how far? 43 minutes into this live stream. You might as well subscribe. I'm just saying, hit that sub button if you haven't yet. You might as well. Usually keeping the game screen consistent across different resolutions and sizes is better, no? Yeah, and so I guess, and so that I would think viewport is the best one for sure. 100%. Yeah. I think that's definitely the best one. Yeah, the emotes, enjoy the emotes, the Monday live stream, all of that. Yeah, I think I gifted you that. And I was random. If I press that button, it just randomly chooses people based on how many likes they leave, how many like hours they watch, how many chats they do. All of that contributes to the likelihood that you're gonna get gifted that. So yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you. Honestly, you earned it if you think about it. If you really think about it. Making the background square full rect causes it to grow and shrink as the screen size changes. Turning on viewport stretch means the screen size doesn't really change. It just stretches. I think I understand what you mean. Jay Jorn, welcome. Dev Blog. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, well, so what I'm working on today is I'm trying to set up my game jam template so that way I can make games a little bit quicker than usual. And right now I'm really trying to get in on the viewport stuff and figure out like how to make sure that what I do for the arrangement of stuff doesn't get messed up. And I think we've kind of solved it. I feel like what has solved it, yeah, 983 subs. We're getting there. We're getting there. I think what has really solved it more than anything is setting it to viewport. I kind of want to learn what canvas items is. I don't really care. I'm kind of over it. I kind of want to don't care. I feel like viewport does what we need. I think we're kind of done here. I hear what you're saying about the rect though, S, and that makes this stretch out, which I think is fine. It's just the background, right? Like this should probably stretch out and whatnot. Although the whole UI itself, but I guess it doesn't matter because if we set it to viewport, it will, so if we change this, right? Like this seems correct, right? So if I make it super big, it's basically gonna maintain the resolution. It will stretch it out, but it's gonna maintain the original resolution, however it stretches it out. This to me is ideal. But just to be sure, I'm gonna export it and we're gonna just see how it behaves in itch. So this, to me, this is the big tip, is to say, make sure you put your stretch mode to viewport. I feel like that would solve all the problems that people might have. I actually, you know what I would want to try? Not just this, but I think I would want to try that stirring game that I showed you. If I tried to, what if I just don't do anything else? I don't change anything. All that I do is I slap the viewport mode, or change the viewport mode to, what was it? Or the stretch mode to viewport. If I do that, I wonder if that'll just fix it. I kind of want to try that. Let's do export. And then in here, we're going to say index.html. Viewport makes it that the game will render it at the resolution set to the viewport. So if you make it full screen, it will pixelate. That's concerning, isn't it? You're subscribed, but was already. Thank you, Kai Guy, for staying subscribed. I appreciate it. Welcome. Make it top anchor the whole UI scene. Whoa. Have I seen Window Kill? Absolutely, I've seen it. Window Kill is awesome. I can't show you any like videos of it, probably, or we're gonna have problems. But it's a really, really cool game. I'll show you images of it. You guys should check it out. My internet is dookie, but basically it's this game that it's made in Godot, by the way, and so you can like attack and be attacked like across windows, right? So it has like different windows that pop up and the windows move around. So like this is an entire enemy and it's moving around the screen, and then all of these windows are just constantly moving and you attack it and stuff. I should really buy it and download it and play it because it looks super awesome. Yeah, I've been following this project for a while. Actually, this dev is very cool, by the way. They also have an extremely cool itch page also. Their itch page, so they're like a web developer as well. And so their itch page has like all these awesome windows. They're like fake windows. Like you can't actually like close them or move or whatever, but you can click this button. It's a super beautiful, like this is exactly how you make money making games on itch. This person is a pro. And let me show you, this I think is a really great study. This dev is a great study on how you make games on itch. So look at this. First of all, look at their page. Look at their page. And they've been doing this for years. They've been making games. This is Torquato is the person. I'll show you this. I'll put the link in the chat. So many games, like years and years and years of games. So their first one, you can't even play it because it requires Flash, right? So, I mean, you can play it, but you have to make sure you have Flash installed, which I don't. 2016, they've been putting games, Flash games, up on here since 2016. And they just been just keep posting games. And look at these great thumbnails, and the mechanics are all really cool. Okay, so I played this one. This one was made in 2018. This one is awesome. This isn't window kill. This one I can play in the browser, so we'll be pretty safe here. Flash in 2016, Flash is dead. Yeah, exactly. Well, but that's what I'm saying. Like, this person made this a long time ago, but they've been grinding it out, right? Which is so cool. I think that's so cool that they've been making this for so long. Yeah, window kill does look brilliant. I agree. I agree. Can't wait to the Linux release. I feel like window kill scratch. Whoa, that'd be awesome. It's so cool. Version 2 is free. That's true. That's true. Fruit Ninja and kill the pop-ups combo? Kinda, maybe. Maybe. I played their game Cairn while I was exploring itch.io randomly. Wow, I love that. Flash officially died in 2017. I thought it was 2007. I know, right? It seems like it was way back then. We might have, I feel like back when you're talking about is when we first like heard like, uh-oh, there's security problems. All right, animate houses, what remains of Flash. So this, look at this game. This game is really cool. So this is a platformer, except it's Snake. All right? I think this is awesome. I don't know why we're moving the whole window up, but we are. So if you eat little pieces of food in this, so it kind of looks like, oh, we just move around. All I'm pressing is the arrow keys. Oh, we can do WASD. Thank God. Thank God. Oh, I died. Okay. Look how well it teaches you. If you fall in this pit, it tells you R to restart. Like, and you're gonna fall in that pit. All right, so if I collect this, my tail is gonna start getting longer. But wait, it's not just a tail. Look, we can collide with the tail. The tail gets longer and you can collide with it. And so what happens is you start like bumping into yourself and you can like use it like as like a platform on its own. Snake if it was good. I just freaking love this. I just love this. I think this is such a brilliant concept. And this was in 2018. This is the Window Kill developer who made this game. And to me, it's like, look, this person has been coming up with cool ideas for a long time. Like they've been innovating like mechanics for a while. You know, they didn't just come out the woodwork with a successful game. They've been like making stuff. And I just think that's so inspiring and cool. Like, keep at it, you know, put stuff out there, even if it's not like getting tons of attention. Oh, see, I just boxed myself in. I'm dead. Snake as a platformer. I'm dead. Isn't that cool? Platform Snake where eating your own tail actually helps you. No, but it doesn't necessarily help you. That's what's so brilliant about this mechanic. That's right. It helps you and it can hurt you. See, I keep getting caught in that corner. I love this. I think this is just genius. I was sleeping on a game idea, and a few days ago, I found out someone did it. Oh, that can be okay. But I understand, like, especially if, like, you're trying to come up with a cool mechanic. But, like, the thing is, maybe you do it different. Maybe you do it in a way that oh, I did it again. You do it in a way that dev couldn't have imagined. Or you implement it, I don't want to say better, but in a way that gives a fundamentally unique experience. Yeah, do your own take. But at the same time, if you're not motivated anymore to work on it, like, I can respect that. Like, you know, you have to go with it. It was exactly how they did it. Same theme, same mechanic. Well, I guess that does kind of suck. This one's fun because it actually is teaching you to climb up on yourself to get to the end. I just love this. I think this is so cool. All right, anyway, now I'm distracted. We're just playing a game. But you guys should check out this creator because they've been doing it for a minute. Window Kill is cool too. Stretch Viewport is probably better for quick 2D games. Otherwise, it may look better to set up the UI anchors so it can handle a changing screen size. Oh no, you're giving me different choices? Oh shoot, what am I gonna do? Yeah, because... Yeah, all right, let me export this and let's see how it turns out. Did I already export it? I might have already exported it. Let's just do it again. Let's do it again. Okay, and then I'm gonna put this up on itch. So this is going to be my Jam template project. This viewport sizing is kind of similar to responsive web design, but different. Oh, that sounds true. Window Kill is very reliant on the Win32 API, so Linux port is, yeah. Flash lost support into 2022. Oh. One bullet sniper, where you control the bullet, you have to kill everyone. Oh, I feel like I've heard of that as an idea. That's a cool idea. Keep coming up with ideas, though, because one day you'll come up with a unique one. Lee's picks the wrong choice. S will remember that. Yep. So true. Western Sniper is cool and accurate and requires moderate skill as well. It's a cool idea, Dragonblade. So this is going to be Game Jam template. That's just all I'll call it. That's what I'll call it. This is going to be... Is it a game? Is it a game? It doesn't matter. I'm going to call it HTML. Released. I don't know. In develop. Prototype? Like, I don't know. I don't know. Leave me alone. Uploads. Let's get this in here. Documents. Godot. Templates. Jam template 1. Export. And then I'm going to grab everything in this folder. And I'm going to compress it. Pepe, 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 Pepe is here. Pepe is here. Pepe pays off. Pepe pays off. Being friends with Pepe pays off. Being friends with Pepe pays off. You should be friends with Pepe, cause it pays off. Welcome Pepe, welcome Pepe, welcome Pepe to the stream. Be Pepe's friend. Welcome Pepe. Yes, welcome Pepe. You're welcome, and I'm so sorry for that very strangely worded song. Haley's, I don't know if you remember the convo that we had. Let me get this white mode out of here. I don't know if you remember the convo we had last week about emulations. Well, some news came out about Project 64, where malware can be injected into a ROM using arbitrary code execution. Oh no! I don't super remember when we were talking about emulation. Maybe like ROM hacking we were talking about. Most emulators will protect you from this. Project 64 had a flaw. When I was using Nintendo 64 emulators, Project 64 was my go-to. Project 64 had a flaw inside of its emulation, which allowed the ace to access files outside the virtual computer and inject. Oh, so you mean when I was talking about? Wow. Well, yeah, and so I know what you mean when we were talking about virtual machine, because for the game jam, right, that we do every Friday, I require that it can be played in the browser, so that way I don't have to download a file while I'm live streaming and a bunch of people are here and can, you know, whatever, get exposed to whatever the heck, you know, of bad actor wants them to see happen to me, right? Because that's the thing. When you're doing a live stream, it's more attractive to whatever malicious actors, you know, might want to do to that live stream, because many people will see it, and then that like makes them happy because they like to, I don't know, show off their mean skills. And so it's just risky. And the thing is it's also risky. It's actually just annoying, because most exports people do when they submit games tend to be flagged by Windows as a virus, even though they're not. And so then I gotta take down my virus protection, which makes me even more vulnerable, and y'all will know that. So it's just too risky. So that's why we do the HTML thing. But I was thinking maybe I use like a virtual machine, right? Or sandboxy, or something that will keep it contained. And I think, Pepe, you're talking about that, yes, sometimes they can be exposed. There can be a flaw that someone finds, and then you're in trouble. So that's definitely a fair point, and you know, it seems like the risk is pretty low, right? Because the person would have to know what my virtual machine that I'm using is. They would have to know, you know, that I was even doing this jam, and they'd have to go find out what that particular virtual machine's flaw is, if it even has a flaw currently, and then they'd have to write something that actually exposes that flaw. So I feel like the chances are low, but not impossible. So yeah, it's worth keeping in mind. Anyway, that was quite a tangent. What about a breakout game, but you break out through castle to reach the top? Ooh, I like that. I like that. I'm gonna make that, but the Pong is the snake from a hit Nokia game, Snake. That's cool. Dude, emulate that other game. Why not? Okay, so I think I'm finally ready to test this. I'm going to add full screen button so we can see just like what happens. And then that should be it. Let's see what this looks like. Let's see what this looks like. Now this is this project that I did in here. I've set, actually right now it's set to viewport. The mode is set to viewport, right? Which means it will keep the aspect ratio even if we change the size, but it will pixelate it as well if it's a bigger resolution. So that's kind of a concern that we might not want. Although, I don't know, it seems, yeah, I guess it is doing that. So let's just see what happens in here, just for the sake of, it should be the same. It should be the same. All right, Radoslav. And find a 0 day if you get that, never mind vandalizing a stream. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. It's vandalizing a stream. That's the attraction, is vandalizing a live stream. Well said. Sell it somewhere for in the thousands of dollars. What? So it looks great. I mean, it stays the same. Nothing is messed up. So this is very successful. And if I zoom on the page, it stays the same. Not bad. Not bad. Not a bad result. I like this. One thing I want to try now, before we continue, is I want to go to that other project, to the Good Cookin' project, the one that I showed you earlier in the stream. Because in that project, I had a problem, and it's 3D and it's got the viewport. So I'm kind of curious to see like how those go together. This was on, I'm trying to look for the date. February 9th. Okay. Because that's how I named it on my computer. So in this game, 0 days is in popular programs that can include RCE, can sell for hundreds of thousands of dollars. So are you saying that like you can like sell exploits? Is that what you're talking about? I maybe understand what you're saying. So this was the game, right? And you click on these buttons and you stir this pot. But the way that I made it, those buttons move away from the pot as you make this bigger. To the company, right? Yeah. And that's like a job for some people. Bug bounty problems, right? Is to like try and find bugs in people's programs, in other companies' programs. So you can see what's happening here. Now, interestingly, the time and score don't seem to be messed up. They seem to be staying pretty well in the right spot. Oh, not the restart. Look at the restart button. The restart button migrates away because that's just like the stir right and the stir left. So I wonder, you know, if the way that I did the time and the stirs, or the score, this is basically the time and score are those. But then if I zoom out, look, it's all the way in the middle of the project. So that's not helpful either. There's a lot of problems here. Okay, so I'm going to open up this project, February 9th, this one. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to set the viewport or the stretch mode to viewport. And I'm just curious. I just want to see. I want to see how it changes it. And then we could try the other ones too. Maybe just canvas items. Wonder how that changes it. Not necessarily what I expected to spend some time on, but it really is important because it completely can ruin a game idea. Like, it's so frustrating when this goes wrong during a game jam. You know, you're trying to quickly do something, and then all of a sudden, nothing stays in the right place. It, like, blows up your entire entry. I feel like those things are too far from their anchors. Oh, maybe. Oh, yeah, you might be right. Okay, so I'll definitely try that as well. But just for the sake of, you know, if I'm in a rush, you know, and I'm like, oh crap, I gotta just slap things together, I don't have time to put it in the right place. What if all I do is change that one thing? Is that workable, right? Maybe it'll be kind of uglier at bigger resolutions or something. Like, okay, maybe we can live with that. as long as it's actually relatively playable. You know, that could be kind of the most important thing. All right, so I'm going to update this. I'm very excited to see this result. Because it was pretty upsetting. It was pretty upsetting during the jam for this to happen. Looks like those moving buttons are positioned a hard-locked number of pixels from left and top border of screen. Not knowing Godot here. You might be right. And I think that's kind of similar to what S is saying. So let me try it this way, and then we'll go and look at what's actually going on. And we'll confirm or deny what you guys are saying. Oops. I didn't actually zip it. Compress. Export.zip. I like that it just updates it and just replaces it, and it doesn't even bother asking me if I mind. I'd actually truly appreciate that. Okay. So we've given it an update. I'm going to say let's even try a full screen button as well. And let's save it. Let's see what happens. Is it going to be better? It should take a little while. It should take a little while. Don't load too quickly. Because otherwise, that means it's not new. Oh, it already looks better. It already looks better. The buttons are in the right place. If I change the zoom. Yes. So this is a great quick fix. This is a great, and actually, I feel like even, yeah, look how pixelated it is. It's so much more pixelated on the spoon handle. The 3D aspect looks much uglier now. It's rendering much worse. But the game is playable in the way that it was intended to be played, no matter what the screen size is. So I think that that can often be a great last resort, right? So setting it up so that it doesn't need to have this setting is probably ideal. But it's nice to know that this will work and resolve that issue. All right, so let's look at the project itself and see how we've set it up. The anchor is at the top left by default, so yeah, probably. All right, let's find out. Let's find out. Okay, so I've got the control node in here, and this contains the time and the stirs. And this is its own thing here. And before I continue, let me just turn it off of that. Aha! Oh, and the anchor is up here in the top left as well. The anchor's right up there in the top left, for sure. And then the buttons are on this other layer here. Anchor is also in the top left. Actually, I don't think the anchor is in the top left. Actually, it is. It's kind of hard to tell. So if I make it center, oh, that messes. Interesting. It's confusing because there's a couple different types of anchors in here, right? There's this one, the object's rotation pivot. Oh, that's so this plus sign is the rotation pivot. Did you find a way for the sub count? I didn't. I haven't checked. I'm afraid to check. It's kind of going to take me a little bit of time. I really don't want to mess up. We can try it. I'm just like afraid of messing up the live stream. Because I'm pretty nervous, even though, you know, you, J. Jordan and Knuckle Blaster, you guys were telling me about one that's pretty low stakes. I feel like it's still going to be risky because it's updating so constantly. But I'll try it. But just be aware that our stream might struggle. All right? And we're taking that risk right now. All right, so it should be at 5,000 kilobits per second, give or take about 500. So it seems okay. Welcome back, Radoslav. It seems okay for now. For now, it seems okay. So I'll just leave it up there. And I'll tell you what, let's even put it in, I'll put it in my browser, in my live stream software. It makes me nervous. So then the test that I would have to do otherwise would mean I have to do an unlisted stream. A stream is good. It is, but it might take, it sometimes it takes a little time for it to cause the problem. But yeah, it is good right now. For now. That may not necessarily stay that way. All right, so I've got this open in my live stream here. And so we'll see. We'll see if it stays good. And what this is supposed to be is my YouTube subs, right? So we can keep track until we hit 1,000. But yesterday, I tried doing it from YouTube sub count, and it was just like killing my internet bandwidth. But this one is from Jay Jorn, and I think it might be okay. By the way, just in case you didn't know, you can manually set the anchor in the pane on the right, as well as setting anchor and position at once with the button at the top. Yeah, it should stay up to date. Useful when you want something specific rather than top left, left full, rect, etc. Let's see if it updates. Okay. Oh yeah, so you might want to use an extra account. Okay, so anyway, so we have, so this, I don't think this is anchored in the top left, by the way, because see all these green things? It's not, it's that these little green dots represent like the anchor position, right? So if I were to put it in the center, see those green things? They go in the center here. It'll be under control. Yeah, I see it right here, right? Anchor preset, is that what you mean? I'm still not really sure why it doesn't. Let me see. So if I come to these buttons here, this button isn't anchored anywhere. You're looking at the anchor for a parent. Try ups, yeah, use an alt, because otherwise you won't be able to chat. Hey, wow! That worked so well. Ooh, it like flashed red and then it moved down. Okay, this is cool. That's actually very cool. Nice. Wow, that looks good. Hey, Merp. Hey, we're back up. That's kind of fun. I like that. This is a good thing. Go into the specific object. All right, I'm in the specific object. I'm on the stir left button. Right? And so in here, in control, the MERP maker has arrived. Oh, let me move this. Stir left is anchored to top left, I see. Wait, where did you see that? Really? Where did you see that? That's okay, MERP. That's all right. Where do you see the anchoring? I don't even know where it is. You were looking, wait, where? Where do you see that? How do you know? How do you know? How do you know? You fell asleep yesterday as well? The stream internet kind of went crappy at the end of the stream, but we had a great success by the end. I'm thinking I'm gonna start ending the stream. If both of my internets aren't working well, I'm just gonna end the stream from now on. You can see the green thing up here. Oh, right. Oh, yeah, it is up there. There we go. Gotcha. Good call. Yes, right. There it is. Yes, that would be how we know. Yep, that would do it. Okay. Good call. All right. So, and you said in layout, maybe. Layout direction, layout mode, transform, localization, tooltip, focus. I understand how to use anchors, but only from a control node scene. After you add it to a scene, I have no idea how to control it. Try looking in layout. Layout, clip contents. Let me stretch this out a little bit. Custom minimum size, layout direction, layout mode, position, transform, pivot, offset, scale, rotation, position size, focus. We don't care about that. Input, not that. Theme overrides, probably not that. There's also canvas item, visibility, ordering. No, not visibility. Yeah, how do we do this? I don't know. I mean, luckily there's up here, right? So up here, if I were to set this to center, now that moves to the center. But the thing is I want this button to appear over there, right? I want it to appear right here. All right, JJoin. And I want it to stay there. So I kind of need to set like a custom anchor position. Set to current ratio. Oh! Oh! Okay, wait. So what if I just do that? That's the only change I've made. I'm actually going to put this back to not having the viewport mode for the stretch. And I'm going to actually export it like this. I'm very curious to see how this button behaves differently from the other button. So I'm going to export it just like this. I'm not even going to do anything else. Export it. Try to use the bar on the right to search for anchor. Oh, let's do that too. That is something that would be interesting. Nothing. There's nothing. It doesn't exist. I'm going to update this. That means I just have to package the file. I'm going to shrink this down a little bit. We can make it more attractive at some point. But for now, it's nice to see, so we can make sure we're not getting to 1,000 too soon. All right. Upload. And then I'm going to compress all these files into export.zip. This is good practice. This is all good practice. It's pretty easy to find in Godot 3. Why would they change that? All right, add it in. What is the other option in the layouts mode menu that says position? Oop, Dragonblade says, oh, figured it out. Let's go. Position, this one. That changes the position of the button itself. So that's kind of like its transform, except, yeah, that's its transform. Kind of, pretty much. Essentially. Certainly. All right, I've updated it on itch. What am I looking for? I don't know. Oh, you're asking Kai? I'm familiar with CSS positioning. It's not position. No, but I figured we would just do it. Okay, let's see. I'm very curious. So what I've done is I've set the... You're asking me? Nothing. I'm not looking for anything. S was looking for a way to change the anchor in the inspector. And I mean, what I did was I just took this button for stir left. Yeah, I took this button for stir left and I set it to the current ratio as the anchor. And then for stir right, this is what stir left was anchored in the top left. So I'm curious just to see if I try resizing these without the stretch mode set to viewport, will this stay in the right place, whereas the others won't? And I'm just kind of curious to find that out. It does. Definitely, absolutely. The text gets a little smaller, interestingly. But this is much better. This is so much better. So the text fills out the whole button here. When I make it bigger, it doesn't. So this is satisfactory because now we have a high quality image. So since we're not doing viewport based stretching, that is to say, it's not stretching everything but maintaining the aspect ratio. Instead, it's adjusting the aspect ratio, but maintaining the positions of things relative. Yeah. Well, that was the test, right? So the test that I was running was the only thing that I tried applying set to current ratio to was this button. So I kept the game the same otherwise. I didn't change anything. The only thing I changed was this one button I made set to current ratio. And then you can see these green dots are now around this button. Whereas this one was part of the test, was to see what would happen if I didn't set this and we kept it to the top left. And so this one is migrating whenever we make it bigger. So this was a successful test because now I see that doing that helps. It's interesting that the text size changes. I don't know that I necessarily care about that, but like maybe that could be a problem in some contexts. But overall, it's a lot better because now we don't have pixelization on all of our pixelation on all of this, and it isn't like zooming it in a weird way. So, you know, I would say another test could be to, you know, and it just depends. It depends on what makes the most sense. But another test could be to set really just everything. I mean, it'll probably all just be what I want. So this is within, so we have this overall canvas node, right? The spoon buttons, this control node that's holding everything in. And this is just full rect. So this actually stretches if we zoom. Whereas the stuff inside isn't. This restart button is locked in, or is hidden, rather. So I'm going to lock it into place right there. And then I'm kind of curious to see, this is in the top left. So same thing. I'm going to just set it. I don't know. I mean, look, I'm setting this up a little different in my other project than the template that I'm making. But again, just to like experiment and just see what this does so I can just understand this better and not be suffering in the middle of game jams. I'm going to just set all of the UI stuff to be set to current ratio, which, you know, might be more ideal than just doing the viewport. It just kind of depends. You know, if I want a quick and dirty, setting the view or the stretch mode to viewport can be a nice way to resolve buttons not being in the right place and stuff, or UI stuff not being in the right place. That can be a nice way to resolve it. But if I build it out in a certain way, then we don't necessarily have to do that, and it won't result in a lower quality setup. All right, let me catch up with chat. Am I working on a different game? Yeah, for the jam. Oh, for the game jam? Me? Yeah, I mean, I'm just setting up a template for the game jam. So I'm just so I'll have like score and timer ready to go, and then I can use that. The drop-down menu. Oh, I didn't do the right thing. Drop-down menu layout mode. Sorry, I know I missed all those chats. I just really wanted to explain, make sure it was clear like what I'm doing, because, you know, it's like, seems important. Seems important to clarify what I'm doing. And I'm going to compress it. Layout mode menu. Layout mode, I don't know where that is. Layout. Oh, here. Oh, interesting. Layout mode. Position or anchors. Oh, that's interesting, Kai Guy. We have two options. Position or anchors. What does that mean? Intriguing. What's under layout? Anchors preset custom. And anchor points show up as in 3.5. Anchor points / anchor offsets. Is this... Wait, I'm confused. What did Dragonblade discover? And the thing I figured out, your main scene should be a basic node, white. Ooh, not 2D or 3D, so that when you add your UI scene, it will keep the anchors. What? Okay, that is a big deal. This is precisely the kind of thing I want to set up in a template. What? Okay. That's very interesting. Always keep the anchors where the actual object is. That is, yep. I am taking that note for sure. Merp says, just had an idea. What if you put up like text that was like blank just subscribed? So here's why I don't do that. On YouTube, the only way it's going to inform us if somebody subscribed is if they have opted in to people knowing what their subscriptions are. Does that make sense? So you can have, basically by default, nobody knows who you're subscribed to, right? Or you can set up, you might have seen that in some people's channel profiles, where you can see all the people they're subscribed to. But by default, it doesn't show that. And so if it doesn't show that, then it's not going to give my stream that information about who subscribed. And so the vast majority of subscribers don't have that information set up. That means that for every, I don't know, 20 subscribers, one person has that setting on. So we would see so-and-so subscribed, but then if, 19 other people subscribed, we wouldn't even get the alert at all, which to me just kind of weird, like it just feels like it's not like a good representation of what's actually happening. So that's why I don't do that, because YouTube, makes it so most people aren't opted into it. And it just doesn't, you know what I mean? It just kind of like doesn't make sense, because then you're only going to see like a small percentage of the people who are actually subscribed, and it's going to kind of skew what's actually happening. You know what I'm saying? Now to figure out relative sizing for fonts and buttons. Yeah, right. By the way, I should say now that anchors are contained within the anchors of their parents. Having a parent locked in the top left means its children will be too. Right. That makes sense. And I don't think that is the case here. So this control node is full rect, so it's like all the way everywhere. But I hear what you're saying, I think, is that if this was in the top left, then that they would still move all together in the top left. Control nodes as children of 2D nodes always seem to lock them in the top left. Really? Well, I mean, we should probably think about what Dragonblade was saying and put the white node in there. Adding a new mode to your game. Ooh. Yeah, Dragonblade did. Welcome back, Jorn. Also, if the 4 parts of an anchor are apart, the object can grow / shrink. So you mean like, so we have this set to current ratio. I mean, then it would be kind of nice if I could like shrink this in. I have not used Python. I have used GDScript, which I'm told is very similar, but I have not used Python. I mean, I wish I could just like adjust this, right? Just like make it go to the center of this object, Like, see, when I set it to the center relative to its parent, they're all contained right in the middle. Okay, hold on. And something that bothers me is that this, if I change this, it doesn't necessarily reflect out here. That really irritates me. Oh, now it's... Oh, come on, really? I can't undo that? Oh, okay, there we go. Jeez, I was about to have a conniption. Okay, all right, we're fine. Jesus. What's anchor points? Like, I don't know how to move the green dots, but it would be nice if these could be in the center. GDScript is based on Python, just like the Unity C# is based on C#, right? You use GDScript, which is almost the same syntactically, right? Right, there's just like a few quirks that are different. All right, so here's the project where I put basically on every button and every UI element that's in here, besides the control nodes, the big ones. I've set them to be set to current ratio. So I pronounced it conniption, but I believe, actually I think it is spelled that way. I think I actually did say it the way it's spelled. Conniption is a noun. That means fit of rage, hysteria, or alarm. He had a conniption when his favorite TV program was preempted by a political speech. I don't remember what I just said. I forget I have very bad short-term memory, so I don't remember what I just said, but I'm sure the context, it was fine. I have an interesting vocabulary. Okay, so anyway, so I've set them all to set to current ratio. Every one of these things, the time, the stirs, the buttons. And so now if I change the zoom, they all do not stay in the right place. It's better, it's different. So you can see some of the problems. So if I make it full screen, it's not bad. There's some funny things happening here. It's playable, right? We got some weird separation here. This button is kind of doing its own thing. The font isn't staying the same. So this is not great. If I zoom out too much, if I make it smaller, right, it can't get smaller. So it can get bigger. It pretty much looks okay if we zoom in, right? If we zoom in, it doesn't look too bad. These button sizes are changing in a weird way. But if we zoom out too far, it looks like these button sizes were different already, and just that was more pronounced. But if we zoom out too far, then they start stacking on top of each other. So that's not super ideal, to be honest. You should be able to drag the green things. Theater background effect? What's the theater background effect? I do have a theater background. Unity C# script is not based on C#. It is C#. Whoa. This is very similar to different CSS positioning methods in WebDev. Nice. Nice. That's kind of interesting to know about Godot. So I don't even know what I'd want to do. And I feel like what I'd want to do is use V boxes and H boxes to hold these in place a little better. I meant, is the weird vocab result of your theater background? Kind of, yeah, because my theater background evolved into writing. Like I studied in university screenwriting and playwriting, or dramatic writing. That was like what I got my degree in, was writing. So I was really into words and stuff like that. And that was born out of my theater background. So yes, it was a theater background. All right, I feel kind of bored with this at this point. Like, I feel like I kind of get the idea. This is pretty much what I wanted to get out of it. I'm going to export this I'm going to keep it as that viewport just because the game seems to work the best that way. This is just a little game jam thing. I don't really care about this or that. Let's go back to the template and start setting that up again. And I think we'll do what Dragonblade was talking about and set it to the white node. So that way we don't have issues of some sort for some reason that is important. All right, I'm going to save this as such, and then we're going to export it, and we're going to keep it updated. I feel like the anchors... Oh, then you said we could adjust them. We can drag them. Oh, we can. Yes, right, dragging them. Yes. Oh, look, and it even helps me put them right in the center. Okay. Ah, good. Very good. That's interesting. I mean, that would be... Oh, that is an interesting test. Dang it. Now I want to test it. No, I thought I was going to move on from this. Guys, I want to test it. I want to see what happens. I'm sorry. I got to test it. I want to know, now that I have those in the center, I want to see what is different. I got to find out. I'm too curious. All right, and then we'll go back to the template. Seems the button positioning is good, but the font sizing needs to be responsive too. Ah, well. Yeah, right, the font. Yeah, the font. Can't you test it without exporting? Maybe. Yeah, right. Run in browser. I guess I wanted to see... Oh. I wanted to see what it would look like embedded on itch, but I guess it would be the same if we test it here or there. That's a good point. I don't think you need to keep exporting. Well, then I won't. This is taking quite a long time to load. This is slow. Oh, this is slow. Oh my gosh. Oh, man. Oh, I don't know what's faster. I mean, at this point, I'm going to erase them. But there was the text thing to look into. I'm not exactly sure what we do about that. Oh, it's getting there. at this point, I don't know what would be faster. I'm not sure which is slower. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is taking a while. Looks like it's hosting a local server to run the game on. Interesting. Okay, here we go. Now we got it. Oh, it looks terrible. Oh, God. It looks devastating. This does not look like how it looks on itch. This looks totally different than itch. Because this isn't embedded. This is like, it's just taking up the full screen size. This looks completely different. That's unexpected. That's very unexpected. That makes me think I do need to keep exporting it. Oh, here's text behavior. Alignment center. Text overrun behavior. Trim nothing. Trim characters. Trim words. Clip text. When this property is enabled, text that is too large will fit the button. To fit the button will be clipped. When turned off, the button will always be wide enough to hold the text. You don't need browser to resize. Maybe consecutive tests will be faster? Fair point. Science the crap out of it. Test, test, test. I mean, that is what I like doing. It's just, it's different. So that's why I feel like I need to keep exporting it. Because it's behaving very differently. In the, oh, these aren't set to the current ratio for... Oh, I must have Control-Z'd. I see. I did a Control-Z explosion. That must have changed a bunch of stuff that I forgot to change back. Not a lot, just a little bit. This isn't behaving like it does on itch, which makes me think it's still worth testing it. You know? Like here, the buttons aren't getting bigger. Not perfect, no. Certainly not. Certainly not. And this is just a test, for sure. But, yeah, let me see what this is like on itch. Because it just seems different. I want to believe that I don't have to keep exporting it. I want to believe that. So this was... I guess this is pretty similar, actually. This is actually very similar. This is pretty much the exact same thing. There are 4 labels. How does it look if you have their anchors all slightly to the center left of the colons? Oh, that's a good idea. This actually does look like it does on itch. The difference is on itch, it's maintaining the aspect ratio a little better, so I don't have to... But actually, this is very similar, now that you mention it. Actually, this kind of is the same. Maybe we don't have to keep exporting it. Actually, I'm convinced we don't have to keep exporting it. Thank goodness. There are 4 labels. How does it look if you have their anchors? Yeah, I kind of... Okay, I'll try it. I'll try it. I'll try it. But I'm trying something completely different now in my template. I'll just do it with one of them. I got home a little while ago and was just sitting here like, I'm missing something. I remembered you may be on. Storm run, ran to the stream. Storm run, ran into the stream. Storm run was at home, chilling like I'm missing something. So storm run, ran to the stream. Storm run, ran to the stream. Run to the stream, storm run, yeah, run to the stream, storm run, yeah, run to the stream, storm run, yeah, keep on running, storm run to the stream. Welcome, storm run. You get a song because you're a member. I hope you enjoy it. If not, I'm sorry, but you're also welcome. I think you can force it to lock the aspect ratio in project settings. Oh, that makes sense that you could do that. That would be nice. Window display. Oh, that's different. Rendering. I don't really know. I don't really know where we do that. I believe you. I believe you. So here, I'll do that for this. So if I do the time here and anchor it like that. But I want to get back to my template. At this point, I feel like I've learned most of the things that I want to learn here on this project. And I want to go back to the template. But we'll try this real quick and see what this does. And I think you're right. I think we don't have to keep exporting it. Most of the times I use, yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I've got that set up on the other project, and that's what I would prefer to do. But out of curiosity, it does keep them together quite nicely. Obviously, it's still going way off of the screen, but their relationship is much better here. Okay. So I'm going to, well, I do want to update it because I want the game on itch to be better. I want the game to be better on itch. And we're here. I'm going to do viewport because I don't even want to worry about it. I don't want to think about it. I don't care if it gets ugly. It's just a game jam game that I made. And I want it to have posterity that is halfway decent. So, or playable. Decent in its playability. So I am going to export it one last time just so I can have it there fixed finally. Run, Storm, run. I was thinking of putting the anchors for the labels in such a position such that they won't overlap or drift apart. Yeah. No, that worked. Hope you're doing well. Is this a new cooking game? It is not. This is an old cooking game that I made for the Game Jam a couple weeks ago. And it had a problem that I wanted to resolve, which was that the buttons would drift in a way I didn't like. What I'm actually doing today is I am making templates or, different code snippets and stuff that I can use when I do the game jams on Friday, so I don't have to make everything from scratch every time. And, oops, I forgot. Oh, no, I didn't. And one of the problems I tend to have is when the screen size is different, the UI stuff changes its position in an undesirable way. And so I was looking back at this old project to try to see how I could fix those buttons drifting. And so we've been studying that up. And I feel satisfied with what has been uncovered. And now I'm going to go back to my template and see if we can't implement something nice to keep in mind or to have ready for future jams. I guess UI anchors are something to look at in the Alien game as and when necessary. Yeah, so I haven't actually, there is no UI stuff right now in the Alien game. Right now, I've made some 3D UI elements, honestly, to avoid some of all of that, but also because I just kind of want to. But yeah, that's if I end up using UI stuff, these lessons will serve me well. If you don't do good at the cooking part, it could always make something randomly bad, like a sock. I like that. I wish this game was that advanced, but it is not that advanced. So really, it's just stirring. You just click on these two buttons, and it stirs the pot, and then you get points. This actually turned out really well, despite the fact the buttons didn't work right. But now the buttons work good. The resolution looks bad when it's big, but this is better than it was, and so I'm very happy with that. I finally got to fix this game from a few weeks ago, and I didn't get a great score here, but that's okay. I'm actually pretty proud of this game. I think it turned out pretty well. All right, great. Stirs 22. Awesome. All right, that's done. Moving on. Next step, I'm going to save this, and we're going to go back to the template. And we're going to try what Dragon Blade was talking about. Having the top level main scene node be a white plain node. Like, why? So, riddle me this. Why would Godot not offer that as one of the nodes to create when you're creating a new scene? Why would they do that? How do you even make a white node? I don't even understand that. I'm so confused. Like, what? Why is that not a default option? I feel like you can trick people into thinking the spoon is spinning in a specific direction because it looks the same both ways. That's true. You're probably right. Without actually changing anything. I mean, it's not a game I was planning on updating in any way, but if I ever do go back to it, because that is one wonderful thing about these little game jams, is sometimes it's like, you know what was kind of a cool game? That one that I made. We should go back to it. I feel like that would be something to add as like a mechanic in a bigger game. I'll keep that in mind. It is. It's the fourth option. Oh, okay, my bad. Oh, it is there. Whoopsie. Or make a transparent node. They don't like make anything default. Apparently they make this default. Usually without a background, the node is transparent. All right, let me see. Did you know there's a Tetris podcast? I believe I would be shocked if there wasn't a Tetris podcast. Do you mean like official Tetris? I think that's just you, Merp. The stream looks good on my end. I'm watching it. I'm keeping a close eye on it, and it looks quite good. The internet seems good, so I think it's just you. I think it's just you. Official. Oh, okay. I mean, Tetris has been getting a lot of press lately, so they should do that. I've solved all technical problems and got Unreal Engine landscape displacement working fine. Oh, good. Nice. Now I gotta get creative and make some grass output and procedurally fill in the landscape with stuff. Yeah, you've been doing some effort. Like reinstalling Windows. You've been doing a lot. It's lagging so much right now. 2 FPS. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I'm not seeing any lag. The stream doesn't lag on mine. Is it just me or is the stream lagging? Merp and Knuckle. I don't know what you guys are doing. But, I mean, I'm looking at it. I'm looking at, on a different internet, I'm looking at the stream right now, and it looks great. It looks fabulous on my end. And I'm not, so I don't think it is. Thought T's not experiencing lag. You're just lag for 3 minutes? What are you guys doing on your computer? I don't know what to tell you, but here. This is, I got my stream up right here. And it's doing pretty well. Probably in about a second we'll see the pop-up. There you go. There's the pop-up. It looks fine to me. I got no problems. What did you miss? I don't know. We figured out some layer stuff or some anchor stuff. I decided to make this new hard drive a pure Unreal Engine drive so it doesn't get full of assets. Smart. That's a really good idea. Like, that's something that they often recommend, or at least they used to recommend for filmmaking programs, is to have a drive that just runs like the program and sometimes has like temporary files on it while you're editing. That's more relevant for film. It's fine now. How did you do it, Stormrun? I don't know how to even add water volumes with different liquids to the title menu. I've been mostly fine. Okay, that's good. Working on a multiplayer Scratch game right now. There may also be medieval based. Interesting. That sounds cool. I want my phone in a part of the house where Wi-Fi isn't the best. Yeah, the stream looks good on my end. Perfect stream. Yeah, I think it's fine. Thank you guys. Thank you for confirming and keeping an eye out. I appreciate it. Okay, so this is the template that I'm working on. Now, right now my main scene is 3D. I don't even want it to exist, honestly. I hate that. So I'm going to create a new scene. No, it's not one of the default ones. No, it's not. What do you mean it is one of the default ones? It's absolutely not. So this is what I was asking you to riddle me, is why is that, why is the white one not one of the default ones? Riddle me that. Because the way you're describing it, Dragonblade, it's OP. It's like amazing when you create it in the project window. When you create it in the project window. Oh, really? Really? So I have to create a new project first. It's to be like a fresh project. I don't like that. It should be there all the time. I believe you. Yeah, making where the assets are here. So we just have to go find it. Node. So I want to create new scene, other node. I mean, it's right there, but it still should be, I feel like it should still be in here. Because it's asking for a root node. Like, why bother not showing it? Like, this doesn't make sense to me. If it's so great, you know? Wi-Fi is never the best, yeah. For displacement, you got to make a project, close UE engine. All right, so that's some good tips. Good tips, good tips, good tips. Water placement. By the way, wouldn't the purple panel thing block out the game scene? Wouldn't the purple panel thing block out the game scene? Yeah, so that's just there. I was just curious to see how it would stretch. Yes, it would. That was just there for me to, like, experiment with what it looks like. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. For water, I use the water volume or ocean body. The file system down at the bottom. Oh. If you had said file system, you said assets. If you would have said file system, we would have been all right. Okay, create new scene. So you're saying if I click create new scene down here, that's silly. Then it becomes, what is this? This whole other window. Why not put it up here? Why not just put it over here? Godot. Why not do that? Do that for me. I would have ever asked the question, I wonder what the value is of doing a blank node if it looks more like this. The other node option just gives you the normal list of nodes, which has this selected by default, but it's just overwhelming. I'm saying, like, user friendliness wise, this is not acceptable. Because you click other, it says other, which sounds like an advanced thing or something that you shouldn't be thinking of. I'm just talking about user experience from a UX perspective. This is flawed, right? Because it's saying, oh, of course, I would want to make one of these three. That's what's there by default. That's what I want to choose. Other node, I probably shouldn't mess with other node, right? And then, sure, this is up here, but it looks like a top level. It doesn't look like something that you would like necessarily, like many things, right? And I'm not trying to be a hater. I'm just saying, like, dang, that would be nice. That would be nice if I had known that sooner. See you later, S. Bye. UX of Godot is shite. Yeah, well, sometimes it's not bad, but yeah, you're right. Usually it's not. You're saying some pretty bad words. It's all right. It depends. Context matters, you know? Context matters. They censored it, and that makes it okay. It depends. Context matters. No saying cuss words. I mean, it is family friendly, but, like, you know, it's okay. There's a time and a place, you know? Context matters. I don't know, Godot, but would it be that white plus sign that said other node? So this does allow that. This is what pops up when you press that. But it really just overwhelms you with all of these options. Like, which one do I pick? Oh my god. It's fine. Look, we know how to do it now, but I wish it was more obvious. All right, so now I've created a blank empty node. And Dragon Blade is saying that this is going to anchor differently. It's going to obey anchors differently. That's interesting. Water body and ocean to add a lava volume. Eats the video memory. Oh. For lava, I also do this with water. I love these tips you guys are sharing. Set to favorite. Yeah, I guess I could do that somehow. Do I know how to do that? Favorites. Star. There we go. Great, great. Now I've got a favorite. All right, I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. You can get a lava material. Nice. Lava is tight. The fourth option allows you to select any node type, but basic is the default type. I gotcha, but UX, it's still not good as far as UX goes. Assuming that it's as powerful as you say it is. The node has some missing properties though. For example, it has no position property. That caused me a headache a while ago. So like that's right. So then that's part of what I'm trying to understand is like maybe there's a good reason why it's not suggested Dragonblade. I'm just saying, are you sure I should be doing this? I typed that 2 minutes ago, don't mind me. All right, yeah, I'm just catching up. I want to add an actual liquid volume depending on the material. This is for Unreal Engine, very cool. I like it. Nice tips in the chat. If you create a new scene, favorites will be there. I like that. That's nice. 144p stream. Let me set the resolution again. I don't know. I hope you guys sort it out for yourselves. For yourselves, you deserve to see it in higher quality. It might work here, I'm not sure. All right, let me see. So I'm going to create a new scene. It did not appear on this. It did not appear on this list. Obviously, if I hit other node, it's going to be there. If I come down to the file system and I create a new scene that way, I mean, favorites are not there either. So I'm not really sure what you mean, but I hear you. I certainly hear you. It did click the star icon. I did this. Other node. Node, I've clicked this, so that actually removed it. So I've already done it. Boop, 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 boop. You see? Favorite. There it is. What's that star? Create root node. There's another star? There's more star. Oh, create root node. Oh, there is another star there. Whoa. No idea, but nodes are nodes. For a root, wow. But for a root node, sounds like a good idea. You don't need position on something that's just there to exist. Right. Yeah, I guess Iconic is just like, you know, just letting you know I did have a problem once. Which is fair. No, just node. Above 2D. Yeah, I see. Okay, let's try that. Create a root node. Oh, okay. Okay. So now we have... So we can toggle it to switch between the favorites or not. Okay, that's nice. That's nice. What if I make another new scene? Oh, it won't let me create another new scene. All right. Choose that. New scene. Oh, and look, now it's this by default. It is worse. It kind of is. Low-key, it should show up with a default list. I'm saying. So it looks like this can become my default list. So like if I close these, we don't have to save them. Thank you so much, Godot. Thank you so much. It's fine. No, it's fine. Thank you, Godot. I'm just going to close it and reopen it and see if it remembers that I hit that star. Just out of curiosity. That might be a project-sensitive thing as well. Which is good for my template, I guess. So I don't know. I'm just going to open this old jam one. Just like a different project here. And I'm just going to see if I create a new scene, will it remember those favorites? Will it remember? It's open source. We can go fix it in our own. That's true. That's true. Will it get approved, though? Will it get added to the main thing? You know? Because there's going to be people, there's going to be maintainers who will reject that if they don't like it. So it's open source, but there's an asterisk next to that. All right, new scene. Oh, it does. So it remembers it. So if you hit this star here, it'll only show you your favorites. Wait. Oh, but the favorites are project specific. So it's actually going to show me nothing if in that project I haven't favorited any nodes. Which I guess at least gives me a pause. Like, oh, maybe I want to choose the blank node. But if I'm new to Godot, you know, from UX perspective, if I'm new to Godot and I'm using it for the first time and I want to know what are the most important basic nodes, it seems like you're kind of SOL in terms of finding out about that one. Paste from clipboard favorite. Oh. I guess if we have a list on a whole other... but how do I put it on the clipboard? This is wild. Wait, so I have to go to another project if you copy nodes. Oh. So, okay. So here I've got a timer. I'm going to copy this timer And if I come here, oh look, we've got paste from clipboard, which is available, which wasn't available when I didn't have anything copied. Whereas on here, it was available. Oh, wait. It just creates a new one. This is garbage. I'm sorry. These features are not endearing to me. All right, this is fun, and I want to do this often, where we just like play around in Godot and try to understand things. But I'll be darned if this doesn't make as much sense as I would like things to. I saw you look for an old jam where you used some code, so I got inspired to make a search program with a GUI. You can add a file and some tags, and later search for those tags and find your project. Full showcase in the weekend. Wait, what? Did this work? What is this? Is this like on itch? What does it search? That sounds awesome, Jordan. What does it search? Or does it search like on your computer? It seems like that could be slow. Unreal's UMG is way easier, not gonna lie. UMG on your local machine? Is it fast? Is it fast? And what does it look for? You'd add a file name, a search program with the GUI. So you're saying I could like search code in multiple files? I'm intrigued. Search for those tags. So I have to make sure I add a file with tags. It sounds cool. It sounds like a cool thing. I'm so glad that inspired you to make a program. Any programming language or Raylib. Raylib has FreeDOS support? Okay, well, what did I miss? Oh, I did up here. Add every important node to it, and it's good. That's true. What can you recommend me an engine with DOS support, like building games for FreeDOS? Oh, interesting. Anything or Raylib. Oh yeah, Raylib seems cool. Someone entered into one of our jams with her Raylib game. It was awesome. Is a user interface for widgets and UI of Unreal Engine. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So I've used that. I do like Unreal's widget system. It's cool. It's cool. I don't know if I think it's better than Godot's. It's just different. But that's just me. You can use tags in the project manager of Godot. Oh. Really? I never used them. I didn't know you could. I didn't know you could. Scan? Select a folder to scan. Oh, filter projects. Oh, interesting. And then how do I tag them? Godot's UI was made on Godot. I like that. It's okay, Jordan. You could still make a cool program. So wait, what? How do I tag a project with something? Select one, manage to... Oh! Ah, yes. Gotcha. Now I have to remember to do that. At least now I know it's cooking. Cooking. Stirring. This is pretty cool. Stirring. Buttons. Viewport. No, I'm not going to put viewport on it. Nice. Oh, and then they show up right here. That's pretty awesome. The only problem with UMG is that you have to add widgets on your own using C++ or blueprints. Interesting. I don't know about using it in the I just used the widget blueprints in Unreal Engine. And I guess that's what you mean, Radoslav. They were nice. They were really good. They were really good. I don't know that I thought that they were better than Godot's, or vice versa. They have a lot of similarities and a lot of differences. I feel like Godot's is a little bit better integrated. Like with Godot's, you just add code to modify values in stuff. In Unreal Engine, you have to do like all of this wacky binding and stuff to get widgets to like interact with code, and it's kind of irritating. For all files, not just Godot projects. That's still cool to join. All right. So, making a template. Making a template. Yes, this background is not ideal. Unreal Engine doesn't have WebGL builds, sadly. Yeah, you know, I've heard that. I wasn't really sure myself. Oh, so I wanted to make a new top level scene. And it'd just be a blank node. And then in here, I'm going to drop the UI. We're going to save this. Main scenes, this will just be main. Make the background semi-transparent. Why? Why? Okay. Okay. The reason I made the background was just to see how it behaved when I stretched it. So like here you can see the black bars around it. So I just kind of wanted to see what it looked like. You know, so that way I could tell what the viewport area was. It'd be good to have a UX designer in the core dev team of Godot. I know that's right. So this is obviously set to the viewport mode, which we don't necessarily want to have to use. So I'm going to fix that. Window, put it back to off on the mode. And so now we can see that that background stretches, right? The time is moving a lot, which kind of makes sense because the center would be adjusting. We have this blank node. I'm not really sure what to think. So this is also, the main scene is still this one. So what we were actually looking at was the 3D. I don't really know. Honestly, I'm just kind of taking Dragon Blade's word for it. Dragon Blade, do you have a test, like a way that I can test it to really appreciate the difference between having the white node at the top versus the red node or the blue node? Because I'd be curious just to like understand that. If the background is opaque, you won't see the other scenes, I think. Yeah, I know. It's not really there for seeing things underneath. It's just there so I could see what it looked like stretched out. So I'm just gonna remove it ultimately, right? It's not there for that purpose. But yeah, you're right. That actually would be interesting. It actually would be interesting to test if we make it kind of, now that you mention it. Not why I put it there, though, but it would be interesting to see. It's just what someone said in chat. Control nodes under 2D nodes are locked in top left. Oh, okay. So if we're in here, if we're on this one, and I create a new control node, you can see it's locked in the top left. And this has the top level as the node 3D. And so there it's locked in the top left. Now in this one, which has the blank node as the top level, if I add a new control, oh, it was already selected. If I add a new control node, it's still locked in the top left. Okay, hold on. Let me add it in the right place. It's still locked in the top left. It's no different. So maybe there is no difference. I mean, maybe there is a difference, but what is the difference? What is the point? You said it has no position? Okay. I don't know why. And I don't even know why to use a blank anymore. And your thing was working before under a 3D node. You had it as a full rect. I don't understand. I'm confused. So it was working. What was working? I don't understand. The best practice, canvas layer, and as a child, a main control node with setup as full rect. Unreal had web export in 4, but removed it and made it the community's responsibility to maintain it. Last commit was done 3 years ago. Oof. Sucks. Make a blank node and put the main 3D and the UI to the blank node and the UI to be on top. What? But under 2D node, you can't make it a full rect. Okay. Canvas layer represents your screen. Okay. I'm kind of unsure what I should try to prove the difference between blank node and node 3D. I get that node 2D would also be one to test. So we could test that as well. I'd be very curious, but I'm still kind of unsure on what is the best way to test this. What we could gain from understanding the differences. This would be main, I'm going to call it 2D. Save it as such. Oh, this looks terrible. I see already. That's interesting because this is an instant scene, right? And so here we do have, just like they were saying, we have the full rect, just like Dragonblade was saying. These are set, the background is set to full rect, and what else is set to full rect? I guess that's it. Oh, the UI, the top level control node is set to full rect. On 2D, it just smushes it. So this does definitely not work well. And the anchor is jammed up in the top left. In the blank node, it looks the same. If I create, so let me also create a blank control, a fresh control node in here. So that's up in the top left. It looks pretty much the same in each one. So you can see up here, we have control selected on each one. It looks the same in all of them, as far as I can tell. But what doesn't look the same is this instanced UI scene that has a full rect as its top level. It's kind of interesting. Make a 2D node and a panel node under it, and make the panel full rect. Well, we kind of already tried that one on accident. Font T, I guess we could see what it also does. Let's make it full rect. Oh, interesting. So that it just squished it down to the corner, just a tiny little corner. That's all it became. Thought you might be right. Canvas layer could be the actual thing you should use. Right. Still raises the question of whether I should make it 2D or 3D. It sounds like I shouldn't make it 2D if I want it to be flexible. Sounds like a 3D node could still have 2D stuff in it. But a 2D node cannot have, well, it could still have 3D, but I don't know. It's kind of confusing. Blank node canvas layer UI in the canvas layer, and the 3D scene to be another child of the blank node. Blank node canvas layer UI in the canvas layer, and the 3D scene to be another child of the blank node. Oh, that's hard for me to follow. In some situations, not using canvas layer can cause improper functioning. Sounds like canvas layer is the way to go. Are they saying that canvas layer is a type of node? Yes. Type to be the base node instead of a blank white node? No, that is not what they're saying, especially with moving 2D scenes. I don't think that's what they're saying. So let's say on this main one, I could be wrong, but I don't think that's what they're saying. So canvas layer right here, it's its own node. And we could, I mean, I guess we could make it a base, but it sounds like something that I wouldn't want to build a whole 3D game under, to me. If I add a control node into there, it goes to the top left. So, I mean, I don't even know. Honestly, I don't even really know what we're testing. I just don't know what we're testing. I guess I want to understand what makes what the advantage is. But I guess you're saying if I just make a canvas layer the top level, it doesn't matter. All right, here's what I'm going to try. Here's something I'm going to try. I want to see what this one, if this is the main scene and we test it, it doesn't have to be the main scene. We can just test it. Got any ideas for the game jam topic? Yeah, I guess somebody might have an idea. I never have ideas. If you're asking me, I never have ideas. I just want ideas from you guys. This is the blank one. Everything looks fine. Add a blank node. Okay. Add a blank node then add a canvas layer as a child to the blank node. All right. Then add the UI scene as a child to the canvas layer. Okay. Done. Then add a 3D scene as another child to the blank node. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Okay. And then I'll go ahead and make this not be opaque. This is what you guys do? You do it with a blank as well? This is nice. I like this. Thank you so much for trying to explain it. I appreciate it. This was really helpful. So I'm gonna make it transparent so we can still see it, but we can see stuff behind it. And then on the 3D, let's put a mesh in there. And let's put a mesh in there. Not a mesh instance 2D. No, not a mesh instance 2D. 3D, I'm just gonna make it a box. We need a camera, of course, as well. Drop that in here so we can see it or whatever. And let's see what it looks like. Oh, we gotta test the scene, not the whole game. All right, so the 3D mesh is in the background. Whoa, whoa. You know what I kind of want to try? I want to try, so I'm going to say this is just 3D test 1. Most of the times I save the main 3D node as world. Ooh, I like that. I like that. Now, how do you make the UI scale down when you make the window smaller? Oh. I don't know. Right, I guess I would want that. That's a good question. So something I want to do is I want to make this instanced real quick. Save it as a scene. I'm just going to say test scenes. So this way I can put this in our 3D one and see what this looks like in here. So this is the 3D top level. And we've got UI instance and this 3D test instance in here. So in this one, it seems the same. The 3D is moving in the middle, but obviously stuff is getting cut off on the sides. I mean, in the 2D, I mean, that's just not gonna work. I have no idea. I genuinely don't even know what'll happen. Now we're just experimenting. I think it scales with the viewport by default. Here's the 2D. No, this isn't the 2D. Just kidding. Here's the 2D. Oh, look. 3D looks the same in there. It's just the UI that gets messed up. That's wild. Now remember, this is all with the stretch mode not set to anything in particular. So they're all pretty much behaving exactly the same. Oh, and this one has canvas layer on the UI. That's the only, actually, that is a difference on the blank one. So I guess I'm still not really sure why we're doing it on a canvas layer. I'm open to the canvas layer being awesome, but like, why are we doing it? Oh, Olaf. Oh, Olaf, welcome to the stream. Oh, Olaf, welcome to the stream. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. Oh, Olaf, welcome to the stream. Oh, Olaf, welcome to the stream. Oh, Olaf, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Olaf, Olaf. Welcome, Olaf. You're welcome, and I'm sorry. You're welcome, and I'm sorry for the song. Good to see you. Hope you're doing good. I wonder if Hyper Game Dev shows up as bright orange on the stream chat thing too. It doesn't on here, but yeah, it does. It does amazingly show up bright orange on here, which I guess makes some sense. Okay, that's that just looks glitched. Well, geez. Maybe if I put a message. No. Okay, that didn't work at all. That was just a catastrophic failure. Okay, there it goes. On here, it should be orange, though. There it goes. Orange. And then I'm yellow. This doesn't make any sense. I'm not sure what it says, but it probably mentions the advantages of canvas layer in the documentation. Oh, okay. So wait, you just do it even though you don't know why it's good? It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. They anchored the chat to the top left. Yeah, they did. They are. They're using UI nodes. They're using UI nodes in there. It's not always necessary, but it's recommended. Okay. All right. That's fair. A node used for independent rendering of objects within a 2D scene. Each canvas layer is drawn on one specific viewport and cannot be shared between multiple viewports. When using multiple viewports, for example in a split-screen game, you need to create an individual canvas layer for each viewport you want it to be drawn on. Embedded windows are placed on layer 1024. Canvas items on layers 1025 and higher appear in front of embedded windows. Canvas layers can be hidden, and they can also optionally follow the viewport. This makes them useful for HUDs like health bar overlays on layers 1 and higher, or backgrounds on layers -1 and lower. Direct or indirect children of a canvas layer, canvas item derived nodes, will be drawn in that layer. The layer is a numeric index that defines the order. I mean, this sounds like anything. It looks like glitches because of me. No. So apparently in Godot, everything that is 2D is put on a canvas layer. Yeah, I guess so. So if you put a control node under a 2D node, the anchors are broken because layer. So you make a blank layer for UI. Oh, so you're saying that on the 2D, if I put a canvas layer in there, this may not be what you're saying. But maybe if I put that in there, it'll look... Oh, look! That fixed it! Wow! So now in a 2D, we need a canvas layer for 2D. Canvas layers allow us to use the UI stuff anchoring correctly in 2D nodes. That's kind of interesting. So maybe a canvas layer isn't really useful outside of a 2D node. Unless you want to do some specific ordering stuff, maybe. Orange, yellow, and blue for official YouTube accounts, I think. Oh. And gray for checkmark people. I know when it is good in the cases I've experienced. Fair. But it would take too long to describe. All right. So canvas layer is like a container for all UI things. Yeah. Canvas layers might be used for games like Serious Sam. It has split-screen multiplayer and a way out. Right. So like if there's a specific reason to have multiple UIs set up, it would be really valuable. For example, without canvas layer, you can't set the main control node to full rect. Right, in a 2D node is what you're saying. But in a 3D, you would be able to. Canvas layer is your screen. I think even blank node or canvas layer would be good enough for UI. So by default, Godot has one canvas layer where it puts everything that's a canvas item. Both node 2D and control node are canvas items. You can see it in the docs. But control has anchors, 2D doesn't. By default, Godot has one canvas layer. It puts everything that's a canvas item in there. Both node 2D and the control node are canvas items. But control has anchors and 2D doesn't. Interesting. It seems like the canvas layer isolates its children into a different rendering layer. So I think it wouldn't hurt applying everywhere. Right. Because I can like protect it or something. So you make a blank canvas layer so you allow the control to control their anchors. You make a blank canvas layer to allow the control to control their anchors. Might be handy when using post-process 2D effects. So I see. This is, so it does seem like, I mean, you know, a good thing. You know, UX-wise, I don't know if I love it, but it's fine. Because it's like, why should I have, if it should be there, why isn't it just always behaving that way? What's the advantage of it not being default? I don't know. But okay, if I'm ever using UI, and this is the thing, I'll remember to do that if I'm ever using UI. This is the thing about that I don't like about Godot's UI stuff. Is this always happens where folks are like, what you should do is have this, and then this, and then this, and then this. And it's like, okay, but if I always should do that, why isn't it just that way by default? And then if I want to do something different, I can change it. I don't know. I'm just complaining. So anyway, let's see what this looks like. I'm going to run just this scene. This is the 2D scene with the UI inherited scene in a canvas layer. And it looks fine. It's behaving quite well. Try to make that scene film noir with yellow glow as an outline for 3D objects. Might be a funny post-process. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do that. Sounds cool, though. Okay. So what is this? What is this all for? I mean, the cool thing is we do have this inherited scene for the UI. That's actually quite useful. This is actually quite useful as it is right now. I'm going to keep everything the same. Here's the blank one. We've got a canvas layer with the UI. That's how we'll set all of these up. We'll set them all up, including the 3D one, with the canvas layer on here and the UI inside of there. And that's just how we'll organize all of these. And then we'll work on the blank one. We'll just work on the blank one. And the blank one, you know, has a 3D. So that kind of means I could have like a 3D, if I wanted to have this be a template, I could have the 3D here and the 2D here every time I load up for the game jam, and I could just delete the 3D one or the 2D one, depending on which one I plan on working on or something. Something like that. Or I could just drag it in from the file system. Either works. This is very interesting. It would be good to have a default template. Yeah, that's what I'm up to. The developers, oh, I see what you're saying. You mean like in Godot. The developers theoretically wanted one because many people, especially at first, don't see how to structure the scene tree optimally. Right, that's what I'm saying. But Juan says that Godot's philosophy is deliberately not to tie to a specific default solution because there are multiple good solutions. That's ridiculous. Dude, you can't, that doesn't make any sense. No, I'm not saying it's ridiculous. I'm just saying, like, logically, how can there not be a default? Isn't it always default? Isn't default always what it is? Doesn't there have to be a default? If there's no default, then there's nothing. There has to be, it has to start somewhere, right? And like, I guess that's like relative to the system, right? So if the system is such that there are things in here or there aren't, then default, by Juan's philosophy, which is a default, should be that there's nothing in there. As opposed to something being in here, which would then be like forcing a certain thing. That's interesting. I think that's an interesting philosophy. All right, so anyway, so let me keep setting this up. Now, we did have a good question from Dragonblade about how do we make the score shrink down. Actually, before I do that, I'm going to set my main scene. I'm going to set my main scene to the blank one. And that will be what we ride with. That's just bad arguing. It doesn't make any sense. You should have a default, right? You can't make an engine to work however you want. The code is written to expect something. I'm saying. They left everything open-ended, so one size fits all solutions, like in Unity or Unreal. Only tutorials, so if you don't watch them, you go hardcore mode. They, meaning Godot, left everything open-ended. No one-size-fits-all solutions, like in Unity or Unreal. I hear you, but like, to me, it seems like it's edge cases, right? Like if you wouldn't want to use a canvas layer, that would be an edge case, in my mind. So sure, we can say one size doesn't fit all, but one size does fit most, you know? Not everyone agrees with it, and I don't fully either, but I understand. Yeah. No, there's something cool in the philosophy. Let me put a collision node without a shape node child. Oh, right. There are examples. So like for a philosophy, it's not always applied either. These are good points. These are good points. All right. So this is my main scene now, is the blank one. And I'm going to, we could try to figure out, that would be a good thing, to figure out how to make the size change. I mean, I don't know that I love, I guess I do want the time position to change. You know what else I want in here? In my 3D scene? I kind of want some more stuff. Right? Like, just to help me be able to see. And let's make them different shapes. Just to be able to see, you know, like the width of it or whatever. Let's make this one a prism. And then in the camera, we can just try to make sure they're all, I mean, you know what would be nice is if I made it even. That would probably be nice. I'm going to call this cube. We're going to call this prism. The prism is a little far over. Let's say -2. And then this one's going to be sphere. And I'm going to put this at transform 2. See what that's like. All right. And so, you know, if I start changing the shape, oh, it keeps, well, kind of. You know, obviously this is not, oh, that was the other thing. And Ness was saying there's a way to do that. I hate that it keeps, I want to be able to resize that window without it, not this window, but the preview window, without it changing the aspect. Mode windowed, initial position type, resizable. Yeah, resizable. But not like aspect keep. It says aspect keep. But this is like the game window, not like testing. Right? Like that would be different. Wouldn't it? Maybe that's editor settings. Maybe that's in editor settings. That's probably where it is. Maybe. Possibly. I hope so. Single window, editor, multi-window, run, window placement, center, screen, Android window. Well, that's not that helpful. How do I do that? I might look it up. So when I preview it, right, I'd like this to maintain its aspect ratio, because this is not really a situation I want to even test for, but I want to be able to resize it. That would be quite nice. In Unity and Unreal, there are templates for 3D top-down side-scroller, 2D side-scroller, 2D top-down, etc. Yeah, that's true. I love that. I can't do that, but you can't. I can't do that, but you can put the node child by default. Right? Exactly. Exactly. And honestly, Dragon Blade, it might be because it can't, or like it'll be buggy, and they don't want that to be an option. Don't put the shape type, but don't put me an error that a node is missing if it's required. You spitting some facts. You can use collision node without a shape, but that won't be effective. But it's okay. It's true. Or put the regular details on the node itself. Right. Like at least guide us to like an option. Ooh, the sub count went up. Thanks for the sub, whoever you are. You can generate the shapes in code. Right, true. Procedural shape generation. How cute. Ultimately, it's possible to make own custom templates and store them locally. Yeah, it's kind of what I'm up to. Right. And so that's the thing is like, you know, that's great and all. That's great and all. But like for it just, it's just from a UX point of view, it's kind of nice if some of that stuff is there by default, but that's true. Keep means keep the whole aspect ratio between width and height. Otherwise, width and height might change freely, causing weird stuff. Well, yeah, that's what I want. That's what I want, is for this to be, but it's not actually doing that, right? So we actually have this set on keep, but as you can see, is not keeping. Godot run preview window aspect ratio. Multiple resolutions? Dynamically adjust window aspect ratio. Is it possible to dynamically adjust it? Add a way to customize aspect. How do I make sure that my full screen display resolution window size? I mean, I guess we can't. I don't see anyone asking about it. Is this really such a wild request on my part? Am I a monster? Set the size of your game windows. Set the size of your game windows. Start debug. Godot engine. How can I change project window size? None of these are my questions. Preview window fix size. Gdevelop. Oh, for crying out loud. Okay, so maybe this is not something I can do. All right, I'll let it go. At this point, I'm just going to let it go. All right, here's what I'm going to do, guys. I am going to pivot a little bit from doing some of this stretching stuff, and I'm going to work on setting up my timer, setting up my score, right? All this stuff is currently not set up, and that's kind of my main thing. What I'm doing today is I'm trying to set up a template for myself for when I'm doing game jams, and I want to be able to easily make games without having to code a score every time, code a time every time. Now, I would like these to stay in certain positions, but I just kind of want to start doing something else. So I'm going to start coding that stuff, and then maybe we can come back to these other tasks as they come up. So right now, this time is just floating around. I would rather it not be. I'm going to actually duplicate the score nodes. Which, maybe I'm not doing this ideally, but right now I have this set up with the, just a top level control node. And then we've got score background. So that's that black background. I've got score box, which is a vertical box. And in that vertical box, we've got the score label and the score itself. So that way they stay in these same positions. So I kind of want to duplicate this and call this one time nodes. So everything that's relevant to time. I kind of want to put this in a vertical box. So I'm going to drop this in here. I do kind of need to think about the positioning before I start doing that probably. So I'm going to put this into the vertical box and the time nodes into there as well. Oh, sorry. I wanted a horizontal box, not a vertical box. My mistake. Let me redo that. I don't love that it forces them into new positions, but that's okay. We're still doing alignment stuff. I'm going to say H-box is what we actually want. And I'm going to drop score nodes into there, and then time nodes into there as well. So then this way, and we need to make sure this is anchored very strangely, I have to say. I don't appreciate the way this is anchored at all. I guess because these are centered, it's like centering to the corner. So I guess I want the H box to be up here. We could like do it like this. No, not like that. So maybe I'll anchor this right here. And then with the score box, whoa. Vertical alignment, whoa. I don't know what I've gotten into at this point. I'm a little confused, if I'm being honest. What is this control node doing? Align the time text to the other text and make the timer a separate child of the main node. Align the time text to the other texts and make the timer a separate child of the main node. Did I do that? Is that what I did? I don't know. Sorry, I didn't. I don't know. I don't think that's what I did. What is literally happening? I'm actually very confused. Everything looked pretty good to me, and now it doesn't. Align with expand? And this is another thing that I noticed too, is if I start undoing things, they don't actually undo the way I want them to. So you can see the score, even though I just Control-Z'd my life away, it's still staying up in that corner. I find that very frustrating. What is going on? What is actually happening? Maybe I need to adjust the H box. That's probably my problem. The H box needs to be adjusted. So move the anchor of the box container to the top with this with some offset. Yeah. Okay. I mean, it would be kind of nice if I could just like fill this widthwise. Maybe I can like hold Control or Shift or something. Okay, if I hold Control, it'll snap to the edges, which is very nice, actually. And that's anchored up to the top. The score node within here. What? I'm confused. I'm very confused. Score node, why is it so... Why are they stacking on top of each other? And by the way, just so it's clear, I'm going to rename this stuff because it's not very clear. Time background. We've got some problems. We've got some serious problems. Time box. This would be time label. And this would be time. Panels might give more freedom. Right. Is that incorrect to use a panel? I'd almost like this to be vertical for the time, if it's going to be centered, you know? What if I change this type to a V-box? And then we tell this text to be centered. What is that like? I mean, that would be cool. In theory, that would be cool. In practice, I'm not so sure. They're stacking because your container to controlling the arrangement only of the control nodes. They don't have width dash height. Oh. Oh my gosh. I didn't realize that. Okay. Wow. So I don't want these to be in control nodes because control nodes, man, I get so confused. I get so confused with these control nodes. Okay, so the control, they're all control nodes, but the control node specifically has no width or height. So we can't decide its positions. So I basically don't want it. Put your container of the label inside the panel. For the background? Oh, okay. And then get rid of the nodes. So I would say this would be score panel maybe instead of background and remove the control node. Thank you. Thank you so much. That was so confusing to me. I'm not saying it isn't me, all right? I'm not saying it isn't me. I'm just saying I find this stuff very unintuitive. Okay, panel. Drag this out. Panel. Wait, what did I just do? Score nodes, score panel. Right, come out here, get rid of score nodes. Okay. Get rid of score nodes. Time panel. Pull this out here, get rid of time nodes. Okay, so now we've got score panel and time panel. And in here, we've contained everything. Change the control nodes to panels, basically. Right. I've murdered the backgrounds somehow. I'm not sure how that happened. Why is the backgrounds murdered? What has occurred? This is surprisingly not better. This node is a child of a container. Why is... And I can't even change the transform of it? I mean, what you said made sense to me, guys, but, like, what is this result? Now your HBox container has no width, and it's not set to expand with children, so your panel have no width. Oh, hey, Merp. The panel seems shrunk. So okay, I see. So the HBox, I just have to modify the HBox? HBox does have width, but you're saying not this width, a different version of the width. Why is this so weird? Transform? I mean, it's fit to the size of the window. It's anchored up here. Now I'm confused. Okay, good. Good. It's not just me. Layout direction inherited? I don't think that matters. Very confusing. Very confusing. Container sizing. Horizontal one change. Shrink center. It's not just Milo, oh Milo. It's not just me, it's you. Oh Milo, it's not just you, it's me and you. It's not just you, it's me and you. Milo, oh Milo, welcome to the stream. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. You're a dream. Oh Milo, oh Milo, howdy, right back to you, Milo. Welcome, Milo. Yeah, you're welcome. Sorry for the song, but you're also welcome. Expand. Expand. Oh, check this. What? This is wild. I'm a dreamer, not a dream. You're welcome. What did that do? Or enhance. That can also enhancing. Enhancing could work too. Yeah. Shrink center. This is also not the default. Fill. That didn't help. And then expand. Oh, this is better. Okay, 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 okay. So now I'm going to click time panel over here. I'm going to click the time panel. And then we're going to pop open layout, container sizing, hit expand. There it goes. What the what? Why was that not checked? So what if I add a new panel into here? I'm just going to add a new panel. What happens? Does it do the same thing? It does. It's just like, it's squished in there. It's super tiny. Weird. Kind of weird. So if I want it to be bigger, I have to hit expand every time. And then it will change the size. And I still can't resize it. I guess that's because it's in there. Enhance what? Whoa. You know that meme like, enhance, 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 enhance. But that is a good question. Enhance what? I think it's a joke though. Horizontal fill and expand. Yeah, apparently that is the way to go. Now, if I want them to take, I don't really want them to take up quite this much space, which makes me think, I guess I could change the margins. I guess I would want to add a third one. So we could just say, right panel, just so it fills it in, you know? Use panels and splitters to add some margins between, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I don't know what a splitter is. Maybe you just mean like adding more junk in there. But I would imagine we can change the margins, which maybe is what you're saying. Somehow, probably. I would hope. Right? So I'm on the HBox container settings here. Separation in constants. Perhaps this is it? Yes. There we go. Wow. All right, separation in constants. Got it. We're getting there little by little. Could you imagine? This is why I have to do this, because I could never... Dude, how could I figure this all out in the time of a 1-hour game jam? It'd be impossible. You need to use panel container, not panel. What? There's something called a panel container? There is! Oh my gosh. A container that keeps its child controls within the area of a style box. Okay. All right. I mean, I kind of like where we've gotten to here, but now I'm really curious. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to actually duplicate this one. I'm just going to duplicate this HBox, and I'm going to move this to the bottom just for the sake of trying to understand. Panel container? Now I'm confused. I don't know, but we're going to experiment. I'm going to experiment on this one so we don't mess up the other one. Yeah, there's something called a panel container. So in our second one here, I'm going to change its type. It's so wild. I'm going to change its type to a panel container. Okay, it looks different. It does look different. I don't know that it looks different in a way that I like. Let me reset the container sizing. So at least I don't have to hit expand for this. And now it's chilling and it looks okay. So, I mean, I would say, like, overall that's better. We have the same HBox issue. So I'm going to come into the HBox and I'm not going to have the separation set. And then for the score box, I'm probably going to want that back, but I just wanted to see what it's like without it. For the score box, now I can't, or not the score, yeah, wait. The score box, layout, transform, we can't change its size. It's kind of, everything's just getting locked in. What the heck? I'm going to look up documentation. What is a container that keeps its child controls within the area of a style box? I don't know. I kind of have to like go back in time to before I started doing any of this. which I'm afraid to do because undoing in with the UI stuff in Godot doesn't always do what I think it will do. So like, I think we just have to take the L for now. And maybe someday I'll remember panel container. I see that it kept the size though. Maybe for like a new panel that would be useful. I don't know. This is confusing. This is all very confusing. I'm gonna shrink this down a bit. I'd love to make the space between these lines on time be less. That would be nice. But for constants, can I go negative on the separation? What would you think about that? Oh, it likes it. Okay, negative 100. Too much. Negative 50. So there's a lot of like little design stuff. And then who knows, you know, it's possible that doing some of this stuff I'm going to regret later. That is so very possible. I'm going to be like, wait, that was a mistake. But we'll see. We will find out. I mean, oh, maybe, what if I were to shrink the box size? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Interesting. And then if I bring the HBox down, oh, that's not what we want. Because we want this to be centered in there, right? There we go. Center that in, and then I can squish this down a little bit. And it's starting to look a little bit better. I kind of don't like the colon. It's kind of bothering me. Okay. Great. We got score time and then a random right panel. Oh, if I hide it, it changed. Oh, come on. It can't just be there to hold the position. That's irritating. So I have to make it invisible if I want it to be there. All right. I kind of hate that. I wonder, so what if we add that panel container in here? What was that like? Oh, interesting. Layout transform. I still can't change its size or anything. So it's not really container sizing. I still have to do expand. Oh, and then it shows that. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what makes panel container special. Don't know. Couldn't tell you. So we're just going to make it invisible. That's what's going to happen. I'm going to say right panel, rename, and we're going to just say invis. So I know like what's going on. Because again, I'm trying to make a template for myself. That's what I'm up to, by the way. In case for whatever reason you missed that. I'm trying to make a template for myself for game jams. So when I am doing game jams, I actually will have something to work with for making the games instead of having to make it every time. So let's just say stylebox empty. Oh, stylebox empty. Cool. Gotcha. So I guess instead of right panel invis, I'll say right panel empty. All right then. Very good. Better use canvas layers and align anchors to each other. What? So, okay. All right. Let me see if I can understand what you're saying to me right now. Okay, so, okay. You're saying add more canvas layers? Add more canvas layers? So right now, this is just, and I think you know this, but I just want to recap. This is a scene that I have nested in a blank node. So we have a blank node, and then in there, I have a canvas layer, right? And in that canvas layer, I have the UI. That is to say what we're modifying right now. And you're saying that that's not enough canvas layers, that I need even more canvas layers within this? And that will be better? Are you sure? It's just gonna, the node list is just gonna get so messy. I mean, one canvas layer where you put everything. So we're doing that. So I'm good. So you're saying I'm good, right? Because I've got the canvas layer, and then wherever I use the UI, I'm just gonna make sure it's a child of a canvas layer, which should mean I'm good, right? We should be good if I do this, because the game isn't gonna be run out of this. This isn't ever gonna be a main scene. This is just going to, I'm just gonna make sure I always have it as a child of a canvas layer. But maybe what you're saying is, I mean, well, that actually raises another question. What if, and okay, what if I don't always have it be a child? And what if I have it be the top layer is a canvas layer, right? And then maybe I don't need the canvas layer. The place, okay. Let me catch up. Pierogi gone. Pierogi gone is not gone. Oh, Pierogi gone is not gone. You can tell cause Pierogi gone supports Hyper Game Dev. Pierogi gone is not gone. Pierogi gone is not gone. Welcome Pierogi gone to the stream. It's a fun idea. It's going well. Thank you for asking. How's it going with Pierogi gone? Who's not that gone? How's it gone? Pierogi gone. Yeah, there's your song. All right. Or just don't use box aligners. Instead, move everything and anchors to be aligned. Don't use box aligners? Why not? Why not? I mean, I feel like now you're touching on like there's many different ways to solve the same problem. But like, why not use box aligners? I kind of like them. I kind of like them. We'll see. I mean, honestly, I kind of need to find out. I need to set it up and find out like how it behaves, you know, when I start stretching out windows and stuff. Tin Show. Hello, Tin Show. Hello, Tin Show. Hello, Tin Show. Hello, Tin Show. Good to see you. Thank you for joining the stream. I appreciate Tin Show. And to you I say hello. Ooh, yeah. Good to see you, Tin Show. Thanks for supporting Hyper Game Dev. I sang so hard I broke the microphone. That's for you, Tin Show. That's for you. Welcome. How are you? Hope you're doing good. Thanks for stopping in. Less complicated. Less complicated if I don't use boxes. I don't even know what to say. Give me 40 to 60 years, then I'll be gone. You and me both. You and me both. This change. That'll be your next song. That'll be your next song. Pierogi gun's not gone till 40 to 60 years. Bleak. Test this. Change your HBox to a margin container and use the horizontal alignment to put your panels left, center, right. All right, so I mean, honestly, I don't even know what to do. I feel like I need to start a new, because you know in Godot, if I start undoing this stuff, it's gonna break things. Blade has a better solution. Okay. I have this unopened box of 12 dice that I just shake for enjoyment. Nice. I like that. That's called a stim toy, is what that is. That is primo stim toy. And you are so in good company here, Psychonic. Duplicate your node and do the test on it. Doesn't work, delete. Okay. All right. All right. I'm okay. All right. Duplicating the HBox container. I'm going to move it to the bottom so we can at least see it. And you're saying change the HBox to a margin container. Change type to a margin container. Chaos. And use the horizontal alignment to put your panels left, center, right. And so this would eliminate me having an empty right panel, is maybe what you're saying? So score panel, we need to be in the HBox container too, which it isn't anymore. This is now a margin container. Oh, and then, oh, I see what you're saying. And then do the panel itself, lock this into the left. Use the horizontal to put your to the left. Time panel, put that in the center. Okay. Okay. And then if I want them to have width, so I guess we're going to the delete part now. It's addictive. Nice. It sounds like I love that. Like dice, like I bet that sounds really good. What's the like material of the box? Is it like wooden? I'm imagining it's wooden. And change panels to panel containers. Oh, okay. All right. Changing these to a panel container. Oh, oh, this is intriguing. This is intriguing. At least they all have the same suffix of container. That honestly makes it a little easier to like remember. Okay, change type, panel container. Okay, okay, we're getting somewhere here. We're getting somewhere here. Now, if I want that, you know, it to be like centered in there like this. I wish it were wooden. I should do that. Sadly, it's the store-bought plastic container. All right. Well, the thing is, if it was wooden, you would hear them knocking on the sides more. It sounds like you can appreciate more of how they bump against each other if it's in a plastic container. But I don't know. Maybe the plastic sounds good too. All right. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Please forgive me. Please. It's a good sound. It's good that it's not wooden. It's okay. It's okay. Wooden does sound nice though. So now if I want it to get to, this is good, right? Now I can get rid of that right panel. So then my next question is, how would I get the width in there? I guess on the score box. So this is oh, maybe I should do a margin container in here too. So I should replace this from being a vertical box as well, potentially, or a horizontal box. So if I could be wrong. I could be wrong. So I change this type to a margin container. And then we say score label. But the margin container, I can't like change it. I just want some control. Sounds wrong. It sounds wrong. And you know what? It looks wrong. It also looks wrong if I put this out of the way. It looks wrong as well. It looks wrong. Not right. Okay. Okay. So I leave it as the H box. But if I want to add margins in there, right? That's kind of where I'm running into an issue. Like I could add another panel in here, but then it's not less complicated anymore, you know? We just kind of lose that freedom from it being less complicated. So I don't know. I mean, I almost think I prefer stretch ratio. I don't know what that does. I think I prefer this method because the complication is only that I have an added thing on the side. So I'm just going to we can keep them both here for now. But I'm going to assume that the top one is my preference. I'm just going to assume that. I would like to make this... I feel like overall it's taking up too much screen space. So I'm going to reduce the size of this font. That'll be interesting to see how that font size changes. Also, I wonder if because it's like a theme override, that also affects the font size. Like not adjusting dynamically, potentially. I'm going to make this 30 instead of 40. That looks a little better. I kind of like the 0 being bigger. There's something I kind of dig about that. I'm going to keep it real with you. And for the time label, I think I'd like that over here as well. Font size, make this size 30. Because this is kind of a main thing, is I want to be able to adjust these. Because if this is going to be a template for a game jam, I'm going to kind of want to make sure I can adjust these too, right? You know? Good night, Renoslav. And thank you for the good luck wish. And thank you for all the help. I've really appreciated it. You've been so helpful, and it means a lot. If I am to participate in a game jam, I will try to make a template tomorrow. Okay, cool. I look forward to seeing what you come up with if you end up coming up with something. And yeah, I'll see you next time. Get some sleep. See you later. To hell with my typlet. Oh, so you didn't mean a template. You meant a game, I think is maybe what you meant. You'll try to make a game. Maybe that's what you meant. Is that your typo? Good night call? Good night all. Who knows what? Okay. I understand. I understand, I think, probably. Yeah. Take care, Radoslav. You're tired. You're tired. Typos happen. All right. So if I wanted to shrink this down, you know, and let's say I have a different like game idea, I might want it to be able to shrink more dynamically. Oh, I know why. So I just have to center it. I have to constantly like recenter it. And then once I come to the H box and I start dragging it, then it's because that's the top level here. There it gets much smaller. And it's fit pretty well in the center. I kind of feel like there needs to be more offset, actually. And I can make the time box bigger, and then I can center that, maybe. Wait, but it's going to the top of it. Vertical alignment in the center. Vertical, oh, this is, I'm a little confused with the way this is. I guess I would need to add some kind of offset on here if I wanted this. Oh, that looks better. Actually, that looks a little better. You know, how adjustable this is going to be in the middle of a game jam, we're going to find out. So this is going to take some tuning. I feel like it's going to take fine-tuning over time. I hate the way margins work in Godot. Oh, no. I'm very affirmed by that. Because I feel like it's making me feel a little wacko, like, dealing with this. Excuse my language, but it's like... This is weird, right? Like, this is weird, right, guys? Like, there's something about this that's kind of weird. I'm going to increase the separation so they get a little smaller. I just want them to take up less space on the screen, but I do want them to be there. This seems pretty good. I feel okay with this. I got to keep adjusting this, though, if I want it to be, like, centered. Alignment begin, center. Yeah, that's what I want. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, same thing here. Center. Oh, nice. I see. So then I don't have to make this be a weird position or something. Kind of. Sorta. Maybe. Actually, could you be a little different? Alright. I know I'm kind of getting deep in it, but that's alright. To add margin to a panel, you have to create a new theme. Create a new style. The new style doesn't come with the default texture, and then you add the margin. What? What in the what? All right, so let's try it on our margin container experiment. To add a margin to a panel. Wait, so, oh, okay, so like this, the panel container. So we have to go to theme, new theme, open up this. Where's style in here? That's why margin containers exist. That's why margin containers exist. Okay. All right, well, we're using a margin container. So this is Dragon Blade's experiment down here. I mean, we pretty much just took what I had up here and I duplicated it and I changed the HBox containers, the top level HBox container to a margin container. Maybe I'm putting the theme in the wrong place. I don't know, but I don't see like a style. And then, so you're saying like what I was doing up here is why they exist? It's also confusing. Never mind. Okay. We're trying. We're trying our darndest. I'm kind of curious what, like, everything looks like right now when we start resizing things. Oh, for flip's sake. It's cutting it off screen. I mean, it's not keeping... Oh, for flippity-dippity's doodahs. Look, the score is yeeting off of the screen. This is incorrect. This is wrong. This is not good. Ah! How dare you run away? How freaking dare you? Oh my gosh. Alignment center? What if I make the alignment center? Oh my gosh. Well, this went badly. I thought you were all trying to add margins via a theme. That's less easily customizable. I don't know how to do what Dragon Blade was even telling me to do. No. Well, I mean, I don't really know what Dragon Blade is trying to do. I kind of know what Dragon Blade is trying to do. But pretty much, I mean, I'm just trying to set these up and organize them, and it makes sense. And I mean, this is gore, all right? This is pure gore. Like, what the hell is all this? This is too much. This should not be this complicated. And it's like everything changes everything else. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it all. But it's not even doing what I want anyway. And it's cutting things off, which is the opposite of good. Whereas, so it makes me think, screw the HBox, and the margin container is doing the same thing. The margin container is cutting it off in the same way. So to me, it's like, screw putting them in something. Right? Like, let me just take them out and have them floating and move them somewhere. I guess what I'll do is I'll duplicate it again. It took me a full day to understand containers, and I still mess it up. That's true that you still mess it up. Love to you. Love to you. Dude, it's confusing. Who doesn't? Who among us has perfect containers every time? Truly. All right, I'm going to duplicate this. Again, another duplication. Except this time, I'm going to move the existing one to the middle. All right, so this is becoming retired. The one that's in the center. And this one, I'm not even going to bother doing it this way, as much as I'd like to. The chaos is turning me off tremendously. So I'm going to get rid of this. And, I mean, you know, if I take this time panel and I just say anchor in the center, right? This is obviously a little wider than I want it to be. Great, so I'll just resize it. I'll just resize it. Maybe there's like a key I can hold. No. Let's make it smaller. Anchor it to the center, right? And let's see how this behaves. Let's see how this behaves. Beautiful. Right? This isn't yeeting the score off the screen. I mean, you know, obviously this isn't totally beautiful because I don't want this to be closing this gap, right? I'd want, like, if it gets smaller, this also to get smaller dynamically. I mean, I can't believe we're so stuck on this, you know? I really wanted to just, like, actually make the score setup and the timer setup. But, like, this layout stuff is deep chaos. Like, and so one of the easiest fixes, by the way, if you're just joining us, one of the quick and dirtiest fixes is to come to your project settings, go to display and window, and come down here to stretch mode. And if you set this stretch mode to be viewport, if you set this to be viewport, this will, in many ways, resolve all the problems. It creates one new problem, however, but it resolves all the other problems. So now when I resize this, this is basically perfect, right? Now here's what's not good about this, is it's not actually, like, dynamically scaling it. That is to say, everything is going to be more pixelated. So if the resolution gets bigger, it's going to look a lot worse. So, like, everything in the background, there's more pixels on here. It's going to look worse if it's stretching it, basically, and squishing it, instead of dynamically resizing it relative to where it should be. So, for a quick and dirty game jam entry, this works exceptionally well, right? Especially if you don't care about it looking uglier when it gets bigger or smaller. But, you know, I think what's sort of captured my attention today now is trying to figure out how to get this to resize and dynamically, you know, adjust these without having to have everything be all pixelated. So that's what's going on. See how clean this looks? It's not pixelated on the edges. Looks beautiful. Looks great. Obviously, this is now super tiny, which maybe is fine. You know, and the thing is, like, I don't know that this is a problem. Because why is your screen this small? Like, this is so small. I mean, I guess I could come into project settings and we could say, I guess I probably don't want to change that, do I? What if I go to editor settings? Single window mode, multi-window, window placement, windows. Rec center, screen, same as editor. Yeah, I really can't change it. I really can't change it. I'm a little nervous about changing this, if I'm being honest. I'm gonna take the risk. If I make this, so this is 1152 by 648. If I make it, what is it, 800 by 600? We could even go smaller. Kind of want to go smaller. And we try playing it. Like, what are actual tiny resolutions that people have in this world? What are actual tiny resolutions that people have in this world? Oh, come on. You know what I want. You know what I want, Windows. What are you even talking about? You know what I want. $600 by 800. I've got some weird ones in here. I've got some really weird ones in here. Oh, because this is looking at my vertical screen. That's why I was like, why is it inverted? Okay, we need to click on this one. 800 by 600. Like, who has smaller than that? You know? Who's really got smaller than that? An Apple Watch has 3. Okay, let's see what it's like. That's amazing. Thank you. That's very specific. I can work with that. I can work with that. Let's see what it looks like. 352 by 430. Oh, we probably want to do it the other way around. 430 by 352. This is a wacky screen size. Probably gonna look pretty bad. But you know what? Look, I mean, how much smaller do we really need it to be? Like, at this point, like, of course you're going to have compatibility issues with games that you play, you know? In UI elements, the best solution is to achieve the desired result without manually adjusting the size and position settings. If you can achieve it that way, then you're doing it right. Sadly, you can't do that with text, because there's no view units, only pixels. So you're saying that we can't dynamically change the size of the font, is what you're saying? What are you saying? What are you saying? And Thoughtsy, what are you saying? You're saying in UI amounts, the best solution is to achieve the desired result without. What do you mean by manually adjusting the size and position settings? You mean the user not adjusting them, or the developer not adjusting them? Because I would think, hard to explain in chat. Understandable, understandable, understandable. 1152 by 648. GD Quest has good tutorials for it. Oh, yeah? Oh, I closed my Windows thing? Okay. And this is 1152 by 648. And, like, that's not even an option on my monitor, is it? I have 1152 by 864. Why is that even? Why is that even? Like, what are people's resolutions usually? Like, I feel like this is very default. Right? Like, is Godot's default window size stupid? I mean, like, on my computer anyway, one of the default resolutions is, I mean, this is just a regular TV monitor. I don't know. It's not weird. There's nothing weird about it. 1152 by 864, right? And then it's got 1280 by 1024, super regular. 1920 by 1080. Like, is that even in the aspect ratio? 1152 by 648 of 1920 by 1080? Which this is like the most default thing in the world right now, right? 1920 by 1080. Like that's 1080p. Like we talk about this in the world, in life. That's like a normal resolution. 1280 by 1024. I don't know. I'm just kind of like I'm just already thinking to myself like, wait, is the default here even off? I don't know. Maybe I'm bugging. Maybe I'm bugging. Can't find a way to scale down text. Scaling up, it pixelates, but that's fine. Making it smaller, you will only see text on the screen. Right. And you can't do the dynamic thing with text because there's no view units, only pixels. Therefore, we can't scale down the text. Scaling up, it pixelates. But that's fine. Making it smaller, you only see the text on screen. Yeah, so we have to live with that. The essence is that you adjust everything with various other settings, spacing, indentation, etc. It's like in a text editor, more or less. And then it doesn't fall apart. You adjust everything with various other settings, space, indentation, etc. Yeah. I hear what you're saying. So you're saying like, instead of using this HBox container or this margin container that stretches the full width, doing it this way where we're just kind of spacing them out, this is more ideal. I mean, that makes sense to me anyway. So I think I'm just going to let it go. This has been quite a long journey to understand what makes the most sense. And I'm glad because this has bothered me for a long time. Making and playing other people's games in Godot too. Like I find like things are all over the place often. And to me, the best option seems like to just make sure we anchor things. I mean, this is a problem. This is potentially a problem though, right? That time, I can't have that moving. Can I? Do I want that moving? I mean, like my cooking game, right? Like, let's say I want to make sure that this time is always aligned with something 3D in the scene, right? So if I duplicate this cube and I push it up and we preview it, you know, and depending on the window size, it's going to be in different places, which is maybe not ideal, depending on the context, right? So I'm gonna say, let's make this half the size. Oh, okay. Make it unique. I can't believe this stream is just all about layout. That's like what this is all right now. So there, it's lined up right on top of that. Suppose I needed it like my cooking game example. You know, when I start scaling this up, it's chaos. Now it's like not in the same relative position, which like, you know, maybe we handle that differently somehow, right? So I come back to my UI and I say that the panel, the time panel, what if I say set to current ratio? That'll fix it, right? That was the solution, wasn't it? That's much better. That's definitely better. So I think that helps a lot. See, now it's the same. Yeah, so that I think that's the fix, is to make sure that we set it to the current ratio, right? I think that makes some sense. There's another option too, to separately render viewport image into a texture on the UI, separately handle from the UI elements. Separately render viewport image into an IC, like the sub viewport. I've had some interesting results with that. My stuff is frequently all over the place in Godot. Yeah. Yeah. Sub viewport. Yeah, I've had some mixed results with that. We had to apply a sub viewport once in code because Godot kept glitching out if I didn't add it through code. But then on someone else's computer, that wasn't the case. I don't know. Making a game already, I see. Kind of, yeah. I am. No, you're not I'm a day too early. Basically, I'm trying to make a template. I want to have a template. I want to have a code base. I want to have stuff that I draw from when I'm doing the game jams so I can save some time and focus on what I want to focus on. Like for me, it's been important in the 1 hour game jams to focus on making it all from scratch because I like learning that repetitively. I like learning that. But at this point, I get it. And now I just want to skip that and I want to start repeating something else, and that is the construction of the game more so than all of the little bits that make it make any sense at all, like score and timer. So I'm trying to set that stuff up now to save myself some trouble, and I might do this again next week too. Multiple options available. For example, you can set it up so that the render resolution and the UI resolution are separate. The render resolution and the UI resolution are separate. Interesting. These are very interesting things that you're describing. And I'm curious about them, and I'm also intimidated by them. So I think for me, for my purposes, one of the better solutions is to change not the resolution, set to current ratio. I wonder if I do that for the HBox container, what happens? Set to current ratio. What does that do? Does that keep it all in? Now again, it's tough because if I start changing it by dragging it, it'll get weird. Whoa. So it starts taking up a lot more space. And if I drag it this way, oh, it still yeets it off. So that doesn't really help me there. All right. Well, this has been quite interesting. I think when it gets smaller, you can see it's pushing it off the time on the top, which isn't great. But if I want something to be locked to something in 3D in the background, then I think it's important to do set to current ratio. But for these purposes, I think it makes the most sense for it to be anchored to the top. Dear God. Why did it do that? But if I hit undo, it doesn't do that. See, what the heck? If I set to current ratio and then switch back to this, it moves it entirely. Bizarre. Just bizarre. But here, it's like setting it to the current ratio changes something very fundamental. Oh, and then this too. It's like when you resize the box, I guess because it's resizing the box. That's probably what it is. So when I set to current ratio, well, that doesn't really make sense because it doesn't look any different. Maybe it is resizing it. I don't know. I'm done. I've had enough of this. I'm deleting the HBox container. I'm deleting the margin container. This is what we're keeping. For maybe real now, I'm going to move on to actually coding the score and the timer. I feel pretty satisfied with the way that it looks. In my opinion, it's good enough here. Let me just give it a little more margin. Okay. This will be satisfactory. So now let's set up the timer. Before I do that, I am going to take a quick trip to the loo. It will take me a little bit of time. Just a little bit of time. Like less than a minute, probably. Less than a minute. I'll be right back. If you're watching this, you're enjoying this, and you haven't yet, hit that thumbs up button for me while I'm gone. Find your way to the thumbs up button while I'm gone. I will be super, super right back. I don't have a game for you to look at. You can look at this. Look at this. Wow, look at that. I'll be right back. Wow, look at that. Wow. It's like some shapes My gosh, what good shapes. Love the shapes that it makes. All right. Here, I'll do this. All right. All right, all right. We back. We back. We made it back. No big deal. It's all good. So, yes. None of my buttons are working. Which is my least favorite fact. Oh, there we go. They're just like on a delay. Okay. So, I want to make this timer time. I want to make this timer time for reals. So what I'm gonna do is make a script. I'll make a script. By the way, I want to say thank you to everybody who's been helping me out with layout stuff. I really appreciate it. Absolutely and truly, deeply. I appreciate it. It means a lot. I'm gonna get rid of this background panel. We don't really need it. And so in our main blank scene, oh, okay, one more thing. I'm gonna try changing this canvas. Okay, one more thing. I'm gonna try changing the top layer of the UI instance scene. I'm gonna try changing it to a canvas layer. First of all, let's see if that causes an issue in our 3D scene. Looks fine. And then the other thing that I'd want to do is in the 2D scene, try taking it out of the canvas layer and make sure it actually still works as we want it to in there. Looks like it does. Nice. So we can just make that a canvas layer, which saves us some complexity and things that we have to remember. So let me just do that. Now I can continue. We don't have a top level canvas layer anymore. Well, we do, but it's just like, you know, more streamlined. It's neater. It's neater. Okay, now that I've done that, now I'm gonna make the timer. See, it was quick. It was a quick little thing, not much. I think I'm gonna put some music on for this. I don't know, I just feel like it. All right? I'm gonna put some music on for this part. Just get a little something in the background there. See what that feel like. Oh yeah. So for the script that controls this stuff, I have to decide where I want to put this. Again, this is all for game jam or making any game really quickly or at all. I just kind of want it to make sense and be like modular and able to be like dropped in and worked with, easily. So if this is going to be an instant scene, I feel like it's going to make the most sense if I put this as a script on the UI. So that way, whatever game I'm making can most easily communicate to and access that node and that script. So I think I'll put it on here, and yeah, we'll just call it the UI script. Now, I mean, I could do this with like auto load or singleton or something, but let's just see what we get if we do this. And if it doesn't work out, that's fine. I guess I want to end this stream trying to make a jam game, but it'll depend on my internet. If the internet starts goofing and we can't fix it, I'm gonna stop the stream. I'm not waiting out for internet no more. Okay, here we go. So on this canvas layer script, I want it to have a timer. I could hook up a timer, or I could create my own timer. I think I would rather hook one up. So then, I guess I could put this on the UI scene. I guess I'll put this in here. Yeah, I'll put this in here. So I'm gonna add a timer in my UI, and we'll just call it timer. I could even put it as a child of the time panel. I don't know why. I don't think I want to do that. Yeah, I don't think I want to do that. I don't know. I just don't want to. I just don't want to. I'm not floating out here. So this, I'm going to need to connect. I'm kind of, oh, so I attached the script in the wrong place. I attached it as a part of another scene. That's not where I actually want this to be. That's not where I actually want it to be. I want it to be in the instant scene, right? So I need to actually make sure that's in there, and then it will automatically be in all of these. That way we can have these talking to each other most easily. Or whatever, probably. So in here, this needs to look for this timer. This timer, 1 second sounds good. I'm okay with that. And that's the thing, depending on the game, I may or may not want it to auto start. It kind of depends on the game. So I might want to make it, I mean, it's pretty easy to just come in here and auto start, but you know, I might want it to be that this UI script has an export Boolean. You know, so I can just configure all my stuff right here by clicking on the UI and make these changes. You know what I'm saying? Export variable, we'll say timer auto start. Like, maybe this is a weird thing, but the idea, the reason I'm doing it this way is so I never have to actually open the instant scene, the UI instant scene, I guess. I'm just kind of experimenting with ideas here. And then I'm gonna say it's false by default or whatever. So I've got timer auto start, it'll be false. And then we can say in the ready function, if timer auto start, then it is. Thanks, Thoughty. Thanks. I'm just brainstorming, just trying stuff. If timer auto start, then I want to say that timer auto start. Well, I wonder if that'll be enough. Like, I don't think I have to necessarily say make this true, right? Like, maybe that'll be enough to make it true. So let's find out. Well, first of all, so to test this, I'm also gonna need to actually have this be fed into the timer itself, into the times, you know, UI itself. So let's set that up while we're at it. I need to make it true. Oh, okay, great, thank you. Good, great, there we go. Wonderful. I guess that's like not, it's like just, it works different when it's like a, it's like this, it's like a method or whatever, as opposed to a variable. Like maybe that's only true for variables, not for like method things. Properties. Method properties. Okay, got it. So if timer auto start, then timer auto start true. Will the opposite work? Probably. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I don't think I have to worry about that. Okay, good. So if I want to update the time, so I want to have a signal. I'm just going to do node timeout. I could do the connection. I could connect it myself. I kind of want to connect it myself. Is that silly? I don't know. It is. Well, maybe it's not. We could do timer, timeout. You don't even need the if. I was wondering that. So I would say what? Time-o auto start set to, just set auto start timer to, whoa! Oh, you're blowing my mind. Thank you. That makes so much sense. Wow, thank you. Ah, oh. Chef's kiss. I love it. Fabulous. Timeout, connect to, and so that's the other thing is, do I want it to count up or count down? I'm gonna say count is what I'll call this. And let's say func count. And then this will be different, right? Oh, that's the kind of like thinking that I really want to like be more automatic to me. And I love that you suggested it. Thank you. So I'm gonna try another export variable here. Export variable timer direction. I guess I could say timer count up. I'll say count up is whatever. Because I feel like usually I'm gonna want to count down. So we'll say count up false. And then I don't know if maybe there's a way to do it without the if here, but we'll do it for now. If count up is set to, there probably is a beautiful, elegant way to do it. If it's set up to false, then I guess I could also do exclamation point, right? That'll be if it's not true. I think that'll be what that means. Then I want a score variable or a time variable. So I guess we'll set that up here. I could, yeah, we should do it here. Variable, I don't have to though. I kind of like don't want to put that in here because this is like the top level. I don't know. Like I almost want to put this on, like I kind of don't want to put any of this in here, if I'm being honest. Like maybe that's too much separation to like make the most sense. Shouldn't this go beyond the script on the time panel? That's what I was thinking. Okay, so you agree. All right, cool. Cool. As long as you agree. I mean, the export stuff, I absolutely want to be on here. The export stuff, I do. So that way, when I'm in, like, this scene, right? So let's say I'm working on my game, I'm building stuff, right? I can just click on UI and then come over here and check timer auto start, timer count up without ever having to open up this. So I do definitely want the export variables and those to be in there. But I kind of agree that at least the rest of it should be on the time panel. I think that kind of makes more sense. And so, yeah, let's do that. Yes, your UI script, we'll just call the script from the timer. Yeah, I think that makes the most sense. Okay, so that's what I'll do. All right, so I'll even move the timer into the time panel. And then we'll put a script on the time panel. And in here, we'll paste all that stuff. Now, does it automatically, really? I didn't even realize that. So okay, it doesn't find it. I was like, there's no way it sees that. Okay, it doesn't, as expected. So we would have to, you know, make sure we clarify that we want to go up a level, which is fine with me. I'm totally fine with that. I have no problem with that. All right. So that's all on there. And then, oh, and I guess we don't need, no, we do need that. Okay. So if it is counting up, I'm going to create a variable here. Variable time. And so what do I want it to be by default? I would say this could also, so I might want to on-ready this at onReady. And then we'll have this be another export. Export variable timer length equals, we'll say 30 by default, tends to be what I usually do, but maybe I won't. And if I want that to be like a float versus an integer, that would be interesting. I usually don't bother with a countdown with a float. I'm not really sure how I'd want to structure that. It would be, I don't know, maybe I do want it to be an integer if I'm, or a float, if I'm being honest. Maybe I do want it to be a float. So that would be the default, right? So we click on this, and then we can change this value to something else. And in the time panel script, I would say timer length. And so that way, it will start out at whatever we already have it at. And then we can subtract. If the counter is counting up, we'd want to say time plus equals 1.0. Now, it's not going to go up gradually, right? It's not going to count up. Unless I were to do like delta time. I don't know. That's getting a little iffy. You know, like the count up. I mean, it can be a float and show as an integer, and life will go on. I think we'll be okay. We'll see. If timer count up is true, then we want to subtract. I don't think this is going to work like you think it will. But I don't think the float, because it would have to subtract it on a millisecond. So then just change your timer to that. Now, if I do that, Godot actually gets a little angry. So if I switch this to 0.1, okay, it doesn't get angry. Okay, it gets angry if I do 0.01. There it goes. That's when it gives me the warning, if I do 0.01. But that's kind of what I want. May behave significantly different depending on the rendered or physics frame rate. Consider using a script's process loop instead of relying on a time. So that's the thing, like, I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do that. You know? So maybe we'll just do 0.1 and we'll just be okay with that. How about that? And then we can do plus equals 0.1. Then it will count up more slowly. Oh, kitty cat. Oh, we got, oh. Kitty cat is unplugging my headphones, tapping on my keyboard. This kitty cat is causing chaos. All right, hold on, sorry. Chaos has unexpectedly ensued. Yes, buddy, I do love you. I love you so much. You know I do. You know I do. Come on. All right, come on. I know you want to cuddle. I love you. Come on. It's okay. It's okay. You're a good kitty cat. This might annoy you or help a lot. Maybe both. Why not both? Cats always do chaos. Don't I know it? Kitty, press the round button on the left. No. No, don't listen to Dragonblade. Dragonblade is nice, but means harm. Okay, this might annoy you or help you a lot. In editor settings, you can change the idle parse delay and code complete delay. So see code stuff faster. What, mate? What? Don't understand. Oh, did Cat stop the music as well? Jeez. Gosh, you really made stuff happen there, buddy. All right. Yeah, he is beautiful. Thank you. Say thank you, buddy. Say thank you. This is Travi. He showed up at our backyard one day. Idle parse delay is the time you wait until the engine analyzes your code to tell you if you have errors or not. Oh. Oh, that might annoy me. But actually, oh, you know what? I thought that it's too long sometimes. But I've also sometimes been like, please don't show up, I'm not done yet. So like, that's interesting. I'm actually, yeah, dude, I'll play with that. I'll play with that. Heck yeah, I'll play with that. Idle parse delay is set to 2. Let's bring it down to 1. Heck yeah. All right, thanks. I might start being like, I don't know what started happening. Everything is faster and I don't know why. And I'll have to remember what you told me to do. The code complete delay is the time it takes for it to suggest code completion, like variable. Oh, so oh, interesting. I kind of want that to be shorter. What if that's immediate? So does that also apply to like, what if I make it 0.5? Does that also apply to like errors and stuff? So if I start saying like if, wow, I kind of like that. I kind of like it. Okay. All right. We cooking. All right. So 0.1. Yeah. Oh, and you thought of it when I was over here making this shorter and waiting for the error. Yep. All right. So where are we at here? So this timer right now, it's not set to auto start. So if I come in here and I set it to auto start, oh, we need to pump it now into the actual time label. Not the time label, but the label that's just called time. So I want to say every time the count function is called, that it's going to update this text. So I want the text to be time, right? And perhaps we have done enough, and it should count down from nothing. Oh, okay. I've done it wrong. I've done it wrong. That's okay. Oh, I didn't mark it as auto start. That'll do it. That'll do it. It looks like we don't have it set as like a default 30 or whatever, so that's fine. Definitely not working. 100% not working. That's okay. We'll get there. I like my code complete delay, like 0.3. So it's long enough so it doesn't show up as I type, but as soon as I don't, it gives me suggestions. Yeah. In process, time plus equals delta time. If time is greater than or equal to 0.1 or something. Oh. Else, function of what do you want to run? If you want to do it in process. So in process, time plus equals delta time. If time is greater than or equal to 0.1 or something, then run the function. So how would it be? This is confusing me. How would it be? So this would be instead of connecting the timeout? Also, I need to figure out what I'm doing wrong here. Where are you calling count? Right here in the ready function of the panel. Oh, maybe I didn't save it? No, I think I did save it. And this is the timer, which is supposed to set itself to auto start if this auto start is checked, in theory. In theory. Ken is happy purring. You can hear it. He is happy. You hear him purring? He's super happy. I'm not editing anything. You're getting the timer length and then editing that variable, not the timer length. Oh. Yeah, and I don't want to edit the timer length. The timer length should stay the same. The timer is just running this function every 0.1 seconds. I don't want to edit the timer length. And even then, you are checking the label to see if it changes. I don't understand. So, in the ready, I've got timer timeout connect. That is to say, when the timer ends, connect to count. Okay, cool. And this is saying if... Maybe we don't have a default length. I feel like so it's supposed to be 30 timer length. Oh... No, the timer length should be... Oh, wait. Yeah, time is supposed to be set to timer length. And this should update when it runs. Do you know what I mean? So the timer, and it should be set to auto start. So let me try this. Let me try setting it to auto start manually. So I'm just going to come to the timer and hit auto start and see if it works. So it should like start... Whoa. Oh, the float is invalid. Oh. First of all, I have to say string time. That's a mistake right there. So this actually... There we go. So now it's working quite well. Whoa, kinda. It looks ugly. Oh, he's kneading on my arm and it hurts. Ouchies. That's hideous. What are you even doing, Godot? Why would you do that? Floating point error. What is a floating point error? Oh, for flip's doggone sake. Is that what they're warning me against? For, like, that I should use the process function? It just randomly draws, it just like adds one sometimes over here. Floats are not perfect. I guess not. I guess they're not. Hi, buddy. Hi. You're acting kind of weird, man. Oh my gosh. He's like, I'm gonna put my scent all over your chin so everyone knows who owns you. Alright, man. Wow. So maybe I do need to put it in the process if I wanted to check this small of a denomination. Basically, decimals in computers are not 100% accurate. So you get some random number after the point. Oh, you can maybe truncate it. Oh, so it doesn't show it? I see. Yeah, maybe. That sounds difficult. That sounds difficult. How the hell would I do that? How on earth would I do that? Is it... What? How the heck would I do that? I mean, I guess I could let go of there being a fraction of a second. I could. I could let that go. Look up format on strings. There is a truncate function of float class, or you can round it. Ooh, I like the rounding one. That sounds easy. Hey, Ashketo, welcome. Good to see you. Look up format on strings. And yes, I'm out of the hospital. Yay! Ashkettle's back! Welcome back! I'm sorry you had to be there! But I'm glad you're back. Instead of string, do %.02f percent time. What? Instead of string, do, it's hard. I have to sit so far back in order to accommodate the cat. So I have to like squint to see what you're saying. Okay, all right. I'm curious what Ash Kettle was talking about, but I'm also gonna try this. That tells if you want 2 decimal places to show up for the floating point number. Fascinating. But round off after 2. Oh, this is what... Oh, no, that's not. Ash Kettle is saying... Ash Kettle is describing what this does. Oh, maybe we just do that then. That's the optimal format string I was talking about. Okay, well, then let's just do that. Dude, you guys are geniuses. Okay, let's try it. This is... I'm learning something right now. I am learning something. Any dates for the game jam? Oh, the new one that I have in mind? No, I don't have any dates for it. I don't. But you asking gets me one step closer, because I kind of wanted to float the idea with the community and see what people thought about it. And then if people ask about it, then I'm like, oh, okay, folks are interested. They want to do it. Good to know. And the kitty cat's out of here. So now it's one step closer to having dates. And the game jam that they're referring to is, the idea is that we spend like a week making an existing game, like, you know, Pong or Space Invaders. And everybody just tries to remake that same game in order to just like learn how other games are made. It's being a small game, and then we can share notes with each other and compare. And then someone had a good suggestion about maybe we add a topic to it, so it'll add a little flair, like space asteroids, but underwater or something like that. So that's the game jam that Hollow Tempest is asking about. I'm making a horror game in Construct 3 because I got a free license for it and wanted to play. Oh, nice. Oh, that's really cool, because Ash Kettle was a lot of help for me when I was doing GDevelop stuff. And GDevelop and Construct have a lot of similarities. I'm very curious to know how that goes, Ash. Wow, cool. Interesting. I am very curious about Construct. Now you can be just like Tim. Format strings are powerful. You need the quotes. Okay, so now the cat's off of me. I can actually lean in and see things. Pulled you from bevy coding in Rust. Yeah, I remember you were looking deep into that. Construct 3, giving out some like free licenses. That's a good trick. Okay, here we go. That's a very decent trick. So I want to say that the time equals, in quotes, so it's a string. Got it. %.02f. And then percent time. Is percent? Does this like mean, is this like pronounced different? Is this like, this isn't what lambda is it? I don't think so. All right. Let's see what this does. Let's see what this does. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Ooh, and it's got the like, it adds a 0. I would like it to be 0.0 number, ideally. If I'm being honest. No, I don't think so. I feel like nobody needs that. Because Godot is just going to get a little angry at me if I add the 0 on here. And then it's going to want me to make it in process. And even though Thoughty told me how to do it, I'm still confused on how to set it up in the process function. Then put 1 instead of 2. Yeah, that's just adding padding to the format string. Oh, it's adding padding. Oh. So what you're saying is whenever I'm typing up print, because often when I'm doing print, I'll be like print time is currently, right? I'll do a colon and a space, comma, time. And you're saying instead of doing it like that, I could get rid of the space and the comma and just put the %, and that would like do the same thing. That's actually pretty cool. That's actually pretty cool. Noted. And then this % is also padding? Not really. Not really. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, so then we make this one. I mean, I have so many questions about this. So you said Ashketo said format string. Oh, okay. We gotta look it up on the web. Godot format string. All right, hopefully my internet can handle the Godot website. Sometimes the Godot website be causing me issues, unfortunately. Yes, but you typed it wrong. Oh, okay. Whole page for it. I tried to write it. You need a global float variable like actual time. You need to increase it in process with delta variable. Oh, you tried to rewrite it. All right, let me see if I can do that. Placeholders. Format specifier. Placeholder types. F, a decimal real number. Expects an integral or real number. Is integral an integer? Is that what they mean when they say integral? Placeholder modifiers. Padding. So we've got %.01f. This is like a whole nother coding language in here. Like, oh my goodness. Dynamic padding is what I seek. Pad to minimum length of 10. Oh, so it's padding it by like number of spaces or something. Oh, interesting. So, I mean, this is padding it to nothing. Pad point, just going pad point 3f, pad point 01f. Print value, some value is print %s % some value. I don't like that as much. I don't like that as much. Dynamic is for padding after the decimal. Dynamic padding. By using the asterisk character, the padding or precision can be set without modifying the format string. It's used in place of an integer in the format specifier. This is so confusing. I find this very confusing. Now, I'm not like a seasoned programmer, so I feel like a lot of this makes sense to people who are. The number after the decimal point is how many decimal digits you can have max. The number after the decimal point is how many decimal digits you can have maximum. And then if you add a 0 to that, it pads the digits with zeros up to that max limit. I mean, I almost just want to experiment with it. What if I take out that 0? What if I just take out the 0? Oh. And then if I add the 0 afterward. Chaos. Absolute chaos. What if I put a 10 after the %? I don't know. Sometimes this helps me learn more than reading an explanation. Oh, wow. Wow. So that literally just actually pads it. It genuinely is just pushing it over. And that's all that's doing. Thank you, Ash Kettle. I agree. But I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, you know? What if I put a 0 there? I mean, that's gonna do nothing, right? Cool. Interesting. All right. What if I put 0.11? What's that gonna do? Chaos. Absolute chaos. Because that's not how decimals work. What if... Okay. All right. %.5, you can have any number of decimal digits up to 5. Oh, yeah, what about that? What is that gonna do? What is that gonna do? Wow, so it adds 5 numbers onto here. And the F was a decimal real number, a hexadecimal integral, an octal integral, a decimal integral. Weird. This is wild. You can use a bool switch to switch on your timer. Like, if is timer active true. Okay, I'm gonna try that. It makes space for that many characters, right? Helps you lay things out properly, right? It's for things like having space for your score number. Currently, if gain like 1,000 points, your score number will go outside of the panel. You pad it so it doesn't go out. Interesting. Floating point rounding errors are funny. They sure are. Hilarious. No, I guess it kind of is funny. Okay. So, if I want, because I kind of do want it to be 2 decimals. I think that would be nicer if we had 2 decimals after. So wait, if I put a 2 here, then we see 2 decimals. But since it's not changing, if I were to make this, you know, 0.1 or whatever, then it's going to, cool. Cool. Whoa. Wild. But this isn't going to update on a 0.01 basis, so this is going to be chaos, because it's like lying. This is currently incorrect. Alright, let's try what, thank you guys for helping me learn this a little bit. Alright, so this is how, if I want to make a timer in the process function, it's literally reading the number 02 is 2. But I typed it that way to have a visual representation of how it'll be formatted. Oh. So wait, if I, oh, that's kind of nice. Honestly, that just confuses me. But I appreciate it. And honestly, I don't know what's worse. They both confuse me, if I'm being honest. Like, it's overall confusing to me. But, because it's just, there's no, like, human readability. You just have to memorize it. But I guess you're trying to add a little bit of that in there by giving it a space. Alright, I'll leave it in. We'll leave in Dragon Blade's artistry. So, let me see if I can set up the process function timer. You need a global float variable, like actual time. So not time. Right, because this is the time, this is like, so this would be like time shown, right? So we'll say time shown. I would like to differentiate between them. I don't know, it's easier for me. I have no idea. Not a clue. But you've helped me get closer to maybe ever having an opinion someday. Because now at least I'm familiar with those existing. Alright, let me pull up this. Okay, so we're gonna say time shown, and then we'll have time actual. I guess I need to on-ready this, not time shown. No, because we're doing... Actually, I don't even know anymore. Because this is supposed to be the start point. I guess I'd want to on-ready both of them, huh? On-ready variable time actual equals $, timer length, so we can set the timer length in the export. No, it just feels wrong for that to be below it. And then we need to increase it in process. Func process with the delta variable. The actual timer is a counter. You need to increase it from 0. Okay. With delta. Right. That, you know, that makes sense. Even though I'm still confused. Oops. Like, what you're saying makes sense to me. Even though I'm still not sure how it's all gonna come together. But once it comes together, I feel like I'll understand. Okay. I've wanted to learn this for so long. So I'm really excited that you're helping me. Learn it proper. Float is important? Okay. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Yes, of course. 0.00. And then in the process, we need to increase it with a delta variable. So I would say and we need this to be the auto start, right? So we'll say ready, auto start equals timer auto start. Timer auto start. I guess, well, but we don't want this to run unless auto start is true. And then if auto start isn't true, I want to be able to start it with other code. This is actually becoming complex. It's becoming a little complex. Because here, this kind of doesn't seem necessary anymore. Because we're not going to use the timer anymore. I see. We're bypassing this entirely. And we're not connecting. So in the ready function, we don't need any of this anymore, basically. So let's not worry about the auto start for now. And let's just do it. Delete everything if you want to do this thing. Yeah. So I'm just going to say... I gotta go find your message again. Okay. So we'll just ignore it for now. I'll add it in later. Time actual plus equals delta. And then do we want to say delta in here? Is this how things work? You're basically making the timer from 0. Yeah. I'm doing this wrong, right? Like, I'm doing this wrong. Like, I really... don't know how to do this. It's good? Okay, cool. After, use an expression if time actual is greater than 0.01. Reset actual time. Oh, okay. So then actual or time actual becomes 0. 0.0. Is that it? Is that it? Is that the whole thing? Yeah, I got it. I caught it. I caught it. And so now, and that's it. And so now I would say, what? This is the whole thing. So this needs to like do something, right? If it's greater, I guess we not only want to reset it, we'd also want it to call the function count, right? Write a print in this statement? What if I just put it in here? That'll work, right? Then we don't have to do printing. Might this just work? Might this just work? Oh, look at it go. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, it's beautiful. Look at it go. Nice. Nice. Okay, I mean, it makes sense to me. Wow. And this is so much better because it's processed. This is dope. Now make it work like a clock? You mean like 60 like 60 minutes seconds? Oh gosh. Oh no. No. Oh no. Oh, that's gonna be no. So it has to like wait. Oh my gosh. We're gonna build an entire clock. That's actually, I feel like making a clock is actually a fun coding challenge and like a learning experience. Okay, all right, maybe I will. You know what? Maybe I will. So if I say, oh man. If I do this in the count, can I say if time actual is greater than or equal to 60.0? Oh gosh, then we have to do this formatting crap. Oh, for crying out loud. I need to read your Discord. My script took me off all servers on January 1st for my yearly reboot. What? What? You made a script for Discord that just automatically takes you off of stuff? That's genius. That's so cool. Time actual will never be higher than 0.01. Right. Oh, sorry. Yeah, thank you. My bad. Time shown. Thank you. Dude, this is Dragon Blade. You're really spring cleaning. That's such a cool way to do it, cause like it forces it, right? I don't want to do this. I want to say nothing is ever longer than a minute. It's a 1 hour game jam and nothing goes over a minute. Oh man. Cause like then like formatting, right? It has to like the text would have to like get smaller or something to fit in there. Dude. And then I have to do more of that string format stuff to get it to like, I have to modify it. I hate it. No, it's just 1 minute max. There's no, you can't do any more than a minute. I mean, I guess you, No. It'll just be a big number. That's all there is to it. So, I mean, I guess if it goes up, like, let's say it just for the sake of curiosity, right? We are not gonna set any of this up. Fun challenge, in theory. Absolutely no way we're gonna do it today. Absolutely no possible freaking way. What if I set this to, I'm just curious. Like, if I set this to 99, I just want to know. It's not that bad. It honestly doesn't look that bad. I mean, I could make it a little wider. It doesn't look that bad. It looks fine. But I could just make the UI a little wider. So I don't have to worry about that in the future. So it looks halfway decent. A little wider than that. Just to have that covered. Why is it? Oh, because we're not saving it? I'm like, I swear this doesn't look bigger. Because I didn't save it. Still needs a little bigger. Save it. Wait. No, it's... Oh, I didn't save it. Am I like losing it here? Or is it not getting larger? I'm gonna make it significantly wider. Oh, wait. Oh. It's because of the object that I have behind it. It's this cube back here. That's what I'm seeing behind it. My gosh, it's playing games with me. Playing games, making games, that's the way it goes. Okay, great, beautiful. Looks good to me. So, now we've got an awesome timer, thanks to Thoughty, Dragonblade, Ash Kettle, Psychonic, and others. There we go. Now, if I want to make it auto start or not, I need to say that this delta thing doesn't like happen, right? So we'll say if, we don't even need to do the if, do we? No, we do need, I feel like we need the if for this one. If timer auto start, then do all that. Maybe time actual or actual time isn't the best name of variable. Maybe just timer, or I don't know, it's just a counter. Why? I like it. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, well, yeah, maybe it's not. Yeah. We'll say time counter. You're right. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yep. Nope, you're right. Time counter. Yep, you're right. Nope, you're right. Yep. Doesn't make sense. Don't make no sense. Alright. Much better. Good catch. I will give Construct 3 one set of props. I've made nearly a whole tiny little game while watching. Really? A 3D horror? I want to see it! I don't know if we had this when you were last in the Discord, but we have a Games by You category in the Discord, and people are using it. It's nice. Next game, you don't have to put it there, but if you do want to share it, I would love to see it. Next game is going back to Godot, though. Let's go. Back to Godot. That's impressive. That was fast. But you also have a lot of experience with gdevelop, so like it's probably easy for you to put something together. Just an idea. I gotcha. All right, so if timer auto start, then it will do it. So I'm gonna have timer auto start unchecked. It is unchecked. So the timer should just be sitting there chilling, nothing changing. I would like it to update the shown though, if I'm being honest. So I'm gonna have it run count. We don't really want it to run count because then it's gonna add one onto it. So I'm gonna have it update the time in the ready function. So that way we can see it right away. I'm kind of disgusted at how little I did on this. That's awesome. I mean, I guess not potentially, but also kind of is. I'm gonna hit timer auto start. Now, is it gonna work? I have a feeling it isn't. It is! Dude, this is better than making a timer. I like this so much better. Because the auto start wasn't working right, there was like more considerations that we had to do. This is way better. Thank you, Thoughty. Oh, yes. Let's go. You guys, I mean, I don't have a credits list for my template. But I feel like I should keep one. Because what if I decide to, you know what? I am going to make a credits list for the template. And let me tell you why. Because I'm thinking this would be a nice thing to even share with jammers, you know? And then I could put this on GitHub as a repo, and then we can keep track. Dude, I'm doing it. I don't care, I'm doing it. I'm gonna duplicate this sheet. This sheet is gonna be alien, and this one's gonna be, what is it called? Oh yeah, jam template. We must. It's just the right thing to do. A bit of effort to set it up, yeah. All right, I concede as much. By the way, to do the same thing, you just need to change your label assignment. To do the same thing, change your label assignment to %d. To do the same thing? Oh, you're just saying like an alternate method? What? Huh? What do you mean? Now I gotta remember everybody who contributed to this. Maybe I'll update it later. We're just gonna click all the rows. I know none of these folks. Boom, 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 boom. Maybe Olaf did give some thoughts earlier? I think so. Don't click the wrong ones or I can't unclick them. We must be careful. Very, very careful. Okay, here we go. Delete the rows. And then we gotta change all these so they make sense. We can keep all these, I guess. Potentially. No, just make them new. Just make them new. The time, not same. I'll post it on Discord. Let's go! Yay! Oh, and then we'll get Ash Kettle on here as well. I know, this is a bit of a diversion. I apologize. I want to say formatting timer. And then I guess we could also say like project setup. I don't know who really belongs in there, but formatting timer. Definitely Dragon Blade was helping with this. Probably Psychonic Joe was helping this. S was helping with that. Fati was helping with this. Olaf, maybe that. Radoslav with this. Progigon with that. Ash Kettle with this. I might have missed somebody who wasn't already on this list besides Ash Kettle. But I don't know that we did. I don't know that I did miss anybody. I think that was everybody. If I miss somebody, I'm sorry. We'll fix it later. Good enough. Good enough. And then we'll just sort it. Done. Done. Credits list done. I try not to check out games necessarily on stream when it wasn't planned, but you know, just looking at like a little preview. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? Why not? We're already distracted. It only makes sense to prolong the distraction. I think that's how logic works. Whoa. Okay, Discord does not like dark mode reader. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh, okay. I see. So we gotta, it's just like an image. Oh, cool. Wow, this looks just like GDevelop. Wow, looks just like GDevelop. This looks exactly like GDevelop. Horror drone looping. Sounds scary. Click the link, that's the game. It looks exactly like GDevelop. Oh wow, the game's already here. Oh shoot. I kind of want to be more willing to play people's games on stream, though. Whoa. Oh! 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 Wow. Wow. Effective. 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 Scary. Don't like it in a good way. Oh, dang. Oh, look at that. Like, that's all you got. Dude, the vignetting is really cool. Like, the 3D vignetting is awesome. There's definite potential. The texture on the ground's really nice. Yeah, this is fabulous. Nice work. I love it. Very good. Very good. Absolute total potential. Perfectly fine. Horror, there is money in making horror games, by the way. Not that that's everything, but horror games, MFs will pay for a horror game. Okay, so we've got the timer, and then, oh, what was Dragon Blade? Dragon Blade, what were you talking about? The time, not same. To do the same thing. Oh, it was a typo. You just need to change your label assignment. Well, what were you talking about? What was this about? Okay. So we've got a timer. That's great. In 15 minutes, it's not guaranteed that you can pull it off in Godot. Certainly not what the fog thing, I think, is what impresses me the most there. To make the clock format. Really? Seriously? That's it? Change your label assignment to %D colon %2D Are you kidding me? What am I typing? This is real? This can't be real. Oh, time shown, yeah. Why is it not an error? Invalid operands float and int. Oh, something has to be different here. Oh, we want to say 0.60, 60.0. Invalid operands float and float in operator percent. In this regard, construct is very good. Yeah, I agree. Times a float. Never mind. Just never mind. Okay. Well, that was fun. I was very ready to be impressed. I was very ready to be impressed. Okay. So, I've got the things I need for the most part so far. Well, I want to be able to make sure I can auto start it. So if I turn off auto start, we'll be good. You can't get the remainder from float for some reason. Boo. Oh, well, that would have been cool. I guess we can always calculate this down from an integer and like insert it into decimal places. I don't know. That seems wild. I've considered before that I buy Construct, but I haven't purchased it. I've only tried the free counterpart, GDevelop. Yeah, I'd be interested, Ash Kettle, to know like how difficult it was to make that. Like if you think you could, I guess if no in GDevelop, no. Well, I don't know. You can do 3D in GDevelop, and it's getting better. But so I guess I'm not really sure what it looked like for you in Ash Kettle. Like if the 3D editor is like better than GDevelop's. You can still do it if you do in-time shows. Yeah? I'm curious. I'm incredibly curious. If you do int time shown %60. Are we making a compromise here? Oh, we would want to do it here though. You're saying up here. Int but we'd probably have to do it for each of these. Both of them. I wasn't sure if Construct didn't have this. So Construct probably has similar awkward 3D experience. It doesn't like this. Oh, because so I need to make this. Oh, I see, 60. I see. So I can't make it a float. Gotcha. Seeing with 15 minutes is quite good. Yeah, it's good. Good demo, Ash Kettle. Timer auto start. Weird. When I... Oh, so I have to do this one too. I see. Because it was working until I started adjusting it. No. So if I don't auto start it, it actually calculates it quite well. And there it's doing 1:39. It looks great. It looks great. But if I try to actually play it, and to me that it seems like that would be related to this part or something. Oh, we need to do the same thing in the count. Oh, okay. Gotcha. That makes sense. Nope, that makes sense. Okay, now let's see. So we're not gonna see. Nice. So we lose the fractions, but that's awesome. That works really well. Gosh, I wish we could see the, like, I would be all in for this. I guess what we could do, you know what we could do, is we could just say if, oh shoot. We could say, like, if it's above a certain, we need a leading 0 in there. We're missing a leading 0. We could, like, I could have like a separate timer for minutes versus seconds if I wanted to. If I want it to be greater than a minute, we can always do that. And Godot, writing the 3D camera control, if you don't use someone else's, is a tricky thing. Writing the 3D camera control? What does that mean? I'm sure we can add it. I guess I could just append it to the end. I think I see what you're saying. It's an FPS camera. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, right, because getting the, like, well, right. Getting the look and the movement, it is tricky. I set it up once before, but I did it because I was following a tutorial. That was the only way I could set it up, and it was tricky. Actually, you're right. That is tricky. That's a good point. That's a good point. That is a hard part compared to what Ash Kettle had. Yeah. Nice. Good point. Well, here's what I'll do. I will keep both versions so we don't have to depend on Dragon Blade to figure it out for me right now. %.02f% time shown. %.02f% time shown. See if I can remember it off the top of my head. %.02f% time shown. Put that in string. There's a lot. This is, you know, and this is the thing about Game Jam pre-setup code. You can really spend a lot of time making something super nice. Which, I don't know. I think there's an argument against it. Potentially a fair argument against it. So I'll have these two options available. And we'll say if timer length, oh, it'll already be time shown, but whatever. If timer length is greater than 60, not equal to, but if it's greater than 60, then show this one. And I mean, as far as adding the milliseconds on there, we could do that, but I don't want to expect Dragon Blade to figure that out. And if they do figure it out, we can always add it in later. So we can keep moving. If timer length, I could optimize this a little bit, but I'm not going to. If timer length is less than or equal to 60, what has happened? Oh. Weird. Okay, there we go. If it's less than or equal to 60, then show it this way. Not the cleanest setup here, but it's mine. Alright. So right now it's 99, which means it should do the minutes on there. And if I bring it down to 60, well, let's do 50. Because I need to also set it to count down. Oh, you can do it. Do 60 and say, wait, it is counting up. Oops, first of all, I think I mixed that up a long time ago. Because it hasn't been counting down this whole time. Right, so so it won't do it if it goes above it. So I actually would want it to be timer shown. Truth be told. I would want it to be timer shown. So that way it can change it. Which isn't great. I don't know that I want that, because that's going to make it feel like something's missing. So I'm actually not going to do that, so it doesn't update it. And that's going to be fine. We actually only want it to be if it's already set above that. I think that's fine. And we could even say, we could even take it a step further, and we could say an export variable up here. This is getting featured. We're getting features added in here at this point. Timer, whatchamacallit? Timer minutes equals false. And obviously this will already become true if the time is set higher, which is a little confusing, but whatever. I don't care. If it's greater than this, or $::, timer minutes. I don't know if or will work that way. Hey, Merp. Welcome. Merp is back. Good to have you here. I don't know if or is gonna work this way. So right now it's false, so it won't be. But if I do check it, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? No. Definitely doesn't work. Definitely doesn't work. Absolutely not working. I kind of thought it wouldn't, but I wanted to see it for myself. I wonder how I would make it work, though. What if I put it first? Like, I wonder if it's that, like, greater than operation that confuses it. No, okay. No, we're not making sense here. That's fine. That's totally fine. I don't care. It would have been kind of nice, though. I mean, I guess I could also... This is so sloppy. Believe me, I know how sloppy it is. Alright? No, don't do it, because... Don't do it. Just stop. Just stop. Just let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Not worth it. Anyway. Just adding features that don't need to be there. But to test it proper, first of all, I need to fix the count up situation, by the way. So why isn't that working? Because I have set count... What if I turn count up on? Does it count down? Probably not. Oh, it does! If it's not... Oh, yeah, I've switched them. Because they were saying if it's not timer count up, it was saying plus 0.1, 0.01. We want it to be the other way around. Okay, there we go. So now it's going to count up. So if I set this here and it's at 60, it'll sit at 60 and count down. Now if I put this at 61, it should give us the minutes. It doesn't. Wait, why doesn't that work? How do you feel about the Arabic language? I feel that it is a language that I wish I knew. I feel sad that I don't know how to read and or speak it. But I'm okay. I'm not that sad because, you know, I wasn't really raised to learn multiple languages, so it's hard for me to learn a new language. And I'm also excited. I also feel excited because maybe someday there's still a chance that I learn it. That's how I feel. Sad that I don't know it, but excited that I could. You wish you knew Spanish? I wish I knew it better. I know it very little, but not much. Knuckle Blaster is learning it. You guys do Duolingo, right? Okay. So this is definitely not working. I mean, the timer length being greater or less than is not switching our times. But then it was. When I made it like 90 or something, it was. You have a lot of Spanish-speaking friends? Right, it just... And that's what I feel about like Arabic and stuff. Wait, this doesn't... Wait, what did... Dragonblade, what have you done? Why is 90 being interpreted... Dragonblade, does this really work? I don't think this really works. I'm commenting this out. I don't know if Dragonblade's even with us, but I'm not convinced that this actually works. We'll comment it out, and then maybe someday we can make it work. For now, it's gone. Oh, and you know what I should do more with my comment outs? That's how I feel about learning any language, is like I want to expand who I'm able to communicate with. I think that's what makes learning languages so exciting, is that you just get more, you get a wider experience of thought with other people. An idea for the topic could be find the blank. Find the blank. Ooh, that's a cool idea. I like that. I like that. I hope you bring it tomorrow so I remember it. Something I want to do here is say, show minutes or not needs work. And I'm just gonna put something I want to start doing with my comments, especially if it's just like a line of code, is just put a little title on it, because now when I collapse it, it just has like a title to it, which I think just makes it a little nicer to see. I don't get why many people use Python. I don't even think it's possible to make 3D games in Python. However, their 2D games are good. I don't know. I don't have... Does anyone have any thoughts about that? I couldn't even begin to tell a thought about that. And is that true? Is that true? It sounds like potentially not true. That you can't make 3D games with Python? It's more made to make operating systems rather than games, I think. Is that true? So GDScript is very similar to Python. First engine in Python for 3D was Alice, which was in 1993. Ash Kettle with the knowledge. What? You're a contributor for it? Let's go. That's super cool. Ursina is a fairly decent Python 3D engine. Let's go. I think Python is great because it's similar to GDScript, and I like GDScript. So, therefore, I'm a fan of Python. Take everything I said with a grain of salt. Yeah, I didn't think so, Merp. I didn't. Yeah, of course. No, but I'm glad you said it because it now Ash Kettle has learned us something. I don't think there are any purely 3D Python engines. Grain of salt. Grain of salt. Most use C++? I don't know. Pygame is still one of the most fun pure code engines that exists. Oh yeah, I hear a lot about Pygame. No. Okay. So I want to say, let's just do this and be done with it. We don't have to get fancy. Sometimes chat can make me get too fancy. And you know what? It's okay to get too fancy once in a while. But sometimes we gotta let go of the fancy. So we can keep things moving. Rust is the new hotness. C++ is last year. Zig is the next hotness? What is Zig? Is that real? I hate my profession sometimes. I know all these words are wild. They're all so different. I think it's magical. Okay, so we'll be fine with this. What even is Zig or Rust? This will work just fine. It'll count down if we don't say that it counts up. Looks great. I'm totally happy with it. I have no problem with this. I really let chat take me on a ride with this one. Set that to 60. It should count down from 60. Looks great. I wonder if it's possible to make Scratch OS kind of like Godot OS. I have no idea. I don't know anything about Godot OS. There is a timer like minutes/seconds. There is? Rust is a systems language like C. It has better security and makes more stable code due to some compiler options. Oh, Rust. I heard Rust isn't cool anymore. Because like the military's gonna use it or something. Like the government's gonna start using it because of that, like, it's supposed to have better security, but like even like what's secure about it is like kind of debatable. Zig is another systems language which is fast with clear syntax. It sounds fast. It's only got 3 letters. It has to be fast. I feel like the timer is good enough. You know what else I'd like to do is, what if I don't want a timer? You know, we've got auto start, we've got count up or count down. We can change the length. It's right there. What if I don't want a timer? You know, I would want to be able to turn it on or off. So I'm going to say at export variable timer visibility. I'd really want it to not work at all. I guess there's visibility versus functionality, right? Like maybe the timer is hidden. Why would I want to hide the timer? I don't know. And that's the other thing, like we need this timer to be connected to systems, right? So I'm making all these things, but am I really considering how this is going to be used in a game jam? I'm nervous about a lot of this, if I'm being honest. We want it to be true by default. Because I still gotta make this fit in with, you know, easily be able to be jammed into something. There's a lot to think about. Atkins Law in Programming stated that that which can be written in JavaScript will be written in JavaScript. Rust is taking over that role, in your opinion. Wow. I might try learning RLUA, Roblox's Lua. Nice. That seems like a good thing to learn. JavaScript's cool. Scratch uses JavaScript as its base, so in a way, I know JavaScript. That may be true. Game Jam idea. You make a game, and then every game is based off the original game, like a certain part of the original game. What? You make a game, and then every game is based off the original game, like a certain part of the original game. Whoa. Who makes a game? I make a game? That's interesting. That's kind of cool. So if timer visibility is false, so we could do timer visibility and then timer use true, timer active, timer visible. Well, I did it and posted it in live chat if you're interested for later. What? I'm afraid I am. I'm afraid I am interested. I'm still here. If I was off of the timer or on a different task for the timer, okay, maybe I would move on. But because this is still where I'm at. Let's go, Dragon Blade for the rescue. Whoa. Let me see what we got here. Let me see what we got here. Variable minutes. Oh, you remade it. Whoa. This is not that complicated. Set minutes to time shown. Divide by 60. Seconds. And this will print the whole thing. So I guess I would want to put this probably out here as like a global thing, which means I'll need to on-ready it. Right? I guess not. Because otherwise I can't access it in here. You have a great MMORPG idea? Would someone do it? I don't know. Not global. When you set the label. What about... What is the idea, Thoughty? We would like to know. Inquiring minds would like to know. So I show it in 2 places. That's why I was asking about the global. Because I'm showing it in the ready function, so it starts out with it visible, and then in the count. Instead of print, yeah, we set it to text. Yeah. It's very long. Well, you know what some of y'all know what I'm gonna say. Some of y'all know what I'm gonna say. If you're worried about length and you want to share it with this community, which I don't blame you if you don't want to. But if it takes up a lot of space and you want to share it with the community, the Games by You category in Discord would be a viable place. You can put text, images, videos, or just text. Okay. So you just wanted to share. I think Thoughty just wanted to share the idea that you have an idea. That's exciting. Like, to be excited about an idea that you have is itself very exciting. Yeah, a whole notebook's a lot. Okay, time box time dot text equals... Wait. How would I switch this to print? Oh, like a string? I see. Like this? Or would I want to do percent and then a string? I'm not exactly sure how to implement this. You need to share it for someone to make it. Oh, that's true. Yeah, if that's what they want. That's true. This can't be what you mean. This can't be what it is. Oh, I gotta set it to auto start. And we should make it count up. Auto start, count up. I've done something horribly wrong. And I have no idea how to do it correctly. Check Discord again. All right. I'll do this. If someone makes it so we can play it, I gladly hand over the nodes. Ooh. Ashkettle has the opposite problem. I have a neat horror thing now with no idea what to do with it. That's not a bad place to be at, necessarily. There's a lot of creative potential there. Did you know that you can automatically port code into Discord? Interesting. I can't find an investor for it either. Whoa. You got a bit. Thonti has like $1 million idea, approximately. Thank you. Timebox/time. All right, what do we got? What do we got? Ooh, it's clean. Hey, this is pretty nice. Now, what if we go the other direction? I don't know if it's worth $1 million, but there are plenty of MMORPGs on the market. That's true. This is nice. This works nice. And then if I say 90, is that going to be a minute 30? Save it or whatever. No idea what will happen when it reaches 0. Or negative. That sounds... Well, now I obviously have to find out. I was shocked to see City of Heroes is alive again. The devs gave all server code and licenses to the folks who ran the private server for all those years, all free. I don't know what City of Heroes is, but that's awesome. That's so cool. What a cool thing to give server code and licenses for an MMORPG to people who are maintaining a private server. That's beautiful. Oh, Dragonblade knows about it. Dragonblade knows about it. Let's see what happens when it hits 0. I'm going to set it to 4 seconds, counting down. The word is that they did. Oh. Oh, it just goes the opposite with a minus. Awkward, but acceptable. Some old drives as a present. I need to create a new account and try it. What the heck is a City of Heroes? Obviously, it's a game. I get that. I know. I thought my Godot just crashed. A dev that left when it was closed. It stole the... What? This is like, seems like kind of like a more modern game. A dev that left when it was closed, it stole the code, had a private server that was illegal, not open to public, so it doesn't get sued to oblivion. And then a few weeks ago, NCSoft made an agreement allowing them to license it. So now they can open it to the public. So they had their own server. And they had this private server so they wouldn't get in trouble. And now they can take their existing server and make it public. Yo, my internet is so slow, but like it's not, like the stream isn't hurting. Which is a little scary to me. So I'm gonna close this. Gotcha. And then what if we, just out of curiosity, this looks good. This is like very good. The only thing I'm thinking of is if I'm usually not gonna go over a minute, how could I make sure, it's the City of Heroes? Yeah. How could I make sure that it doesn't show the minutes? I'm sure I can figure it out. But I'd kind of like it to get rid of the minutes, potentially. Also, just out of morbid curiosity, what the heck would be 9 minutes in seconds? I don't know. 10 minutes in seconds. 600? Let's do 590. I'm just curious to see what happens. That's already too complicated for a basic formatting. Okay. Oh shit. You need if case. That's what I was. Well, yeah, that's what I was gonna do. That's basically what I was gonna do. Was just take the same thing, and also if we don't do auto start, it's gonna show 0, which I don't particularly want. Oh, it's not showing 0. Whoa. Why? Oh, I see. Because I have this in here as what it used to be. I see. I mean, I could just put it in 2 places. Not the end of the world. You know? If it's in 2 places. There's worse things. There's worse things. So if I want to have the if cases, we could say if time shown is greater than 60.0, then do this. If time shown is less than or equal to 60, then do this. No, not like that. Not like that. I believe you. I want to see it not work. I completely believe you. And my brain is going to never forget why this is a bad idea. My brain demands it. So I'm gonna put it at 55. And so it's set to count up. Looks great. Let's see what it does when it kicks over. It looks awesome. I think that looks great. Let's turn off count up. Now it's going down. I think it looks great. I think it looks good. That ain't bad. Dude, that looks fine. That works fantastically. Like, what? It's kind of amazing how well that works. I love it. I love it. It's so good. Set it to 61. Cell to count up. It'll already be in that full format. I mean, it's a little off-center from the word time. That's okay. I don't care. I don't mind. That's alright. This doesn't have to be perfect. I will make this wider, though, so it can accommodate all of that a little better. Maybe not that wide. You forgot to eat tonight? Snack time! It's snack time! It's snack time. Dude, it's like going off center. It's really weird. Oh, look. You can even kind of see it on here. Oh, no, you can't. It's snack time! Snack time. Come on, grab your friends. Oh, I see. It's padding for the 0 as if it was there. Gotcha. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Then that's fine. This is perfect. Beautiful. Amazing. That is a well-earned credit. Thank you so much, Dragonblade. I could have never figured this out. You learned me so much. You can forget it then if you're not hungry. That's true. That's true. You know, I guess if you know you're going to have a consequence later if you don't do it, that's worth keeping in mind. Timer active, timer visible. So if the timer isn't active or visible, if I decide this game doesn't need a timer, I would want it to be different. So we'll say, your stomach reminded you? So I don't understand. So can't you can still eat something. There's still time. There's still time, right? I hope so. Cause honestly, like, for me, if I forget to eat and it's like almost bedtime, like I need to have a snack because I'm gonna get hungry in the middle of the night. And that's gonna wake me up. And it's gonna give me bad dreams. Thank God I'm not literally starving. That's true. At 2 a.m.? Maybe like something light, something gentle. Something very gentle. You know? Do you have gentle food? Some almonds. I don't know. What one person's gentle can be another person's stomachache. I actually kind of understand. Did the subs go down by 2? Oh, they did. They did. You're right. It went down. Wow. No, it was at 987. That happens. That happens. It's part of it. It ebbs and flows, man. You never know why. Like, maybe people were just cleaning up their subs. Maybe they got banned. Maybe they deleted their account. You just never know. It does happen. Hamburger, not gentle. I mean, do what you want. You're an adult. It's your life. I presume you're an adult. Assume you're an adult. But, no, not what I would call gentle. Oh, gosh. You're making me hungry. When the cat jumped up on my table earlier, it knocked off my spoon and got it dirty. So now I can't eat my snack, which requires a spoon. How dare you? If I want this timer to not be active, then I'm going to want to suppress the process situation. I mean, really, that's the same as auto start. It's not really. You kind of don't need it. I feel like we don't need timer active. I think that's unnecessary because auto start basically is the same thing. And I just wouldn't call it in code if I didn't want it to be active. I think timer active is redundant. We don't need it. Timer visible, on the other hand, that might be useful. Important question, hot dog. Is it a sandwich or a taco? Definitely a taco. 100% a taco. Always been a taco. It's a taco. Yeah. I'm trying to remember, like, I think they started making hot dogs because they were too hot for people to hold. And so it helps them hold them. So that kind of changes it a little bit, right? Because a taco is not about protecting your hand from what you're holding. A taco is about containing ingredients. Whereas a hot dog isn't about containing the hot dog so much as it is about protecting your hand. So I don't know. It's more a taco than a sandwich. That's for sure. That's my opinion. That's just me. I could be wrong. I mean, it's a fair question. It's a fair question, and it's worth putting out there. Is a hot dog a sandwich a taco? So we can see what anyone thinks about it. There is a poll right now. So a hot dog is body armor. Yeah, yes, it is armor. It is armor. So I'm not saying this is of utmost importance, but the vote exists. I was not persuasive. I was not persuasive. Someone disagrees. A hot dog is only piece of bread. A sandwich is 2 pieces. Ooh, important point. A friend once told me that a hot dog is a cake. Honestly, this is a very expected result, that it would be half and half. A taco is 1 whole piece of bread. Yeah. There's some really good points coming up here, actually. I think you're all making excellent points. I haven't heard a good point for it being a sandwich, though. So whoever voted sandwich, I would like to understand why you would say this. Is the ocean a soup? Get out of town. Get out of town. Pack all your bags. Move away. All right. To somebody, it's a soup. I want to make this timer not visible. So all we really got to do is just say timer panel visible or not. Simple pimple. So we'll just say in the script, in the ready function, if $, timer visible. If a timer is not visible, oh, right. Oh, we can do what Dragonblade was telling me earlier. I know how to do things now. We can say time panel. Oh, it's already on there. Wouldn't that just be self? We could just do self visible and set it to timer visible. Does that work? And I'm going to say that it's not visible, so it should be gone. Nope. Oh, this is not itself. I see. My bad. I'm confused. Invalid get index timer visible on base canvas layer. What did I call it? Oh, visibile. You said visibile. Let's see if you can spell that right. No, the ocean is a cereal. The ocean is a cereal. What is a soup? Picture me in the pose of the ancient Greek thinker. What is a soup? Important question. That's an important question. Self is your UI node. No. No, self is not my UI node. No, 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 no. No, no, no. It's not. Because I moved it. Alright, there we go. It works. It works! Okay, we can make the timer visible or not. We can set the length. We can auto start it or not. And we can count up or count down. Thanks for looking out, trying to look out though, Dragonblade. So we've pretty much got this. By default, I want it visible. I want the length to be, honestly, 30, if I'm being honest. And then I'd like it to count down. And I don't really want it to auto-start. So this is an important thing. If I'm going to make this for game jams, I want a way to be able to set it off and get it to start. So I'm going to want to set auto-start to become true at some point, right? So, let's say I'm making a game, you know, over here, whatever, blah, blah. We've got the UI thing in here. 3D test, whatever. Let's make a new thing. I'm gonna make a, oh, really, we could just do it in main. I kind of want to make a new scene. I'm gonna make a new scene. And this is just gonna be some random 3D game that I'm making. And I drag in a UI, so I already have a UI on my new game. And I want to make the timer, I want to tell it to start when something happens, right? So let's say the player moves around. This would be something to add in too, would be, you know, character body or something like that. But let's make it a key. So I'm going to say project settings, input map. There's already the defaults. So let's just do UI select, which is spacebar. So I'm going to add a script to the top node, node 3D. And then I never really know how to do an input function. Input event? How do you use the input event? GD script input event function. I've like wanted to use this, but I don't really understand it. Using input event. It's just a base built-in type. Okay, all right. Okay, but where is it? Problem, if we talk about food too much, at 1:30 a.m., I can't order anything. Oh, that is a problem. Oh, we got another vote. A sandwich? The votes are leaning towards sandwich? Guys. I'm curious. I'm very curious. I respect your opinion. I will say, I mean, if you're thinking about it being folded over, right? No, it's not 2 pieces of bread, but it's kind of emulating 2 pieces of bread. So, you know, if you hold it like, if you hold a hot dog here. All right, Pikachu is our hot dog, all right? I'm sorry, it's all I got. Pikachu is our hot dog. If you hold a hot dog like this, right, and you be eating Pikachu, nom nom, right, taco. But if you hold the hot dog like this, and you eat it like this, nom 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 nom, now it's a sandwich. So I think there's something to be said about the way that you eat the hot dog as well. Just thinking out loud here. You voted sandwich because the texture of bread. That's a fair point. Fair point. Yeah, taco. Well, there's soft shell tacos, but soft is still not bready. That's a great point. Now I want to have a bread taco. Stormrun fell asleep at some point and just woke up. I swear, for 5 minutes I've been walking around a dark house thinking it's 6:30 a.m. instead of p.m. That does sound like a dream. You are not dreaming. You are not dreaming. This is real. Here, let me pinch you. Come here. Let me pinch you. I'm a pinch. I'm a pinch. Come here. That's trippy. That's honestly kind of cool. I'm actually a little jealous of you, Stormrun, because that sounds like kind of a fun party. Is it the shape that matters or the texture of food? Stormrun was already here earlier. No. Stormrun was here earlier. Stormrun already got their song. One song per member per stream. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair. Jump into the server and spray water all over your face. No, savor it. Actually, savor it, Stormrun. Like, watch something. Or you are watching something. Do something that you like doing, because I bet it'll be, like, even cooler. I got mine earlier. Been here, but sleeping. Yep, got the song earlier. That's how it works. How do you do a function input? I know, but I don't want to put it in process. Closing your game if event is input if event. Oh. Oh, okay. So if I say if event is how do I even refer to it? UI select? Like, how do I even refer to it? Not as a string, right? I'll just say print press. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. Expected type specifier. It's a class, I think. Oh, hey, Havan, welcome. Let me turn off the dark reader. If event is input event key. So this is some, it's some variable somewhere. How would I, if it's a class, so if I say UI select, it should find it? Could not find type. How do I tell it that it's a class? Maybe I'll see what ChatGPT can do for me here. I just want to have an event be based on input. And I know there's a way to do it. Thank you for the tip, Hoppin. Hackier the better. Maybe. GD script, make this work, please. I said please. So there are different types of events defined by some struct, e.g. input event key or input event mouse button. Oh, so I do have to say input. That's not like a variable. You're saying that that's a class, not a variable. And I think ChatGPT is bearing that out. If input is input event mouse button and event dot pressed, and then we say the name here, that example is not using the input actions, it's checking the key itself. Input event action if event is input event action, and event pressed. I have no idea what I'm doing. And then we have to do another event. Button index? What the heck is a button index? It shows that the left mouse. So this must be directly related to mouse stuff. Instead of mouse, I want it to be input map action. Stormrun thought of it though, and I would say a hot dog is just a hot dog. Ooh, that's a good point. Right, we're sort of forcing you into a... Alright, it's kind of a weird question, isn't it? A hot dog is just a hot dog, guys. A taco, for me, needs to be a hard shell, because I consider soft tacos to be burritos. Ooh, another controversial opinion. Is a soft taco just a burrito? Oh. Oh, we just put it in quotes. If event is input event action, we don't have to say pressed. If event action... Oh. If event action... And this is what ChatGPT says. We'll see if it actually works. And if it's select, then print press. Does that work? Hell no. No, that doesn't work. Thanks, ChatGPT. That's printing. Oh, wait. No, wait. Hold on. I wasn't running the scene. 3D test 2, we'll call it. I wasn't running the right scene. That's why. Here we go. Let's try it now. Oh, it's still not working. Okay, it still didn't work. I'm actually a little surprised. Especially since Godot isn't upset with me about it. I also accidentally closed it. That example is not using the input actions, it's checking the key itself. A different type of events defined by some struct. Right. I mean, that makes sense. I guess it just doesn't work like I think it does. Wouldn't it be easier to check it? Well, yeah, it would be easier. I just would rather it not be in process, just from like, I don't know. It just like bothers me putting things in process that like maybe don't. Because here's the thing, if suppose I knew how to make this work, like I already knew how to create an event based on an input or a function, to run a function when an input happens. If I just knew how to do that, why wouldn't I do it that way versus putting it in process? Because putting it in process might be easier since I don't know how to do it this way. But in terms of like learning, I would rather find out how to do this so I don't have to run it in process if it doesn't need to be in process. That's the way I think about it. That's the way I like to do things, but you know, I can understand not wanting to do it that way. I'll let it go in a second. I promise. Here, I'll give myself a timer. I'm giving myself maybe a little longer than I need. I'll give myself 5 minutes to sort it out. But that's it. Oh, I can't put it down there. Okay. 5 minutes, and then I'm not allowed to keep trying to figure it out. I don't think I'll need that much time. Here, I'll tell you what. I'll make it 3 minutes. User input results in events being sent to each viewport. Input event class. Oh, it is a class. Very true. I guess what I want to do is like call a function with input without putting it in process. Using user input to call functions. Oh, I guess I should say GD script. That might help. Might help a little bit. Reddit's a bit risky for my internet, but I'm willing to take the risk. Oh, button pressed connect. Really? There's signals that just exist for inputs? No. Okay. This might be specific to this person's situation. Alright, I'll let it go. I mean, there's a minute left for me to figure it out. Run a function when a key is pressed. 2020. How do I call a function from another node? Doesn't Godot UI use signals? True. Yeah, absolutely. %. I don't know how that works with like just like an input that the player does. Apparently, I'm asking something difficult. Functions in Godot are not first-class objects. That's okay. They can't be passed around like other variables. Yeah. Use the input function. This function is called whenever an input event occurs. Right. Oh, the timer ran out. Are we sure there's not a way to do it? Ah, I hate it. The timer ran out. No. I really don't want to do it in process. I really don't. I mean, this is really just an example, you know? I just wanted to, and this would actually be a good thing to set up for my, I don't know if the timer, I don't know if, I think I want to choose to disobey the timer. I just think this would be really useful. Like even just for like having, I think that's something I want to have. So the whole point of this stream today is that I want to get some stuff set up to help me in short game jams, like the one I do every Friday. That's a 1-hour game jam. And I want to have everything kind of that I can plug in to these games so I don't have to make them from scratch every time. Something that would be nice to know how to do is how to just like call an event with an input and then set that up to do different things. I would actually really like to be able to do that. But I'm a little shocked by how difficult this is to figure out. GDScript fix this. I've started to just type less and less into ChatGPT. Make sure it's properly indented. It is. But thank you. I think this is the same thing, ChatGPT. ChatGPT's like, this looks good to me. Looks good to me. Should work. Looks good to ChatGPT. But it's not printing anything when I press space. Unless UI select isn't activated. But then wouldn't I get, I feel like I would get like an error if this wasn't working, you know? I guess I'm surprised that I'm not getting an error of some kind. I mean, I could, Maybe you need to check if you've pressed for the event. Right. And event pressed. Let's see. Same result. Dang. That was a great guess. Unless I'm doing it in the wrong place. Oh, I played the wrong thing. I played the wrong thing. It's hard to remember. Ah, still nothing. Still nothing. I need to set this to my main scene immediately. UI select. I mean, that's one of them. Like, let's say, what if I spell it wrong? UI select. Just spell it wrong. Is it going to yell at me for doing the wrong thing? It's not. So it doesn't even care if I do it wrong. What's up, Joe Schmo? Yeah. Okay, so here's what I'm trying to do. All right, it's time to bring out MS Paint. So I want, when the player presses a key, let's say spacebar. When the spacebar is pressed, I want a function to be called. That's it. Nothing less, nothing more. Nothing more than that. Spacebar is pressed, function is called. Done. That's all I want. Print event.action to test. Interesting. I've done this in C#, but it works differently there. To me, this seems straightforward. But maybe it's not. Maybe I'm bugging. Who's not? Joe is Joe is Joe Schmo. Print event action. In the process, let's do that. Input event action. Not input event action. Oh. Identifier event not, oh, we can't do it in process. I see. So we'll just do it here. Gotcha. I would double check in project settings to make sure you have spacebar set up for an action. That's a good call. That's a good call. Whoa. It did not like event.action at all. It's like, what are you talking about? What is he even talking about? Which maybe that's weird. So in the project settings, Godot by default creates all of these, and one of them is UI_select, which should be spacebar. I could add this in here. It does say space physical when I press it myself. Still nothing though. Good thing to check. But you're saying not event action. If I just get rid of action and say if event, I gotta remember to play the scene. Whoa. Invalid get index pressed on base input event mouse motion. Mysterious. I think on the documentation that we had, Godot input function, they had a list. Input event, the base class for all input events. If you want to check the key, you can use input event key, but for a key code, not for an action. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Oh, so this doesn't work with the input map actions. So I guess then my question changes. Instead of spacebar, I'd want to know, how do you do an input action? So maybe I should ask that differently. But you're saying, but it sounds like you're also saying that can't be done. That's interesting. I guess I wouldn't mind knowing how to do it this other way too. Read one message before? Oh, okay. Wait, really? Oh, did it? It might have. So sometimes YouTube be blocking messages. 8 votes and it's still a sandwich. Wow. You know what? I respect the results of this poll. Sometimes YouTube deletes messages. So this is what we've got here. It might have taken out your message. It might have thought it was a link, a URL, or it had like it thought it had a bad word in it. So it might have like blocked your message, unfortunately. And sometimes when that happens, if you can't figure out what it was blocking, you can always put it in the Discord, in the live text. If you want to use action, I do. I want to. So bad. So I guess I was doing this just to test if I could hook up. It's blocked. Interesting. Dang, doesn't want us to code. You might just replace something, like just replace, if there's a dot in there somewhere, replace it with something else. Or like, you know, I don't know, spacing it might see spacing it out. But it's probably trying to protect from like bots or what it thinks is a bad word. Block the code sample. Yeah, that does happen. So there's live text in the Discord, or you can replace, probably if there's a dot in there. That usually is what triggers that. You could replace the dot with like a, I don't know, the letter O or something. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to say, let's say I wanted to start the timer. Basically, I want to set up an easy way to start the timer in code, and I wanted to test it. That's all I wanted to do, is just experiment with that. So, I mean, we could do it in process, right? And I could just say, if input I don't even remember. I honestly always forget how to do input. I'm going to keep it really real with you. I always forget how to do input, guys. If I read it this way, yeah, that works. If event dot is action pressed, and then action. Let's go. Ooh, let's see what we got. Okay, it doesn't. Oh, it does work. We got press. I'm spamming the space bar. It sees it one time. A few times. Oh. It sees it 4 times, and then it's like good. It's not the most responsive function call. One, two. It's like a delay. Yeah. That's interesting. We say just pressed. Let's see if it'll allow that. Nope. I made that one up. So it's not very effective. But it works. Kind of. You see that delay? Press it. So it doesn't come. Press it. There, it got twice racked up. This is kind of wild. And why does Godot keep disappearing? There's some weird stuff happening. Another solution is when you use key code instead of action. That's true. That's true. That's true. I'm kind of opposed to it. I don't even know what the key code would be, for one thing. But alright, let's try it. If you want, you can use input event key. Oh, so I'd have to format the way I was before. If event, I don't remember how I had it structured. If event is, yeah, thank you. That's what I was looking for. If event is input event key and event dot pressed. And then we say if event dot key code equals whatever the key code is. Not that I know what the key codes are. Key something. Oh, look. Oh, cool. It tells me what they are. Okay, that's actually kind of nice. That's actually kind of nice that there's autocomplete on that. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. All right, let's see if this works better. Oh, loaded the wrong one. I never use the scene loading. Okay, here we go. Oh, this doesn't work. Oh, there it worked. Eventually. Why does it disappear? This is so strange. This is so mystical. I'm like creeped out. Like, why aren't you obeying me? You're the computer. You do what I tell you to do. Oh! And then it finally does it. Insert chatter text. Hey, you know what? You just wanted to have something to say. And you know what? I will insert the text there in my mind. Well, that was disappointing. That was overall very disappointing. Apparently calling the input as a function is not effective. So, never mind. Let's do it in process. Let's just do it in process. Oh, now I gotta remember how to even do this, because I don't. I usually don't do it. I think it should be called in process function anyway. Yeah? I mean, that's what sorry, I forgot your name. Havan was saying. And I thought it was worth exploring how to do it, but it does seem like that's a mess. So, never mind. Never mind. Godot input pressed. GD script. Just help me out. I don't remember what it is. I cannot assist with that request at the moment. Is there anything else I can help you with? No. You let your inner AI out. That's hard to say. Your inner AI out. You let your inner AI out. There it is. If input, you let your inner AI out. Oh, this is interesting. Wait. To create an input event, Wait, that sounds like what I want. Yeah, this is from the docs. Oh, you're saying something else. Due to keyboard ghosting, is action pressed may return false even if one of the action keys is pressed. That keyboard ghosting. Gotta watch out for those ghost keyboards. Okay. Alright. Well, I gotta say, now this is actually creating an action. But don't create a new one, use an existing action. I'm not giving up yet. I'm not giving up on the process being the only option yet. New input. Event input event. Action string name and then event input event. Okay. I'm not sure why it wouldn't just do that in the first place. But okay. So I want this to be UI select action add event, event input event. Adds an input event to an action. This input event will trigger the action. So do I just want it to say input event? I feel like I don't need that argument. Right? Can I just skip that argument? Maybe? No. No, I cannot. That doesn't make sense. Argument 2 should be input event, but is GDScript native class. No, it says input event, but I see, I understand. It's completely something else and not what you want. Oh, okay. Okay. Thanks, ChatGPT. All right, never mind. Never mind then. Never mind. I'll give up on it. I'll give up on it. I thought I would give it a chance. So I think we just want to grab this right here. Oh, this is still an input event. I refuse to give up on this. Maybe I should. Maybe I'm stubborn. If input is action pressed, UI select. None of that, please. Absolutely none of that, please. Will this really work? Oh, and then I have to run it. I have to run it as the scene. Hell no. Oh, same thing, the ghosting. It's the same thing with the ghosting. Okay, so screw that. I will put it in the process. It's interesting that it kind of works. But not so interesting that I plan to try to figure it out. Gotta run the scene, not the main one. It's actually still not that responsive, if I'm being honest. Okay, now I'm just absolutely confused. Is it... I wonder, Dragonblade, is it because of the... No, I don't know. What? So even in process, the same thing is still happening. What is going on? So in that, if that's true, then maybe it was working just fine. Wait, now it's not working at all. Unless I come back here. Because I'm clicked on the window. Godot is behaving very strangely right now. Okay, I'll click... This time, I'll click on the output first. Do you see how, like, slow and weird it's being? And look, right now Godot is locked up. I feel like I need to restart Godot. Like, something strange is happening. And, like, Godot keeps, like, clicking away. Like, my Godot instance is freaking haunted right now. Well... The time is nigh, then. For the Godot... The waiting for Godot moment. I think that it's here. You know what must be... Sometimes when Windows update... Is Windows Update doing something? It's like my whole computer is just like... Dude, they heard me. What is happening to my entire computer right now? I can't do anything. This is chaos. We live in a world of pure chaos. And this is how you know. I don't even think we can read from waiting for Godot, because I think I'm waiting on computer. Chiwas thinks it's a taco. We're gonna read from it anyway. What exactly did we ask him for? Were you not there? I can't have been listening. Oh, nothing very definite. A kind of prayer. Precisely. A vague supplication. Exactly. And what did he reply? That he'd see. That he couldn't promise anything. That he'd have to think it over. Oh, man. All right. All right. This is getting ridiculous. This has gone on too far. We are not doing anything that wild here. I gotta turn up the music. What am I gonna do? What else am I gonna do? I can't even... Okay, we zoomed out. At least I could zoom out. Well, guys, my computer is having an absolute meltdown. It's having a literal meltdown. And I don't know what I don't know what to say besides hope you're doing good. This is one of the most egregious things I have ever experienced. It finally died! Godot finally died! It's dead. It's dead. And my computer is running fine now. Dragonblade, do you think it's because I set my parse delay so low? Probably not, right? That would be weird. It's probably not because of my parse delay. All right, Gwiz says that it's, welcome Gwiz. Gwiz says that it's a taco. I agree. That is my belief as well. Godot, we just started it. We just started you. My belief is that it's a taco, and I'm honestly shocked that more people don't agree that it's a taco. When will Godot arrive? When the frick will Godot arrive? I don't know. Apparently, it's gonna take a long time. I don't know. We lost Joe Schmo's comment. So I gotta move up here. I still don't really understand the difference between unhandled input, and process. I just know doing stuff outside of process often causes unexpected stuff. Yeah. So, I mean, of course, process calls every frame, right? Unhandled input, no idea. Do not understand what that means. Could not tell you. Absolutely could not tell you what that means. But input, maybe. Belgium fries. Unhandled detects the input only when another element, like UI, didn't detect it. Whoa. Okay, so now that I know what I know, I gotta say, I wanna try. Now that I know, well, first of all, let's see what it's like in process. Let's see if we can keep chaos from breaking loose. I don't know what happened in Godot. So spacebar isn't doing anything here. I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna set in my project settings, or would that be editor settings? I want the window to be on top. I can't remember how to do that, but I know you can do it. Editor? Screen. How do we put it on top again? Somebody told me how to do it the other day, but I forgot. I forget so many things. Run. Output. I did it in my other project. Appearance, text, that's text editor. Tacos have a continuous piece of bread, and a sandwich has two separate. Agreed. Complete agreed. Shout out to Godot Steam. What? What I want is I want to put it on top. We're just deep in confusion. That's how I feel. I just feel completely sucked into a world of chaos and confusion. That's my experience right now. Okay, whatever. So I don't... Oh, maybe it's like a right click up here or something? No, it's not. I don't like this input method. Every time I use in process in a singleton and I handle it. What we do when you hit 1K? 1,000 second game jam. 1,000 second game jam is what I will do. Every time I use in process in a singleton and I handle the input when UI uses it. I'm lost. I'm just like living in a world of chaos. So their press just appeared. We're still getting wild delay. 1,000 day game jam. That makes total sense. What would be wrong with that? Doesn't sound too long. I'm pressing spacebar furiously. And it takes so long for it to actually appear. It's doing the thing where it disappears again. Is UI select a mistake? I feel like I'm like losing it here. So what if we try something else? What if I create my own action? How about that? We're just gonna say press. I'm creating a new action. I'm done with this. Add, instead of spacebar, let's make it the letter G, okay? The letter G. And we call this press. Okay? Do you like that better, Godot? Are we happier this way? I opened the wrong scene again. Decade jam? A decade-long jam! I guess it's better. It's still kind of delayed. It's a real thing, look it up. Shorter than the decade jam that started back in 2020. That is a real thing? At that point, that's just like work. That's just work. 5 years, 10 months, 7 days, 6 hours. That's wild. At that point, this is just promo. This is just self-promo. That's all this is. Just put your game. Are you working on your game? Put it in here. Done. Genius. Brilliant. Oh man, guys. Maybe it's a bug. You should update to Godot 4.2.1, but I don't know. Oh yeah, I could do that. I voted sandwich, but I never saw it. Yeah, you voted sandwich? I really think it's a taco, you guys. Look, I respect differences of opinion, and to be fair, these are very nearby. They're very close to each other. But I really think it's a taco, you guys. And again, I will demonstrate on Pikachu, right? In my mind, if you're eating it like this, Progigon uses they, them pronouns, and Progigon was here earlier. If you're eating it like this, right? Hot dog. If you're eating it like this, it's a sandwich. And especially to the point of the poll, taco. Sandwich. I'm just saying. Ban the people who say sandwich. YouTube won't disclose that information. You had function input event, but you didn't declare the event as a variable. Oh, before? Thank you. Don't eat Pikachu. Sorry, Pikachu. Something is very wrong here. You know what I'm gonna do? Something is very, very wrong here. I'm gonna start a new project. I'm starting a new project. This, I don't, like, is it the project? Like, I could upgrade to 4.2. That's not a bad idea. But, we're gonna say Godot 4.1 Experiment Project 2. Yeah, that's what I called it. Title gore, let's go. With more context, I'm gonna say taco, right? Well, you can't change your vote. Because sandwiches just suck when they're that thick. It's just annoying. That's true. That's true. It's too big. It's too big to eat like a sandwich. Exactly. And like, you gotta do this? Doesn't make sense. Where are you gonna split it through the middle? Yeah, of course. I mean, here's the thing, Olaf. Right now, I'm having a problem making this work even in the process function. So like, the issues that I'm experiencing, I feel like it must be a project thing. 3D scene. I'm gonna add a script, node 3D, open this up, in process. What the heck do we say? Oh gosh. Yeah. If input action is just pressed, UI select, print press. All right. Show me the money. It's lagging. My whole computer is lagging. And when I press it, it's not very responsive. This is wild. And to me, that's kind of why it's not great. What if I put it in physics process? I'm just completely confused here. I thought these things were simple. I thought these were the simple things in life. Was running input in process. This is more responsive and less laggy, but I'm still spamming it way more times than it should show up, than it's showing up. So I'm still very confused. And look, it's glitching. All right, I'll do it in 4.2. I don't see why that should make a difference. I've made games before where you spam keys, and there's no problem. Wait, it's lagging literally. Yeah, with just the input. I'm saying, like, something very strange is happening, and it's making me feel like I belong, I don't know, somewhere. I need to be, like, put in a home. Solution, you get out of my face. That's it, just get a new computer. I did reboot Godot. Absolutely already tried that. Definitely already tried that. Not it. Like, this is just chaos. And does not make sense to me. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Reboot computer? I could do that. Just get Linux. Just get Linux. Obviously, you can solve this problem if you just get Linux. I have a theory. So I'm looking at OBS right now, and it's demanding 2 million kilobytes. Is it this sub count? I'm deleting this sub count. Because I don't really care about the sub count, but you guys had suggested it. I mean, it makes sense that OBS would be demanding so much memory. After all, it's streaming. It's obviously OBS. No, guys, I stream all the time, and this never happens. Or else it would be sub count. No, I got rid of it. It's fine. It's not gonna go up. It's not gonna hit 1,000 today. I promise you. I guarantee you. It's not gonna hit it for like a couple weeks. Okay. I mean, that's not making this run much better. So that didn't fix it. 2 gigabytes is a lot. Yeah. Solution, don't stream. I bet if I stopped the stream, it would still be doing it. Like, this is just weird. Like, let's say I delete system 32. Oh, yeah, that sounds like that would work. Right, because system 32 is busy with the system. And so if I get rid of it, it will speed everything up. Yeah, that's a good idea. And I'll make sure I, like, write, like, a batch script so it definitely will delete it. Because sometimes you try to delete system 32 and it's like, no! And I'm like, but I want to! So sometimes you just have to really, like, force it. And then everything works better. Alright, I'm gonna load up the game I usually work on. Oh, remove the sad! I'm happy now! If you need ideas, there are plenty. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna load the project I usually work on, which, by the way, has inputs. It has inputs. You press buttons and things happen. Including ones that you can press in a spam-like fashion. Spamming, no problem. We can press the W key and run. Spamming, no problem. This was my progress, by the way. Everything, this was from last night. We got everything so we can click on anything and attack it. So now, like, the trees have HP. And the houses have HP. And it's, like, just, like, one scene that I have to add, pretty much. And it will, I mean, I will say, it's lagging a little bit. But not bad. And we can add health to anything, pretty much. So this is working great. Download more RAM. It's old. Everyone uses 64 now. That's true. 64 is old too. Cool kids use 72-bit systems. Back in my day, we only had 8-bit. So there's definitely something. Maybe the code is. Am I making dumb code? Am I making stupid code? Let me come into the place where we press buttons. It's even the same one UI accept for jumping. It's literally the same thing. It's not the code. Maybe it's the printing. Make sure you subscribe and hit that notification bell. Yeah. Absolutely. Ghost in the system. For real. It doesn't want me to be able to cheat in the game jams. It's not cheating. Okay, so I'm gonna have this, instead of just jumping, I'm gonna have it also print press. Now obviously this requires us to be on the floor. Will you ever do videos like non-streams? Yes, I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I know that would grow the channel so much faster, but I like streaming. So I mean, obviously I can only spam it when I actually jump, but it's lining up beautifully. It's working quite well. Every time I jump, we get a press. Do you think making more shorts would help you in subscriber game? Maybe. They don't really bring in a lot. A little bit. A little bit. It depends, you know? It depends on what the shorts are. G-Wiz says yes. I think videos will be the biggest. I post BS on my shorts and they get way too many views. Right, but is that subscribers? Views versus subscribers, not the same. Okay, so let me find the run, which is pressing the W key. Can't believe we're doing it this way. It is what it is. Here we go. Alright, this is if you press the W key, and this is what makes you run. You tried to say does not equal subscribers. I stole all the Godot subscribers. Yeah, you can only subscribe to one person who does Godot. Look, I'm spamming it, and look at it go. Every time I press it, let me move out of the way. Right here, you can see this number going up. Okay, there's really nowhere for me to go, so I'm just gonna disappear. Right here, when I press W, look, it's fine. That number is flying up. No problem. Look at the little thing. It's working great. There's something in that project. There's something about that project. So the other thing is Dragon Blade had me change the delay. What was it called for my editor? Oh no, it's still 0.5. That's not it. It's not that parse delay, because this one, I don't know, you have ghosts. That project has ghosts. But then again, when I made a new project, I'm so confused. The only difference is both of these were creating a variable first. That's about the only difference. Any mention of content creation, and I'm like, ooh. You can't wait for May. Yeah, Rogigun, you're gonna be doing some more videos on YouTube. I love it. I love it. I love to hear it. Yeah, I want to make videos. I just, I don't know. I've made a couple before, but like I didn't really think they were relevant anymore to the way the channel was changing. And so now I just want to make sure that whatever videos I make fit what I want the channel to be. And it, you know, I'm trying to like do a job that is scalable. Some videos that I can make more of. Arguably overthinking it, but I don't really care. I like streaming. I just like streaming. I prefer streaming, but I will do videos eventually. It's not exactly the same because they're using input dot is action pressed, whereas in the other one it was something like if event dot pressed. Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. I feel like it must be a little different. I feel like it must be a little different. Okay, and actually, let me even go to the other project. Dude, that's gotta be it. That has to be it. Has it been replaced? Ugh. I hope not. I hope Joe Schmo is right. I really do. I really, really want Joe Schmo to be correct. Very badly. Very, very badly. I really need this to make sense. I like this. I like doing a stream where all I'm doing is just figuring out stuff in Godot. You know, it's not like for a game. It's just like stuff. Stuff. There's a lot of good learning in here. It wasn't good in process either. Right. Well, I changed it to physics process, which is where it was in the other game. Oh yeah, we just finished the live action Avatar last night. It's great. I love the Avatar live action. It's so good. It gives you like a different way of looking at the Avatar universe, which is really nice. Oh yeah. Yeah, it was changed. Thought he was right. It's loading right now because I'm zooming. Okay. So here's the other way I was doing it. Is action pressed versus just pressed. This is a brand new project. Right, well a brand new project should be better. Shouldn't it be like cleaner? Alright, I'm taking out just. I don't know. I gotta try everything. Oh, this is much better. Maybe. I mean, it's certainly more responsive. It's still kind of lagging, actually. There's still weird stuff happening. Yeah, my computer is still lagging, but it's much more responsive. I'm trying, there we go. Do we have the keyboard up there? It's gonna take like 10 minutes for me to put the keyboard up there. Alright. Maybe just pressed only triggers on release the button. Maybe, but I was spamming it and letting go. I don't know. I think we're still having the same problems. Look at that. Look at the little cursor. It's like, I don't know. This hurts my brain. Well, Rogi, my counterpoint is that it works fine on the other project. This is a fresh, brand new project. Like, I'm thoroughly, deeply, absolutely lost. Back to Unity. And the reason why that message isn't coming up, even though I've clicked on it, is because my whole computer is just lagging. Because it's still trying to close the game. Okay. Alright. Yeah, in my other project that I usually work on, there was no issue. Stuff doesn't make any sense. So this is how I did it in my other project. Select. If input up, print, press. I mean, whoops. No, not that. Really not that much complexity here. Pretty straightforward. Pretty simple. Are they on the same hard drive? Yes. The projects are in... They share the same parent folder on the same hard drive. So I'm pressing it. It's not bad. You know, I think because it's not just pressed, it's quite overly responsive. So I'm gonna look at how many times it's printing it. It's a little slow. Yeah, it's lagging. So it says 9. Press nothing. See how it like takes some time between the input and the print? I mean, that's strange, right? Getting no lag. Yeah, what is happening? So there was the other, I mean, I'll try doing the input delay parsing thing. The parse delay. What if I set that back to 2? I don't know why that would have any bearing on this whatsoever. Not a clue. Need to ask Juan? Yeah, that'll, I mean, I don't know, man. I feel like that's just inviting getting myself dunked on for making an obvious mistake. Oh, the idle parse delay is 2 seconds. It's not even 0.5 anymore. Oh, man. I'm lost. I'm lost. I mean, I guess I just don't care. I guess something else I could check would be like in the game, right? So what if we don't print? What if we don't print? What if we just say, let's just add a mesh into the scene, a camera and a mesh. Make it a block. Move the camera. And then we're just gonna say that it appears and disappears, right? Whenever we press it. Simple stuff. If input up, mesh instance visible. Will it toggle it if I do it like that? Probably not. I don't think that's how things work in Godot, Lise. But bless your heart for thinking that'll work. I really respect you for thinking that'll work. Don't do that. I don't know why I thought that'd work. Let's have its position go up. 4.2? Yeah, we could try that. I mean, I could try it. Let's say position plus equals vector 3 1 0 0. Interesting. So you know what I think, guys? I think printing for some reason is just happening much slower. Oh, thanks, Joe Schmo. That's what I was looking for. That's what I was looking for. Something like that. But look, entirely responsive. I think the problem is the printing. Because this is completely responsive. No lag, nothing like that. And if I do, now if we do print, I guess I've never really tried to like responsively do printing. Look, it's not keeping up. It's better. Suddenly it's better. No, look, it's lagging. Try with simple pressed, not just pressed. When I did simple pressed, it would do too much. And then hold it. Alright. Alright. I'll do that. Very smooth movement, I will say. Very smooth. Over here, not so smooth. So I think if I were to guess what's happening, it's that the print, the log doesn't respond as well as the game itself does. So I think that was my problem all along, was that I was trying to test responsiveness using the output log. Because this is incredibly responsive, no issues, everything is fine. And I mean, you guys are saying that it's very responsive in yours, which is just kind of like interesting and weird. Kind of interesting and weird. I could open up 4.2. We could try that. See if it prints more efficiently there. Do I have a recent 4.2? It might not be super recent. It's 4.2.1. It'll have to do. Not a huge problem. Right, like not a big deal. So I think the lesson here, and I don't know if you guys can replicate this. I'd be curious to know if y'all can replicate this. But it seems like the responsiveness is an issue of print. Which I never knew. I never knew. I'll send you something that came up about printing when I looked it up on Discord. I don't think it is the reason for your problem. Oh, okay. All right. But it does sound interesting. Godot 4.2 Experiment Project 1. I'm gonna do the same test. It's kind of interesting, just to like learn things. 13 votes, and I'm afraid hot dog is a sandwich. Hyper Game Dev Community says hot dog is a sandwich, man. I mean, I don't get it. I don't get it. It gives an alternative to printing. What? An alternative to printing? What? Only thing I can think is maybe it would have something to do with that virtual keyboard on your screen intercepting input and causing lag, but I don't know. Well, Joe, we just tested it. I tested it with an object on screen, and the object in the game ran fine. It was very responsive. What I'm finding isn't responsive is the printing of the messages. Does that make sense? So like I'm gonna set it up again, but I had an object in the scene that was moving every time I pressed the button, and it was smooth as butter. No problem, no lag, everything was great. But at the same time, the messages were printing slowly. So to me, it seems like it has to do with the print function somehow. Which is just interesting. You create a text file and tell Godot to write to the file. Oh, that's interesting. That sounds like that would work. I like that. All right, I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna make a little camera, and then we're gonna add a little mesh instance. Gonna do the exact same test. See if somehow, for some reason, it's faster in Godot 4.2, printing messages. Why not? Why not? That's what we're here today to do, kind of, in part, is just try things. I gotta remember the code. We'll just say this. If input, we'll do just pressed, we'll do pressed, we'll do them both. Print press, but further, I want mesh instance 3D position plus equals vector 3.100. Okay. What happens? What happens? You sent some useful info? Nice. I'm incredibly intrigued. Wow, 4.2. Alright. There we go. Very responsive. And it took so long for the presses to appear. It took so long. So there's the number. Look, it still hasn't appeared. There it goes. Look how delayed it is. The whole system seems to be slow now. That's not not true. Like it is possible that like I do agree that my computer is being a little slow. But so maybe, but you know, it's like interesting that like the game, I don't know, you know, it's hard to say. Because there's also like a frame rate like for the stream that I'm keeping track of, and it seems like kind of okay. I don't know, it's tough. I don't know what those flashes were, but they were scary. They were frightening. It might be a Windows restart thing. I think that's a fair possibility. But what is interesting to me too is that it's fine in the game. So like somehow Godot is prioritizing. Let's just do pressed. Godot is prioritizing the game running over anything else. That was so fast. Oh, because we're in process, not physics process, so that was a little faster. I've had issues of Godot taking forever to load and run scenes, and it had to do with the way I installed it. You don't have to install Godot, though. But I hear you. So anyway, so I think for me, I feel like my problem is kind of answered here. That just don't use the print method for checking responsiveness. To me, that's the lesson. But Rogi sent some things that I might find interesting, so I'll check that out. So I'm going to continue working on my game jam thing. I am going to keep it in 4.1 just because that's where I started. I'll convert it if I need to. I might start doing my game jams in 4.2. It's just my other game. I actually probably should upgrade everything to 4.2, truth be told. But I've been kind of procrastinating it. Not that I need to procrastinate it. What can I say? I'm a procrastinator. I got the ADHDs. It's what happens. Fixing jitter, stutter, and input lag. I don't know, because there's nothing wrong with the motion of objects. It's like not the issue, right? The objects are fine. The issue is printing. Hopefully this website doesn't slow my internet down. Printing is slow because Godot has to build the string, pass it to the standard input, and display the data. Oop, this is killing my internet. Nope, gotta go. Alright, if you guys notice the stream glitching, yeah, I can't go to that site, unfortunately. It's too risky. Too risky. My internet is plummeting. That's what happens when we go to websites like that. Too risky. Too risky. Has to be like a very well optimized website. Okay, anyway, so I'm gonna go back to working on this because I feel like I understand the problem. So the main thing that I wanted to set up was just to try. We're back to working on it again. Here we go. Unlucky. Yeah, I mean, the other possibility is that the internet is just goofy now. It could be bad internet o'clock. That's also a possibility. Because it is getting really late. I can't believe how long I streamed. I actually was planning to stream a little shorter today. It could be that the internet, it could just be bad timing. We'll see. So what I'm trying to do, by the way, ultimately, is set up ways for me to make game jamming in 1 hour a little easier. If I'm almost done with the stream, like, dang, what have I achieved? We've set up a timer. I didn't set up a score thing. Yeah, it could just be the internet is goofy right now. Let me try switching my internets. Wow, I can't believe how late it got. Wow. All right, let me switch my internets. I'll be right back. The internet is gonna be swapped. Wish me luck. I hope it all goes well. You might have to refresh. Okay, we should be back at this point. The live stream has returned. This happens. We got goofy internets. Apparently we got goofy printing. The internet is better now, so actually, Roki, I can check out what you were talking about. Yes. Thank you, Rogi. Alright. So this looks stable. I think we're good, which is nice. Because now, we can check out the link that you sent. Now we can check out the link that you sent. And all I really wanted to test was if we press the input. I gotta say, now I'm kind of curious to try the input functions. Like, if I was making a mistake by using the printing to test it, maybe it actually was good. I'm gonna do the same test, actually, before we do anything else. I'm gonna use the same test. That's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna move a block. We're gonna move a block. Yeah, the internet looks great for now. Mesh instance, make it a box, add a camera. This is the way to test it. I don't know about no print function anymore in terms of that, but when does input call? I've never heard of that function. The idea and the reason why I want to try it out is that this will call when a button is pressed, in theory. And there's some different formulations that we experimented with, and it did work. It just wasn't responsive. But then it wasn't responsive in the process either. So I was like, okay, maybe it does work. So I'm gonna say position plus equals vector 3 0.0100, but it has a parameter. Yeah, yep, I know. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, and so in some of the other formulations, we used the event parameter. So for sure, worth pointing out that this might not work as such. But it does. But it does. Guess what? It works. So get rid of the parameter. See if it still works. Doesn't work. Look, guys, I'm not trying to tell you why it works. I'm just telling you that it does. Alright? Like, you don't have to like it. But I'm telling you, it works. And it's responsive. And I mix the input with input. I don't know what you guys are talking about. It works. It works. Look. It works beautifully. No problems. And if I hold it... I knew it. I knew it! I knew it should work! If event, not if input. I will say, it's a little goofy when I hold it. Alright, let's set it to event and see what that does. Oops, gotta open the right scene. So does input just call when any input is pressed unless specified? This works too. Yeah, this works too. Now, interestingly, holding it does not work as well. So I'm holding it, but it actually doesn't work whatsoever. So event is seeing it as a single press. So I can't hold it. But if I set it to input, oops. If I set it to input, I'm gonna zoom it in just a little bit. Hey Merp. That's how I always use it. I don't think I've ever needed to use the event parameter personally. So when I took out the event parameter, it got angry. But I'll try it again. Ugh, keep loading the wrong one. Okay, hold it. Now it lets me hold it. But you can see it's a little weird. It's a little like laggy. Now if I get rid of the event, Godot's gonna complain. The function signature doesn't match the parent. Parent signature is underscore input event. Input event to void. If you use input class, don't use it in input event, just in process. Why not? The thing that confuses me is that input is not in process or ready or anything. Right. It's on its own, so how does it know what to call? Especially, because I think so, it's like a built-in thing in Godot. Godot has, just like process, just like ready. It's pointless? Really? So if I were to name this function pointless, I mean, this wouldn't run. Ugh. Function process is pointless? So of course this doesn't work. So what I think, and again, I'm just kind of guessing here. So what I think is this is a built-in feature of Godot, right? That it can detect input. Why is it playing the same songs? I swear it's not playing different songs. I think what Thati is saying is that input is useful, but the way we are using it is trivial. Function process. Use input class in input event is pointless. So how else should I, so right, and you're saying use event, but it's, the thing is it behaves differently. The way we are doing it is functionally the same as putting it in process. That's interesting. I still have some like concerns about that being true because it's behaving differently. So for example, here's with input event, if event is action pressed. I'm gonna hold it down. It doesn't constantly move. If I tap it, it moves one at a time. Don't mind whatever that flash was. You see what I'm saying? Holding it doesn't move. Tapping, it does move. So something is different with this versus if I do input here. So that's all I changed. When I do that, and if I hold this, it's gonna move more consistently, but it's kind of laggy. Now, if I switch this to process, I guess I could just rename it. If we just say process delta, and then try to run it that way. And now I hold it. Look how much faster it moves. It's completely different. This is, I don't see how you could say this is functionally the same as the other one. They seem quite different. Like maybe it's the delta that's making all the difference. So this moves very smooth. Let's make it even smaller. Completely smooth. So you see what I'm saying? They're not the same. They're not all the same. Use the key code if you want it to hold down an input event. First of all, I believe you. Secondly, I personally only want to bother with inputs that are on the input map. Maybe that just makes me stubborn. That's what I'm saying, it's different. Or use input class in process. Godot passes the event parameter to the function in the background, just like delta is passed to physics process. So anyway, so to me, process is going to be more taxing, and maybe I'm wrong. Like if there's an input that does, if I don't have to put it in process, why would I? Especially if the functionality is quite different. So there's process. If the only thing I change here is input, which by the way has to have event, otherwise it won't work. And no, we're not using the event parameter, but it still demands that I put that in there, or else it won't work. And if I hold it here, it moves much more slowly, and it's like inconsistent. It's not like delta. And I'm not really sure how to like make it be delta. I don't really understand how to do that. I'm sure there's some way to do it. I just don't know what it is. Because I'm too much of a noob to know how to do that. But you can see it drags more. It's not a smooth thing. So event is an existing thing in GDScript itself. Yeah, something like that. And so to me, I would rather use the input event. If it's as accurate, I'll try to describe it somehow. So it's meaningless to use the input class in the input event because the input class serves the same purpose as the input event to detect incoming signals. It's meaningless to use the input class in the input event because the input class serves the same purpose. The input class serves the same purpose as the input event to detect incoming signals. I don't see how that's meaningless because then it has to be, a function has to be called somehow, right? Input callbacks will trigger only on frames in which the engine has actually detected the input. Right. Well, that's why I want to use it. That's what makes sense to me. Whereas if I put it in process, it's going to be running on every single frame, which if I don't need it to run on every single frame, why would I? And so to me, that's not meaningless. Unless there's some alternative, some way, which is my original question, is how can I call a function with an input? Like, that's what I want to do. I want to press a button, and then it runs a function. And that's what I want. If possible, for best performance, one should avoid making input checks during these callbacks. Process and physics process will trigger at every opportunity. They don't rest by default. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. Detect the input twice. So then to me, my question is, what's the alternative? How can I use the input map? That is to say, something like UI accept. I want to use the input map. And when I press a button, I want it to call the function. Like, that's all I want. And from what I can see, this is a way to do that. And if there's another way to do that, I think the keyword in what Thoughty said is signals. It's meaningless because the input class serves the same purpose as the input event, to detect incoming signals. The class detects incoming signals, and the event detects incoming signals. So you have to create a signal and put it where event is. That would be, so that was actually something I was wondering earlier. If we can connect an input event. Is that, if that's something we can do, a signal, I would love that. And then the input function will call when a signal fires. I would love that. That would be awesome. So then my question would be, how do I connect that? So if we just say, I'll just call it input, like this. That's my guess, but I'm not 100% sure. Input event action. But like, where do I even put this in, you know? You're referring to physical input signals. So I just want to be clear, Thoughty. I'm not interested in that. I don't want to use key codes. Is that bad? Is that weird? Like, I don't want to use key codes. I want to use the input map. To me, there's more value in the input map than key codes. Even for a little game jam, I'd still rather use the input map above all else. That's just me. Right, but I don't want to use process. What's the problem with it? Well, I mean, sort of what Rogi pasted before here. For best performance, one should avoid making input checks in process and physics process, because then it will trigger at every opportunity. But I don't need it to trigger at every opportunity. So for me, I would rather only use the input if I need to. That is to say, why have it checking at every single frame? I mean, look, and I want to say, Thoughty is like knows stuff about Godot, and like I have to think that we're just misunderstanding somehow. But I don't get it. I don't get it. Ultimately, I don't get it. I feel like I need to add some credits for this. I mean, I'm still working on the game jam thing, believe it or not. Technically, that's what I'm working on still. We've definitely got some new faces contributing in here. I think it could detect the input twice because the process function calls so many times. Right, so wouldn't the... Right. So, like, maybe it's okay if it's calling it twice. Suppose that that's actually true, right? We accept that that's true. Wouldn't that still be better than calling it constantly in the process function? Do you know what I'm saying? Formatting timer, and then we're just gonna say input. Progigon, Thoughty, Joe Schmo. Someone else too, right? I'm missing somebody here. Maybe not. Oh, Olaf. Hazen. Havenleet. Man, we've been working on this one for a minute. I like this though. I want to do more like general Godot streams, like not like not like here for any deep particular purpose. Even though we are here for a purpose, but it's interesting to do like this kind of stuff, I think. And then Olaf. All right. Credit sheet updated. If you want to use it in input, you either don't use the isPressed method or you use the key code. Don't use the isPressed method. Or you can use your own duplicated method, of course. I'm so confused, Thoughty. I mean, I have these specific... So here's the thing. I want it to be input action, not a key code. I don't want a key code. I want it to be an action. I want this function to be not process. And this is like what I'm looking for. I want to use an input action, and I don't want to put it in the process. And I want it to call a function. But this was interesting with the connect. I'm not sure how we could make that work, but I'm gonna say for my needs, this works well. And if for some reason there's some other thing, then okay. All right. So the thing I wanted to test forever ago was making the timer visible or not visible. So that's kind of the whole thing that I wanted to test, was to see if my timer visibility can be, or even not visibility, the that too, but specifically the start. So I'm going to say timer auto start goes to true. So we just need to look within here for the UI and say timer or if that's been pressed, then I want timer auto start. I guess I could say, I could even ignore the if. So if I just do this. Now here I don't have the input event. And it's not, oh, because we're not doing the same thing. I have to do underscore input. And now if I do event, because I think these are connected. Okay, let's see what happens. Does the timer up here start? It does. Whoa. And it's turning it on and off. Why is it turning it on and off? That's weird, right? When I press it, it starts, but it doesn't stay started. And if I hold it, it just goes for a little bit. That's like interesting, right? Oh, because this is looking for just pressed. I see. That makes sense. Because we're not setting it to true and to stay true. It's only true as long as it sees it as just pressed. So I would think we would want to say, if it's pressed, then update UI timer auto start to be true. So that way it stays that way. And it becomes like the new state. There we go. And this way I don't, for this, you know, this one little thing. So this way, if the player, you know, starts moving, bam, we press a key and it starts moving. So this is what I wanted to set up. It's just a way to have the timer be detected by input. Bam, there we go. Done. Now actually, I am interested in key code stuff. So Thoughty has been talking a lot about key code stuff. And I think for WASD, that could be interesting. I think I'd rather set up a project that already has the input map set up, personally. But we could set up the key code. But I really like, I just prefer an input map to using key codes. So this works well. If we want to start it, that's all we gotta do. We just have to find the input. So if I'm making a new project, I kind of want to have this script already ready for me to attach, if I'm being honest. So here on the main, in this blank node, and I'm just going to rename this to main. And if I attach a script on here, new script, paste all this on here, I can say start timer on press, right? And just have this already set up, ready to go for me. Start timer on press. And maybe I don't necessarily need it, right? We can change what the press is. It could be any key, if any key is pressed. But I think I'd rather it be, you know, if we were moving, honestly. If it was like a racing game or something, right? You move up, you move forward, then the timer begins. So it can keep track of your movement. I feel like that makes sense. But then we could add other things in here as well. You know, if I wanted like a simple character that moved WASD, I'd really appreciate that. I don't want to set that up today. I don't really want to set that up today. You know what I'd rather do? I'd rather come into this project, into this jam template, and I want to set up in the input map. I'm going to get rid of press. I'm going to add a new action. Not even a new action. We could just keep the ones that are built in, right? Because what's going to make that useful is we can use a character body 3D. And if I come to the left, and I just add in left A, that's going to save me some time. Right, add in D, up, add in W, down, add in A, or S, sorry. Now we've already got that in there. And now I don't have to think about that anymore. So if I add a character body into here, let me get rid of this 3D test thing. I'm also going to make this the main scene now. Project settings. Scene. Oh, it is using the right one. Okay, good. Beautiful. So then for this one, I'm going to add a mesh in here. You know, we could have a camera already ready to go. That would be nice. I usually want a camera, personally. And, we could say, like, something for, like, a third person. You know, I don't mind setting this up every jam, honestly. But we could put the camera on the character body. Have it up and back a little bit. And then we can add a collision on here. We just need a ground. That would be a nice thing to have, is just having a ground. I would appreciate that. I'm going to make a static body. And the static body, I'll add a mesh in there. And this is going to be a plane. Make it quite a bit larger. Just gonna make it infinitely, not infinite, but very large. Larger than I'm sure we need. Oh, what the hell, make it large. Make it even bigger. 3,000. What could be the consequence of that? Obviously that color is horrid. Alright, so whatever, there's my ground. Yeah, I made it purple. Give it a collision. And so now... a script inherits from native type node 3D. So it can't be assigned to an object of type node. Oh, okay. Okay. Alright. Heard. Oh, I have to add a script to the character body. And then this will already have the UI left, up, right, and down. And now that I've set up... of course, we can't see anything because there's nothing in relative space. So we can't tell if we're moving or not. So maybe I'll drag that 3D test scene in here. Just so we have something to tell that we're moving around against. And there we go, WASD. My dream is finally realized. And then I could set, I mean, I would think usually if I'm gonna have a timer that starts automatically, which that could even be something I set on here, right? I could give myself a little Boolean. Well, I don't know if I would do that. I could even put that on the main node, right? So the UI, the timer auto starts. You know, at some point, something has to be input somewhere. Or typed in code somehow, at some point. But it would be kind of nice if I could just check a box. I mean, I feel like it's more main, like what kind of game is it? I think I'm gonna put that in here. At export variable. We'll say racing game. You know, I might change my mind about this, but for now, let's say that. So if racing game is true, and then, you know, I could even move this input stuff out of here and put that on the timer. And we could say that if racing game is true, then on input of movement, so I could grab this out of here. I guess I'll put that on the instance in the timer. Instead of UI accept, it could be left. I don't think this will, will this accept? This probably won't accept multiple. I don't think that'll work. It has to be 1. Unless I can put... Can I put it in here? I don't know. That might not work. And then instead of UI timer auto start, we just want that to go up 1 level. I don't think that's gonna work. To do multiple inputs that way? Yeah, it doesn't work. But if I were to just keep this as left, and then I move left... Oops. Probably should end the string. That might help. Dude, I swear, this is just repeating the same songs. I'm so confused. It usually doesn't do that. It's behaving strangely. A lot of things have been behaving strangely. I'm like, I just heard this song. Then again, I have been streaming for apparently 7.5 hours. It doesn't feel like it. That's ADD for you. So if I just have it set to left, starts just fine. Will OR work here? I mean, this is terrible. There's gotta be an easier way to do this. And then let's add in wrapping. I'm amazed we haven't bumped up against that. No pun intended yet. Okay. That was left, worked fine. If I move right, worked fine. And that could be different. In some games, I might want it only to be up or down. You know? But I could always come, since I made this code, I can always come in here and change it. You know, I don't have to have a caveat for every little thing. But maybe, you know, someday I realize, oh, actually, the way I end up needing to change it is this way or that way. So now I've got 4 different possibilities, up, right, or down. And any of those will start the timer. And we're good to go. Racing game template. Now, as for... So now I need to make sure that if we check that box, this is actually going to look for that. So none of this would even happen. I would want to say, if $, dot, dot, it'd actually have to be, that's going to be tough, because how is this going to check for it? We'd have to do get node main, right? So this can only work within that framework, which I don't really like. So actually, let me try this. I'm going to actually not put this in main. Yeah, I don't think that makes sense. I'm going to take that out of main. So right now my main script is just empty. It's just empty. Nothing in here. And I'll just put this on here as a boolean that we choose this way. So export variable racing game. We'll say racing timer. And you know, you could think about like laps or something. I think for me, I know what racing timer means, so I'm not gonna worry about it. I could add a comment if I really wanted to, right? Like, starts timer on direction press. So then at least we have that clarifying point in there. And so now, if racing game, then do all of that. Or racing timer, if racing timer. So it's not a racing timer, which means if I hit play, we move around, timer doesn't start. Hit racing timer, hit play, move around, bam, racing timer. Done. So this is kind of a little bit of an edge case. I will say a lot of my Game Jam games end up being racing games. So now in terms of score, right? There's so many things. There's so many things that I want to make a code base for. And I think just next Thursday, I'll just do this again. Because I'm going to keep wanting to add things for different game types. In terms of score, I mean, really, we just need to reference the score unit. Which is a little tricky because, you know, if we're on this main scene here, and I've got logic on my character body, and let's say I want to detect when we bump into something, right? If I want to detect when I bump into something, then I'm going to need that signal to be able to reach inside of this nested scene and update the score. So I'm probably going to want something, some kind of signal that can be sent to the UI scene or that script, right? So for example, let's say I'm going to get rid of the 3D test, we can leave it in there. It's just kind of like random objects sitting around to give us spatial context. And I'm even going to add a node for that. Spatial context. Drag all that in. Then let's add an area 3D. In that area 3D, I'll add a mesh so we can find it. Oh, a finish line. That was something I wanted to make. Then that one takes some more thought. I mean, not a lot, but kind of. I'd kind of like to have just like a texture that gets applied, if I'm being honest. I mean, if I set up a plane, let me get this transform back in the middle. I know we can generate noise, but I don't know that we can generate checkerboard, which would be kind of nice. Like, maybe there's a way to generate a checkerboard. I can't say I've ever tried or particularly succeeded when I have tried, which I know I said I didn't try, but maybe I did, briefly. Noise. It's not a checkerboard. Okay, it kind of is not a checkerboard. I mean, It could look a lot less like a checkerboard, if I'm being honest with you. I'm just typing in values. I'm just trying stuff at this point. Which is always risky. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna do anything. Oh! Oh! Hold on. It's almost a checkerboard. It's damn close. Dumb luck. That's all it is. Is it really setting it though, or is it just flashing for a second? I think it's just loading it. I don't think that's actually making it that. But it was fun to imagine. Type none. Yeah. I mean, it's one messed up checkerboard. At this point, I might as well just make a texture. I'm just not sure how to tile it. Something I'm sure I could learn. Oh, there's also color ramp. Let me see where that gets us. Wait, why is it not updating? Am I bugging or should that be changing? I'm just gonna reset the texture. Noise texture, placeholder texture, animated texture, gradient, curve, mesh, atlas, image. What if I just do like a canvas texture? No. Gradient texture 2D. Ooh. But it's not gonna be like... Repeat. Not quite the repeat I was looking for. I think that's like edges or something. Why not be so determined to do this? Interpolation, constant. Ooh. Hey, okay. Kind of a checkerboard. Kind of a checkerboard. I'm I'm surprised I can't, like, define the repeating. Oh, maybe I can. I mean, it kind of is giving finish line. It's not like a perfect checkerboard, but maybe the checkerboard is overrated. Now, of course, if I try to change the size of this, it's just gonna stretch it. As opposed to what I really want, which is for it to tile it. Right? But I don't have a clue how to do that. Might be able to look it up. Let's see. Godot gradient 2D tile. Draw procedural lines. Yeah, if I could learn shaders, that would probably, I'm sure it could do this like that with a shader. If I knew much about doing shaders. Or even, hell, a tile map? That kind of sounds like a thing that would be relevant here. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not really sure. Yeah, the repeat is just kind of doing edges stuff. And that's just making it look nicer or not. Alright, well, I could just make it, you know, for this one size, and it's not perfect, it doesn't tile, whatever. I'm okay with that. You know, if I stretch it out and then we design it in a way, let's say, 100 seems a little large. Seems a little large. You know, who knows how long I really am gonna want it to be for different games. So let's say maybe something like that. Also, it's, of course, oh, we need to reset these transforms. It's, of course, a little too close to the ground. We want it to be high enough that it won't flip. I'm just enjoying this at this point. It does make me wonder if we couldn't do a checkerboard. Alright, now this is kind of weird. I admit that this is gonna be weird. But what if this color is invisible? Alright? What if it's invisible? You set the transparency to alpha. And what if I duplicate it? Alright. We duplicate it. We make it unique. Change this color to white. There's something here that doesn't make sense, and I recognize that. Oh, what? We can't see through it? That's shocking. I'm actually a little surprised by that. Huh. It's not what I expected to happen. Okay, this is... maybe more complicated than I thought it would be. Maybe a touch more complicated than I thought it would be. Oh, maybe if I put it up here. There we go. And then maybe I have to move it a little bit. This is silly as can be. It's incredibly silly. It's all very silly. I know that. Really? So it's not able to render... Oh, I see. I didn't actually make it unique. I was like, what? Why wouldn't this work? Because it's not actually unique. That's why. I didn't actually make it unique. We have to make the texture unique down here. Probably make this unique. Okay. Now if I change this to white. So actually more what I'd expect, that they're overlapping. This makes a lot more sense. And then now if I move the position of it. Now if I move the position of it. This is not what a checkerboard is. I don't know much about what a checkerboard is, obviously. But this ain't it. It's supposed to alternate. It's not what a checkerboard is. It's supposed to alternate. Wow, I don't know. I guess it wasn't gonna sink in for me until I tried that and found out how not a checkerboard that is. It doesn't look like a finish line at all. I don't know what it's supposed to be, but it don't look like a finish line. All right. Fun. But I think I'm fine with it just being slanted. I think I'm fine with it being slanted. You know, like, whatever. Let it be slanted. Who cares? Who cares? Then we'll turn off transparency. To me, that looks like where you need to get to in a game about racing. where you get to the end. To me, I look at that and I say, okay, that's where I gotta go. I don't think it's gonna appear because there's no lighting. I mean, it kind of appears. It's pretty good, except it cuts off the bottom of the cube. But it looks like a finish line. Works for me. And I'll just adjust its position a little bit. Actually, the area 3D, I have to be a little bit more careful about its position. I think I'd want the area 3D to be at 0. And I think within that, I'd want the textured mesh to be the thing that's lifted off the ground a bit. Not enough. You're gonna have to lift it more than that. Keep going. I'm just kind of curious what the lowest I can put it at without it glitching. I'm sure there's a better way to do this. Honestly, what would probably be best is if we could project something onto the ground, like via a shader. That would probably be our best bet. Or like cut out the object underneath, the plane underneath, and then have this fill in its place. That would probably be pretty doable in theory. I would guess that would be doable, but I don't know. So I think it just has to cut into the cube a little if I want this to kind of work. It's okay. It's just for little game jam games. You can see it cuts off the bottom of the cube just a little bit. Just a little bit. It's so much more annoying than it needs to be. I will say, we could just have it bump up the character too. If we put, like, I don't know if that would work. I could put a static body in there. Give it collision the size of the mesh. Put that in the static body. It might at least bump us up, and it might, I mean, then the cube is gonna go up instead of down, instead of like getting shorter. Or it just bumps. Or it just bumps into it. Not a stair. I don't know how things work. Well, if you wanted to keep being silly, we could tip it down a little bit. This is really getting silly. This is deep silly. This is one of the silliest things I've ever done. 1 degree down. 1 degree down at an angle. Oh, we still just collide with it. Oh, because the collision doesn't match. That's why. I hate this. At this point, now we're just being silly. Now we're just being silly. I gotta say, it kind of looks fine. I don't notice it bumping us up. The edge doesn't look good though. Where it's clipping with the ground looks disastrous. That might even be like a sort order thing. I'm just saying, you might be able to... Oh, and maybe... Oh, I might not need to do any of this junk. I might be able to leave it right on top. Wait, why is it floating up so high? I'm confused. What? Why isn't it on the ground? Oh, I moved the ground down. I was like, what? I might be able to change its sort order. So if I come here and we say on the mesh, I guess, maybe invisibility. Visibility parent. Defines the visibility range parent for this node and its subtree. The visibility parent must be a geometry instance. Boo. Top level on. If true, the node will not inherit its transformation, so that's useless. So maybe not visibility. Sorting. That's not helping. The amount by which the depth of this will be adjusted when sorting by depth. Use the same units as the engine. To ensure it always draws on top of other objects around it, set the value to be greater than the distance between this visual instance 3D and the other nearby. I don't think this is doing what I want it to do. Would be my guess. Unless it just like works when it runs. Hell no. Hell no. It's a weird question, but I'm curious. Godot, plane, sort, above. Yeah, just tell me that. Continuous Y sorting. Yeah, alright. We're this maybe this was not something I know what the hell to do. Someone else has to have ever tried this, right? Godot planes on top sorting. I know, I'm still trying to figure it out. Continuous Y sorting. This is probably not 3D though. This is 2D. I don't think there's Y sorting in 3D. Right? Alright. Fool's errand. Push up the mesh instance. Be fine with that. It's just for little game jam games. I can always come up with something else. This was really all to test score stuff, I guess. Well, the thing is we want the timer to stop. So actually, we're kind of really just setting up timer today. That's like kind of the main thing that I'd be setting up today. Is timer stuff. I guess tomorrow I'm making a racing game. If I don't, it's like, why did we do all this? No, it's fine. I'm just kind of having fun. At this point, I'm just tinkering and having fun. Isn't that worth something? I've been streaming way too long. Way too long. I don't know why. I got hooked. I got addicted. It's like making a big giant project, it gets so overwhelming, you know? There's so many things to work on. And it always, the progress always feels so minuscule in its increments. And it just complexifies every time I add something. But you know, you're working on something newer or smaller, it's like, suddenly, not a big deal. Now I have all the things I can work on, and it's all kind of like not super complex. I don't know, somehow I just feel like it's easier to just get sucked into a new thing than like your existing thing. Probably a lot of fatigue probably has something to do with that. Probably a lot of things are affected by that. Oh shoot, have I been missing chat for the last like 10 years? You guys. I just thought nobody was chatting. Wait, when was the most recent chat? What was the timestamp? Guys, I've just been like in another dimension. I'm so sorry. Worst live streamer of the year award goes to me. I don't know what the timestamp was on Stormrun's last message. Rogi went to go play poker. Oh my gosh, all the messages just appeared. The messages weren't appearing. Hey guys. I see chat now. Wow. And still, a hot dog is a sandwich? Overwhelmingly, a hot dog is a sandwich. Wow, I've been missing messages for 25 years. Did you guys know that I was missing messages? Oh, I feel like such a dork. I feel like such a freaking dork. Dude, I have so much catching up to do. Is anybody still here? I would have left. I would have been like, this streamer doesn't chat. This streamer sucks. Oh man, I promise. I need like, what I need is some kind of way for an alert to happen if like I'm missing chats. Alright. Oh my god. Alright, I'm gonna catch up. So this is from a long time ago. No idea when, but it's from a long time ago. Technically, it doesn't make sense, and it might even cause glitches. The thing I was doing, this is from the input, like 20 years ago. Joe Schmo is still here. Okay, somebody's still here. Oh man, it wasn't updating. It's like my chat app, if I like, you know what it was? It was when I was doing the credits. When I was doing the credits, I was scrolling on the chat to see all the people who contributed, but I didn't, and Olaf is still here, but like I didn't scroll all the way down to the bottom. And since I didn't scroll down to the bottom, it wasn't updating. And so I missed everything. Oh my god. I feel so silly. Okay. It's fine. I'm sorry, chat. I'm gonna have to like message everybody, be like, I'm so sorry I missed your messages during the live stream. I just didn't have chat working. So in regards to the input from 25 years ago, you want to take it, but believe me, I didn't come up with what I'm talking about. No, I believe that. Joshmo says, now that I think about it, I see how it does check for input twice. I mentioned the key code as just one option. That new plugin for the camera preview is really nice. Oh yeah, I've heard of that one. Okay, goodbye, Olaf. I'm glad. The stream is not ending. Alright, see you, Olaf. Sorry I missed everybody's messages for the last 25, 30... Dude, this must have been like an hour. It must have been like 30 minutes to an hour that I've missed all these messages. It's actually terrifying. Yeah, that is a nice one. What's it called? Phantasm? Photosensitive? Something like that. Yeah, it seems really good. I honestly, I haven't found myself like unhappy with the camera setup in Godot. Like, it's not great, because like the way that I've been using it is I just click preview and I'm like, looks good to me. And if I need to like adjust the camera itself, I just click on the camera, come down to transform, and then, oop, I didn't mean to hide that. Shut down the chat, shut down the stream. You know, I just like adjust it like this. And for me, this has been perfectly satisfactory. But I also completely understand the value of having that Unity Cinema Machine like camera where you can have it previewed in the corner. I just like haven't needed it yet. But yeah, it does seem like a really nice one. I found a method for you. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I avoided chat. I did not mean to. It was not on purpose. I found a method for you. If event.isAction UI accept and event.isPressed. Can't remember what it's called either, but yeah, it's kind of nice depending on what kind of project. Right. If I really need to like find the camera a certain angle, I actually would really want that. What was it called? Godot Cinema Machine. I feel like that should bring it right up. Phantom camera. Apparently it's called Phantom camera. For animation, it's really handy. Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah, Phantom camera is what it's called. Dang, I can't believe I missed all those messages. I'm gonna remember that for the rest of my life. Did you get my last post with code? Or I blocked it? I blocked it on accident. Dang, what a shame. I don't even know if ThoughtT's on the Discord, and I can be like, sorry everybody. I'll at least post something in the Discord. I'm gonna try it. That's the only way I can honor the absence, is if I at least try this. So I'm gonna hop over here to the time panel where I have this input action. If event dot. Oh, but I want to experiment, right? I kind of want to come into one of these test ones. I should actually probably do it here. And not just with auto start true, but let's have it move. So that was kind of the main test I was doing 25 years ago. ThoughtT is still here. I wrote a novel. I'm so sorry. Did you really? Or are you saying like you wrote a lot and that makes it a novel? Honestly, I accidentally forgot to update my chat app. Or my chat app wasn't advancing. It was like a total accident. I feel much better. We have almost everybody who chatted confirming that they now know that I just couldn't see it. I hate to think you thought I was ignoring. Interaction is very important to me. Remy, what's up? Welcome. Do you have a stream schedule? I joined today and it's nice to hang out here. I love that. It makes me want to work on my project. Let's go! I love to hear it, Remy. Welcome. Yeah, I do have a schedule. So Wednesdays and Thursdays, I stream starting at 2 p.m. Eastern time. You can actually find the schedule on the channel page. And then on Fridays, I stream at 6 p.m. Eastern. I also stream on Mondays, but that's for members and it's top secret. But I also stream on Mondays. But if you come to the channel page and you click on like the About section, right here, there we go. There's my schedule. I am thinking of adjusting my schedule, and I want to say that. And I might not do it soon. I'm not sure. I'm thinking I might start streaming earlier on Wednesdays and Thursdays, but we'll see. But for now, this is my schedule, and it's right here on the About page. So yeah, happens to anyone. Thanks, ThoughtT. I appreciate it. And yeah, the sub count. I took the sub count down like 25 years ago, but I can put it back. I took it down a long time ago because we were trying to puzzle out what was causing all of the weird computer behavior. And I do not think that was causing the issues. Do I still have it in my clipboard? Oh, I don't think I have it on my clipboard anymore, actually. Surprisingly, I kind of thought I did. But I don't! So actually, I can't get the sub count back up here. I can. I can. Right in the Discord here, right? There it is. Give me that link. Give me that URL. Okay. But yeah, Remy, you're most welcome here. Thanks for stopping in and letting me know. Pleasure to have you. For now, I just do live streams. At some point soon, I plan on adding in making videos. I've started doing a couple shorts here and there. But yeah, I usually stream about 8 hours. And I might do less if my internet isn't good. But the internet's good today, so we're okay. Alright, so I want to try that thing Thoughty was talking about 25 years ago. Oh, and so I want to set it up so this mesh moves, right? Mesh instance 3D. Try to be here. 1 hour game jam sounds intriguing. Yeah, we do it every Friday. It's wild. That's actually what I'm working on here. I'm setting up some stuff that I can use during the game jam to making my games faster. I think it's a little bit debatable. No, it's not debatable. No, this is gonna help. I've set up a timer system that's gonna make it a lot quicker for me to make games, 100%. So yeah, it's working. But yeah, because I've been making my 1 hour games from scratch every week, which is fine, but it kind of feels like a bit of a waste of time at some point because I get it, like, okay, I know how to do this. Let's get it out of the way so I can start crafting a game together. And there's different ways you can do it. You know, you can enter your own game or not in any engine you want, as long as it can play in the browser. And all will be well. We got a friendly community here. So mesh instance 3D. I want to say the position. This is gonna be my test again. Plus equals vector 3.0111. Okay. So if you run this scene, when I press the spacebar. Whoa. Oh, I said 1-1. I was like, what are they doing here? I meant to say 0-0. So this was kind of the way that I settled on as working well for my needs. I can press this, it moves a little over, looks good. Good enough for me, right? But Joe and Thoughty, and maybe Pierogi later, are seeing that this is calling something twice that doesn't need to be called twice. And perhaps we can get away with something else. So here's the other method. If event, so instead of input, if event, I hear what you're saying, and so it makes sense, right? Because what you're saying with it being duplicated, input is checking the input, and input is checking the input. So it's like redundant. So like that does make sense, but it does work, so that's why I liked it. But you're saying we can do something different. I could say if event dot is action, not even pressed. Whoa. If event is action UI accept and event dot is pressed, then do the thing. Okay, no error. No error. What do we got? Hey! Ooh, and it runs nice. Whoa. Wait, what if I take out the and? This is nice. Oh, look at that. Wow. And so if I hold it... Thank you, Tati. This is what I'm looking for. This is what I'm looking for. It's still very interesting. So if I press the spacebar, it like sees one and then it holds it. This is kind of awesome. This is fantastic. This works really well. What else is there? And event is... There's no held. That's made up. That won't work, right? Okay, I made that up. I made that one up. I don't know. Input event key. Now I'm just curious. Input event key. Pressed. That's it. It's just pressed. That's all we got. If true to stays key is pressed. So I guess we need process function if we wanted that to check it constantly. Which is fine. I just was curious. Because technically I don't need it to do that. But I was... It's interesting to me to wonder how that could work. Where it wouldn't, like, skip. Not a big deal. Don't need to worry about it. Because this is fantastic. This works super well. This works better than the other way. I mean, the other way was worse. This is superior. This is superior, period. It's super smooth. It's borderline process function speed. Except it's not. It's actually not. It's slower. In a good way. But it's responsive. This is fabulous. It actually is doing multiple. Actually, it looks like it's moving it multiple steps. So it's being pressed many times. So I kind of wish there was... I mean, I'm sure there is no is just pressed. And then, wait, what did this do? When I did it this way, with just is action? That holds it. See how it's doing multiple? So that makes it a little less perfect. But it's very useful. I read half the documentation of input event. Yeah, good call for sure. I never used it. I like the process method. Yeah, you do. You're right. I mean, I probably should learn to like it. By the way, moving object in input event isn't a good solution, but detect the key is okay. True, right. I wouldn't want... That's true. Because if you want the player to have responsive movement, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. But just for, like, detecting if a button has been pressed. It's kind of nice. Yeah, this is fabulous. I love it. Let's use it. So I'm going to come to... I guess I'm still trying to figure out what the difference is between is pressed and not adding is pressed on there. So if I don't add and is pressed, it seems to perform the same. So technically I don't know why I'd want to add is pressed after. Alright, I'm going to copy this. I'm going to put it on my UI node. Oh, I do also have, like, many of them on here. At least it'll be shorter now, which is nice. All right. And we have marked it. I actually want it to, by default, not be set to these things. I'd want to set that in the main scene. So here, the UI on here, set it to a racing timer, and then try it. And there we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. I love it. Looks good. Let's go. All right, let me keep catching up with all the many things that I missed. Shamefully. Whoops, green screen. Okay. It's a possibility to use action in input event, even if you hold it down. Right, yeah, it works really well. I have an extra if. Oh, that was a while ago. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry, everybody. I found out why it didn't work with input event action. Make it. Oh man, you guys were responding to so many helpful things. Oh, I know what you were responding to here. You guys were helping me figure out how to set up this list. Gotcha. Unlike the other input event subclasses, which map to unique physical events, this virtual one is not emitted by the engine. This class is useful to emit actions manually with input parse input event. And that's why it didn't work with input event action. It's a virtual one not emitted by the engine. Useful to emit actions manually with input parse input event. Weird. For action detection like this, you can use the isAction method of input event class in input event. isAction. The names in game development for things are so weird. Lacunarity. Lacuna Matata. Octaves. Was that me looking at like the... I don't even know anymore. Oh, so underscore input event. If isAction UI left. Oh, and so that's where we got all this set up. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, if event dot isAction UI left and event dot is pressed. I'm still not sure why do both. Do a shader, Lise. Do a shader! I didn't. No, I can't. I can't. It's too much to learn right now. I wrote dot because dot blocked the code before. Yeah. Good. That's a good thing to do, honestly. A shader could totally make a checkerboard. Right? I know, I should learn it. GLSL checkerboard pattern. Ooh, Olaf! So long ago. So long ago. Rest in peace, me having known this earlier. GLSL checkerboard pattern. Is that a Godot thing? Whoa. Oh, it's a shader. Wow. Yeah, maybe this is something I should learn. A mask. I should have made it a mask. Can you check a box for triplanar UV to tile it or something? I don't know what it means, but it works sometimes. I love that. Maybe. Yeah, I was thinking we would want a UV unwrapping to get it to, like, behave potentially. You said it's called triplanar? Whoa. Let's look for trip. I don't see it. What about planar? I mean, we could even just look at all UV stuff. That might be... Well, that kind of gives us a little too many options. There's UV1... Oh, triplanar! What? There it is. Why didn't it come up before? So we can set UV1. Whoa, I clicked it. Oh! Joe Schmo! 25 years ago, Joe Schmo had the solution. 25, 26 years ago. Joe Schmo knew what to do. Wow, look at that. Under material settings, it's there. You darn right it is. Oh, it's hella there. Yo, forget this candy cane looking thing. Get out of my face. I don't need this. Now, I mean, I still have to figure out how to make it a checkerboard. But it's definitely tiled. Look at that. Look at that. I mean, that screams finish line. This is a freaking trip. Ooh. Maybe if I adjust some of these settings, get it to look. Oh my gosh. I can't believe I missed so many amazing, helpful things that y'all had to say. So many helpful things. Life-changing things up in here. Whoa. Did I just make houndstooth? Joe Schmo, you've got the knowledge. You've got the knowledge I need. Chad is a genius. Ooh. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it feels so close. It feels so close to like looking damn close to perfect. Honestly, I kind of get down with this. I kind of get down with it. It's a little too... It's got some problems, but... I don't care. I don't care. Don't matter me. Oh, this is the one I wanted to update. Let's go. I mean, it looks weird. It looks very strange. I don't really care. To me, this is satisfactory. I mean, I guess, you know, some of these, like, line up in a weird way. World triplanar. I don't know. I don't know what these things mean. But I love that it works. And what if I change... Oh, maybe if I don't do world. Or I do world. Okay, I wasn't sure if it would adjust to it. It doesn't really matter. I was just curious. Like what that did. Who knows what it does? Who cares? It looks good enough. This is fun. Wow. Alright, I feel more than satisfied with this. Maybe I could make them a little boxier. It's almost a little upsetting to look at. Like maybe they could be a little less small. Wow. Let's go. I know, I'm just overthinking it at this point. It's such a weird pattern. It's honestly a little upsetting. Like how it like wraps around in a way that like doesn't quite make sense. All right. We have essentially a finish line here. Maybe I could offset it a little bit. So like the center line is more... The other thing that I could do is not even do the stripes, right? Like as long as I have it alternating. Like what if I just... I thought I was done. I thought I would stop. And then I didn't stop. Yeah, it's fine. Don't overcomplicate it any more than you already are. I beg you. I beg you. It's so weird how it changes depending on the angle that I'm looking at it. It's very unsettling. Wonder what it means. What does triplanar even mean? If true, instead of using UV textures, it will use a triplanar texture lookup to determine how to apply the textures. Triplanar uses the orientation of the object's surface to blend between texture coordinates. It reads from the source texture 3 times, once for each axis, and then blends between the results based on how closely the pixel aligns with each axis. Often used for natural features to get a realistic blend of materials. Requires many more texture reads, it's slower, and it's unsuitable when you're trying to achieve crisp texturing. Interesting. That doesn't slow me down. That sounds like just what I need. Oh, I see. It's like continuing from this. It's cool in a mathy kind of way. Yes, I like that. Yeah, it's cool in a mathy kind of way. All right. Yeah, you're right. It's giving finish line. You're not looking at this and being like, wait, is that the finish line? Is that the finish line? It's like, there's a finish line. Which is pretty much what I want. Whoa. My curiosity is insatiable tonight. I mean, I'm streaming so much longer. Why can't I control myself? Whoa. Oh, I see. Oh, we can punch the numbers in. Oh my gosh. I didn't even realize that. We can control the positions of these right here. So what if I just round them 0.8, 0.9. That didn't turn out like I thought it would. Okay, apparently it's much more subtle than that. Typing them in is surprisingly ineffective. Perhaps if I knew what I was typing for. It would be more effective. Since I don't know, I'm just wasting more time. But I'm enjoying it. But I guess I was better off just leaving it the way it was. I'm surprised like rounding it doesn't help. It's like logically it just seems like, couldn't I just punch it in? Nope. Oh. Oh, maybe I could change the repeat. She can't quit. She's addicted. If I change the repeat type. I must achieve the perfect checkerboard. This is super trippy. This is actually awesome. Like just animating this in code or something, and like the player can like interact with it. That would be pretty wild. If we do no repeat, what about that like square shape before? Wait. And then what if we add multiple? What if we add another one in here? And this one, I change it to black. I don't know about that, Lise. I don't think that's gonna work. I can't stop. Wait, why does it keep changing? There we go. I want it alternating. I bet some shader could be written pretty easily. Yep. Or depending on if it's an odd or even grid tile in world space, then it'd be white or black. I like that. It probably would be easy. I'm just like, I'm procrastinating so hard learning how to type. Cause I know that the shader scripting language is like just the tiniest bit different than GDScript. And I'm like, oh man, I don't want to learn that. But I should. You're probably right. We'd be done probably faster than the time this is taking. I bet you're right. I bet you're right. Maybe I should. Alright, stop with all this. Stop with all this. Bigger, trippy, mathy, good enough looking way. Live your life, girl. I'm just sucked into it all now. Alright, good enough checkerboard. It's a finish line. Let's go. So, was this what I left off on? Okay, we gotta keep... I feel like there's still chats that I missed before we got all the way through there. Rogi says, I'm totally nerding over shaders this whole time. Triplanar UV, whoa. Yeah, right? I thought the point of UV was to take 3D and make it a 2D texture. Triplanar means three-planed, e.g. 3D. I wonder why that's a thing. It's something like that. Stormrun says, you have some relaxing music. I've been over here playing with the landscapes. Nice. Yeah, so during the member streams, I've just been looking at music that YouTube offers for free. And favoriting them as I go along. Usually it doesn't repeat. But I feel like I've been hearing so many repeats. I mean, there's only so many. There's not 8 hours of music. So it has to repeat eventually. But I'm trying to add more as often as possible. But it can be tricky. It could be tricky. But yeah, I try to listen to things that like give me energy but sound cool. That's sort of my plan when I pick the music. It's like, can I work to this? Maybe. How many subscribers are we currently at? Oh, well, that was a while ago. Rogi went to play poker? Rogi's playing poker? I love that. It's cage roof. Put another material on top with the alpha like 0 like before. Boom, checker. What? Put another material on top with the alpha 0 like before. Boom, checker. That sounds like something that makes a lot of sense. Right. So I would just need like 4 sections of it, right? I don't know. Anyway, this works. So, finish line. If I want to set up the area 3D to really be a finish line, we finally caught up with all the chats that I missed. I'm gonna make this mesh have collision. But I really don't want to do that because I want the area to be quite large. So I'm gonna add another mesh in here. Because I don't want the area to just be, even though we do collide with it, I'd rather it just be a little larger. Just to be safe is usually the way I think about it. So I'm gonna get a box mesh. I made this other one 25, we'll say by 7. So we'll make this 25 wide. Sure, that works for me. So there's the zone for the detection area. And then I'm just gonna make a collision shape based on that. Get rid of the mesh. And now we've got a collision. Probably could have just made a collision shape and everything would have been fine. But this works. And then this will be the detection. So when we get here, I'm gonna want the timer to stop. There's so many things that I want to add in, but I have to stop streaming soon. Of course. But let's at least make this end the timer, or stop the timer. Finish line. So I didn't really get any score stuff set up at all. I didn't get any score stuff set up. Which, like, how am I even... I still haven't figured out how I'm gonna communicate with the scoring. I should probably figure that out. So the finish line, we'll say this is finish line mesh. Finish line collision. And then this needs to be looking for the player, right? And so if it sees the player, it needs to communicate with the UI. So it's a little tricky because that means this is always going to be looking for this. And we could hit an error if for some reason I don't have a finish line in there. So that's just worth keeping in mind. So I'm going to attach a script to this for the finish line. And the finish line will be saying, really it needs to look for the player. So I kind of need to like, I'm going to call the character body player. And we need to add, I need to add an area 3D to the player in order for it to see it. And, you know, I could change the player's collision shape, right? So that's going to be different. So a lot of these things I'm going to have to change depending on the game. There might be a way to, like, calculate the collision based on the shape of something with code. Maybe that's possible. It sounds like something that could be possible. I don't know how to do it. Yet. Player mesh. And then this would be player area. So I'd want the finish line in the ready function. I don't know if I want that in the ready function. Yeah, I do. I absolutely do. I want to say area entered connect, we'll say crossed. Func crossed. And I'd like it to receive whatever. And I think that's already going to be in there. So if I say this, let's say print area. And let me just see if that works. Or if I'm missing anything. Nice, it works. So we got player area is appearing down there. It's hard to see because I'm blocking. There we go. It's appearing very nicely. And so we want to say if area is set to player area, then, so this is all very interconnected, so I'd have to use this for every, you know, I could break this if I'm not careful, which is fine. It's worth keeping in mind. So now I need to say timer auto start goes to false. So that way we stop the timer. So I'll drag in UI and we'll say timer auto start, make it false. See if it works. Bam. Oh, it started again. Oh, shoot. So that's another thing. So I need to make sure those inputs don't start the timer again after it starts or it stops. So I want to say if racing timer and the race has begun, if racing timer and race begun. So I'm gonna set a variable in here for race begun, and it's gonna be false. And then we'll say once this, or if the race hasn't begun, then this runs. And so if it hasn't begun, then we say race begun becomes true. So that way, it only happens one time, and then it doesn't happen again. Beautiful. Time stops. Now I'd also want the controls to stop on the player, right? If we hit a finish line, we don't want to be able to move around anymore. Because let's say there's score pickups. We could also say the score doesn't update, but I haven't figured out how the score updates yet. You know, there's other things too, you know, quality of life things. I could try to set it up so that when this stops, maybe the time gets bigger, and it's like, this is your time, you know? Have a restart button appear so the game can restart. That would be nice. I would actually really like that. That would actually be super good. In fact, I feel like we should put that on the right side. That's what I think. Man, I'm streaming so long. I can't stop. I'm addicted. I swear, it's just looping the same songs. This is gonna be restart panel. It's kind of weird, you know, it's not like the most traditional setup. I'm okay with that. Restart box. And then I actually want this to be like a button. So I'm gonna add a button in here. Let's get rid of these. Restart button. Have it say restart. I think 30 is 30 the size? I think that's the font size I've been doing. Kind of don't need the panel background, truth be told. That's okay. I guess we could just make the panel invisible. There we go. All right, Thoughty. Thank you for all your help. I appreciate it. I need to go to sleep. What am I doing? Why am I still here? Good night, Thoughty. Thank you so much for helping me get my input stuff in check. And, you know, I hear you. Process. I should consider it. But I appreciate your help so very much. And it's always good to hang out. Take care. Sorry I missed all those messages for so long. Bye-bye. When am I ending that poll? Until it says what I want it to say. Until it says what I want. Which is that a hot dog is a freaking taco. That is the only condition that I will end that poll. Otherwise, it stays up forever. Period. Restart button. I want this to... Oh, can we also make it, like, be centered? Oh, it is centered. Icon alignment. Okay. Expand it. Whatever. We don't need to worry about this. So the restart, I'm going to connect it. I'm going to give it a script. And I want to connect if it's pressed. So it's just called pressed. Pressed connect to restart. Get a new func. Restart. And then I always forget what this is. Godot reload scene. I just always forget what it is, because I don't use it very often. Get tree reload scene or something. Okay. Let's see what that does for us. Identifier pressed, not declared. Oh, because it needs to derive from the button. So we want to say restart button pressed connect. Okay. Beautiful. Wait, no, just kidding. Not beautiful. Not at all beautiful. Oh, it's I think it's like it's very similar to this. This is almost correct. Reload current scene. That's what it is. Reload current scene. Done. And then I only want it to appear after we hit the finish line. So I want this to be not visible until we hit the finish line. It's a little tricky. I guess I want to say here in the UI, variable game over equals false. And I'll say if game over make it visible. And then we'll say that when we cross the finish line, I might even want to use this game over elsewise. We have this on the finish line itself. I might want to just say stop the timer here. That way I don't have to have this crossing over. That would be way better. Yes, do that. So if it sees the area, instead of putting this here, I'm just gonna say, indeed, look for the UI. Which I guess it was doing anyway. I'd rather it just go to one thing though, you know? So it's still pointing to the UI. But at least this way. Maybe save some time. I could even add in here. Whoa, this one's got lyrics. It's not really lyrics. It's kind of hard to call that lyrics. Game over false. Wait, if I want that to change the auto start automatically. I can't like just have that be running a function if a variable is true. that might be something better handled with like a signal. Or I come in here and I look for wherever auto start is. If timer auto start or game over. Whoops. And I just zoomed way out. I hate when I do that. I hate when I zoom out. Because Godot is so slow at zooming it. And I gotta wait. See how quickly I can pull out a passage. You see, you feel worse when I'm with you. I feel better alone too. Alright, that was a quick waiting for Godot. Oh, no! Not really. Oh! It's not zoomed in as much as I want it to be, though. This is lyrics. This one's gotta go. Lyrics not allowed. Too distracting. Wow, so this just becomes false, and it stops it. So I guess, or game over. If game over is set to false. Right? That's how I did this. If game over is false. So will that work? Will that stop the timer? Restart isn't visible, which is good. That didn't work at all. Let me see if I can fix that. Now I'm hearing some different songs. Sometimes you just gotta mix it up. I think I'm hearing different songs. It's kind of hard to tell. Finish line. UI game over becomes true. Wonder why it's not working. Game over set to false. Did I actually do that here? I did, yeah, that's on the script. Restart panel. Visible true. If game is over, it should become visible. I'm surprised that didn't work. Wonder why that's not working. Because that's only on the ready function. That's probably why. Because that's, yeah, that needs to be like a signal if that's going to work. That's why that's not happening. So I think we need a signal. If I really want to communicate with this, I think I want a signal. I'm going to do an auto load script. I was waiting for this moment, and I think this is the moment. Man, I really just keep working today. I need to stop. Management. And I'm going to add in here a script called messenger. And the messenger script, no global game manager singleton to handle game over. That's what I'm going to do. I guess it will be functionally the same as your current setup, but often it seems like it might be conceptually simpler. I'm doing it. I'm all in for it, baby. I'm all in for it. That's what I'm doing. I'm all in for it. That's what we're doing. It took me trying to do it without it to realize, nah, we need to do it. I'm in complete agreeance, Joe. Complete agreeance that that's the way to do it. Did I add that? Did I actually add that? Let me add it in management, messenger. Add it. Good, good. And so when the finish line happens, we're gonna want to say messenger what's the signal? Oh, I have to make it a class, don't I? Do I? Can I just say messenger? Wait, I missed something. I did something wrong here. Save it. Because it should pop up. Game over. Emit. What did I do wrong? Do I have to make it a class? Oh, I just type it like that? Why does it need to be a capital M? That's weird, right? Since I didn't make this a capital M. Okay. Alright. I find that a little surprising. I mean, in that case, I'm gonna make it a capital M. Where'd you define the game over function? No game over function yet. I haven't yet. Nowhere. Yeah. Okay, fine. I won't rename it Godot. So the finish line is gonna emit game over. And then on the UI, in the restart panel, well, for ready, we're gonna say messenger, game over, connect. I'm so surprised that I have to capitalize that. And then we'll say, we'll just call it show for making it visible. And we'll say func show self-visible true. So that should make it appear. The method show overrides a really? Show is already a default method? I didn't know that. Showing. Wait. So can I just say show? Can I just like use that? Like just tell it to show? This won't be called by the engine and may not work as expected. So does that mean I could just say, I could keep this as showing, and then instead of visible true, could I just say show? I don't think I could if I wanted to. Like maybe I could. What if I just say show? Like that might work. It's kind of like interesting because it might be useful. Let me see if it appears. Okay, it doesn't. It doesn't. What if I put true? No, it doesn't like that. It said canvas layer. I would think it works. I'm kind of surprised that it doesn't. It did say canvas layer, but as we learned earlier, I feel like things are already rendering on a canvas layer. Invalid get index game over on base canvas layer. Oh, that's true. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Restart it. Okay, so it's, I don't know, show doesn't seem to work like I think it could. It just maybe needs to be truly a canvas layer. But then again, it seemed to imply that it was on a canvas layer. So I don't know. Kind of mysterious. Oh, we can look at the documentation. Show the canvas item if it's currently hidden. This is the equivalent to setting visible to true. For controls that inherit pop-up, the correct way to make them visible... Okay, it's not a pop-up. Show the canvas item if it's currently hidden. I don't know why it doesn't work. It looks like it would. Oh, because I need to do the parenthesis. That's why. Bam. There we go. Bam! Nice. Because I forgot. I forget about parenthesis sometimes. That was my mistake. Let's go. I'm still a noob. That's how you know. Beautiful. Okay, so that shows that. And then for the time, if I want to stop the time, I basically just want to set timer to false. So I could come in here, add a ready. I forget it so often. Func ready. And we'll say messenger. Game over. Connect. We do it all the time. Yeah. You do it all the time, like you forget all the time, or you do the parenthesis all the time so you remember it. Probably the first one. Connect it to I don't know, end game. Func end game. And then we'll say timer auto start. Set it back to false. I could probably even add in the panel showing here if I wanted to. Instead of connecting it on here. That'd just kind of be like one less thing. I'm not sure where the best place to put it is. Because timer auto start is on here, so it makes sense to put this on here. I feel like restart panel should be on here. I forget sometimes it can be tricky. Oh, okay. Like passing a function as an argument to another function. Passing a function as an argument to another function. That does sound confusing. Because then you really have to remember to like do a bunch of parentheses, which comes in handy when setting up signals. Passing a function as an argument to another function. You can do that? You mean like this? No, you mean like, I see what you're saying. You mean like... That's something that I just don't use enough. So if we have the signal, let's say on game over, the finish line says, we can even have the area, right? Like let's say it puts out the area. I almost understand what you mean, but I kind of don't. I bet it makes a lot of sense. All right, timer stops. I'm here for it. Timer starts when we start moving. Timer stops when we get there, and we get the restart, and we can restart the game. Bam. It's a nice thing to have ready to go for the game jam. It's kind of a nice thing. You know, maybe sometimes I'll still try to make it from scratch. I've learned a lot here today, but I'd hate to like have to set this up all the time. For exam. Honestly, you're using stuff that I don't use. I don't use a lot of that stuff, apparently enough. You have a little bit more experience than I do, or at least have experimented with other things than I have. Let's say I have a function named myfunc. Okay. I still really should do score stuff. I should do a little bit of, like, the tiniest bit of score stuff. Right? Just like a little bit. Let me name this ground. Ground mesh. Ground collision. Finish line. Spatial context. And you know, I'm not always gonna necessarily do a racing game. For sure. But I gotta say, I often do some kind of racing game. For the score, if I wanted to update that, that's of course gonna be different depending on what my project is. But I should at least have some kind of test. So I'm gonna set up a test button. So let's say in the physics process, which is fine, I'm okay with the input being here this time. For this, I will accept it. For this application. If input is action just pressed. Oh, we already have UI accept right there as the jump. Let's just imagine jump also gives us points. Oh, but that's is on floor. We don't want to do that. Okay, let's say this. This is gonna be tester button. And tester. It shouldn't be space though. I'm gonna call it test, and I'm gonna say and tester button. I'll make a variable called tester button. I could see myself needing this, honestly. I'm gonna make this an export. I often just want a little quick test. And then let me set up this. If I pass my function to my func2, it's different than my func right with the parenthesis, because in the second case, I'm calling my func and passing the result to my func2. It's a little hard to explain. Whereas in the first case, I'm just passing in the actual function itself. Right. Right. Yeah, I got you. I mean, in the first one, it's just gonna be looking for that argument somehow, somewhere, right? It's gonna be like a variable, or not a variable, but whatever that function is supposed to call with, it's just gonna assign that to my func. But if you do it with the parenthesis, now it's going to call that other function and put its result. Yeah, I gotcha. I guess I don't usually need to call a function in an argument. If I have, I forgot. I'm just gonna call it tester. Add. And I'm gonna make it quote left. Okay. It's just like this tilde key up on my keyboard. Call this tester. And then if this is an OP button that just gives you points. Come to the messenger, signal. Score point. It's not actually useful. It's not usually useful, but when you need it, it's kind of nice. I think it was only a recent update in GDScript that made it possible. Oh. I need to start using 4.2. I swear. How long have you been using Godot, if you don't mind me asking? I'm just curious. It's nice to meet you and stuff. Messenger. I'd like it to be get point. I don't know what I called it. Score point? Don't say that. No, it should be score point. Add point? We'll say add point. Splitting hairs here. A few years. I was gonna say, like, it seems like you know some things. Wow, that's cool. I've been using it a few months. That's awesome. Wow. Love it. Godot's awesome. Yay. Yeah, I like it so much. I really do. It's a lot of fun to use. A few years, so you've really been sticking it out in some of its rougher versions. I mean, look, Godot has been around for a while, but still, it seems like it's probably changed a lot in a few years. Add point, and we're gonna emit it, and then I kind of like it to call with a number. Alright, so if I say variable point equals 1, right, maybe I'd want it to not necessarily be 1, depending on the circumstance. In this circumstance, I want it to be 1. So then, over on the, where are we putting this? Well, we haven't connected it somewhere yet. So we wanted to come to the score panel, add a script. And now we update the score label. So I want to receive messenger add point, connect to update score. Func update score. And I'll have it call with points. And I'll say so we actually kind of need to say point update, new point, new points, maybe. And we'll just have like variable score here. Set it to 0. Definitely Godot's improved a bunch. It was kind of hard to work with compared to what it is now. Wow. Wow. I'm like, what? What? Hard to work with. That's devotion. I mean, I bet you really get to see like how it's changed and like really get to appreciate some of the fundamentals of it. Although I guess you have to like relearn a lot. Wow, it was like hard to work with. That's cool. That's cool. I feel so privileged to be using it in its less hard to work with state. Makes sense. So I want to say that the score, and we want to add new points. Well, yeah, right. That makes sense. Add new points to the score. And not only that, but we want to get the score itself and have the text be string score. Right? Does that work? Oh, I don't think I set the tester button to be true. So I gotta come to my main scene. Where did I even put that? On the player? That's on the player. Tester button is currently off. I'm gonna turn tester button on. Score is increasing, baby. Let's go. Ooh. I'm not sure how I feel about the way that UI interface is adjusting. So if we exceed 100, it's starting to go off screen there. So we don't want it to grow from the center. That's for sure. But it works. Points are added, and I can always keep experimenting with it. If we say a point equals 2, it should go up by 2. Yeah. Dope! Alright, this is useful. Now with Unity's community coming over to some extent, I feel like it's improving a lot faster. Really? You notice it? That's cool. Yeah, I mean, that's like... It's purely a coincidence. I was using Unity, and then I stopped using Unity, and then I just happened to immediately the next day start using Godot. I swear that it was not connected to the Unity news. I was already planning to start using Godot, and then Unity just did what Unity did. And it was like, oh, okay. Well, this couldn't have been timed better. So, yeah, so that's all that I've seen as far as Godot's changes and stuff goes. And I'm still on the version I was on, 4.1. I still haven't upgraded. So that's cool. Even just with a couple updates, you've noticed that it's improving a lot faster. I need to upgrade. I need to get that post-Unity debacle upgrade life going. There was a reason I did try to update, and it like broke something in my other game, and so that's why I just haven't been bothering to use 4.2. But now I think I fixed that problem that it broke in the game. I fixed it because I found that problem in a different way in 4.1, and so I had to resolve it in 4.1, and so now I'm sure if I bring it to 4.2, we'll be fine. I just have to now I have to bother doing it. We'll get there. Okay, so let me just fix that UI, and then I gotta call it. I have to. I could be here all day doing this. There's something really fun about just making a generic template for a game. Not making a game, but just a generic template. I didn't realize how much fun that would be, but it's super fun. I'm a little confused. Oh, so alignment of the box container. If I say begin, maybe then this will grow differently. Not really. No. No, it does not. And we should increase the points to make testing this a little easier. We could even say every time it happens, it adds one, so it's increasing, it's exponential. So that way it increases more quickly. Nope, not how that works. I'm afraid that's not how things work. Don't think that's how things work there. There we go. Gotta make sure we move it. Oh, but it still just does +1. I'm surprised that that doesn't... That's not exponential. Why isn't that exponential? It just makes it 2. That's not gonna work. If I do point plus 1, if I do equals point plus 1, that would work, right? There we go. Nope. There we don't go. Now it's just 3. Not there we go. I don't know. Apparently I don't know how to do exponential growth on purpose. I've certainly done it on accident plenty of times. So whatever. We'll just say point is 30, 40. We'll just say it's 9. That way I can at least see it grow from a little faster. Okay, so that's not great. So for the UI, horizontal alignment is left. Oh, we can just test it right here. Nice. Something is centered in a bad way. Anchor it in the center left, and that grows a little better. But of course, it's gonna look like Dookie otherwise. Alright, this is actually a little more complicated than I thought it would be. I wonder if it's in part because we're using this box, and if I didn't use the box, that this would work out a little better. You know? Like, if I just say, no box, drop it in the panel. And then we start increasing it. And the panel's not gonna grow based on the contents, which isn't great. So I'm not really sure how to do all that. That feels like some other stuff. That's like a whole other thing that I ain't got time to figure out right now. I almost want to do it just like the time. Honestly. So I'm going to put it back in there. And I'm going to say, instead of a horizontal or a vertical box, let's make it a horizontal box. Or a vertical box, whatever. I always forget the names. Now I have to set it up just like the time. Can I just copy the time stuff into there? And then just rename it. That'll be easier. Delete this. Delete that. Rename this to score. And this to score label. And then we just want to make sure the settings are the same. Layout, transform. I feel like it was not size. Here, theme overrides. Constants. And on this one, I changed it to -15. It's very specific. I mean, I kind of want it to be like exactly the same size as the time. I kind of like how much smaller the score box is. It takes up less space. And now we can get a much bigger score. And you know, if I want a score that goes even more digits than that, yeah, it'll take up too much space. I don't care. I kind of like that they're different sizes. It might depend on the game, like what I want to emphasize. The score versus the time. Oh, that's the other thing, is I want to set up the score. There's so many things. I want to set up the score not to update anymore. Once the game ends, right? This is very far away. I don't know if I like this setup. All of a sudden, I don't know if I like this setup. You know, because if the player goes full screen, these are going to be super far away. And that's kind of ugly. I almost kind of wish the score was closer to the time. All of a sudden. Man, I just can't quit. I can't quit! This is the most unhinged stream time I've had in a long time. It's been a while since... Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Oh, I knew I shouldn't have done that. Dang it. That was a mistake. It's okay. It didn't do that much. It just resized this a little bit. That's not the worst thing, honestly. You can use BB code to have the score text have like a shake effect when it increases. That's awesome. So the BB code, right, so that I could put like in the text itself, right? Like when I update the points in the string. If I just enable BB code, is that how that works? All right, hold on, I'm not overdoing this. I don't even know how to move a position in BB code. It's not something I ever used BB code for. Not to say I wouldn't use it for that. I just never did. I'm kind of interested in setting this up more this way. The worst thing is we lose the size of the panel in the HBox, and then I have to go into like theme overrides and figure out how the hell, or add a style, a new theme in here. Oh, I don't remember. Y'all were trying to tell me how to do it earlier. Yeah, don't, ugh. I guess I could, I mean, it would be nice. Can the time, can this have a background? If I add a theme, oh, but we need like a theme. Yeah, I don't really know how to add a background to it, truth be told. You ever just eat a banana with the peel? 100%. I've never not eaten a banana with the peel. Not a single time. I'm not sure the point you're trying to make. I can't remember exactly how it works. I think it's something like shake, score, shake. What? That's awesome! I didn't know that. That's freaking cool. So we kind of lose the panel here. I'm gonna try it. I am gonna try it. There's a 100% chance I'm gonna try it. Whoa. I kind of wish this would not be in this position, though. This H-box is misbehaving. I mean, just out of curiosity, what does this look like? Oh, shoot. Oh. Because now everything's at a different spot. Please, you gotta stop this. This is unacceptable. Don't do this. Don't do this. Don't change the structure of it. You'll ruin your life. You don't deserve that. If you want to move it, do it some other way. You gotta do it some other way. Put this up here. This has to be good enough. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Yeah. I just hate how when it's full screen, these are so far away. I despise it. And I'm just realizing how much I despise it. And then the only other thing that I can think of is like I put it down at the bottom. But like, I don't want to do that. Now there's like so much UI everywhere. Like at the top and the bottom. Like, I hate that. That's too much UI. And it's not necessarily better, especially if you make it full screen. They're super far away. I gotta say, I really hate Godot's UI stuff. I hate it tremendously. Especially now, if I want to reorganize it. Now, I could just do like make unique. That's what I should do. I should make them all unique names. That would make this a lot more bearable. Is if, for this one, for scorebox score, if I came in here and we access as unique name, and now I just drag this in, then I could move it around. And then I'm not as angry at everything. I do have to find all the places that I use it and update it. Maybe that's why it's good to anticipate that. Timebox time here, replace this. Could have saved myself some trouble here if I had made this a variable instead of hard coding it. UI alignment always perplexes me. It's not pretty in Godot. I'm sorry. It's not. I want to believe that it could be better. But besides a huge overhaul, I don't know. It's pretty rough. Alright, well at least now, if I want to put them somewhere else, and since I'm accessing them as a unique name, now I could try my HBox thing. Jam these in here. They're still kind of like pushed up, which I don't understand. Unless its default stuff isn't meant to be used in production. What does that mean? What does that even mean? Its default stuff isn't meant to be used in production? That sounds interesting and confusing. I'm intrigued. and confused, and intrigued, and confused, and intrigued, and confused, and intrigued, but also confused. Pivot offset, useless. Like, I almost want to put this now in a V-box. Put this up here. This is obnoxious. Add a panel. But then I can't change the size of that panel. So you better find something that I can actually change the size of. Otherwise, this is useless. I guess like a margin container. Is this where I use a margin container? But how do I use a margin container? I don't know. I don't know how to use these things. Oh, nice. Margin container. That worked pretty freaking well. Okay, good. Margin container. Got it. Oh. Invalid get index. Oh, this is on time panel. Whoops. So on time panel, it's looking up to the level above it. So I would actually want to say that. Can I access this as a unique name? No. Why can't I just say top level? Is there any way to just reference the top level every time? I don't like UI. Me neither. But since this is for a game jam, I mean, I like UI, but in general, I try to avoid using it in my games as much as possible. Godot, or let's say root, I don't know. Oh, maybe that's it. Will that work? Or something like it, like get root. That actually makes a lot of sense. Do you plan on gifting away all 10 free memberships tomorrow? Not really. Or maybe if I just say get tree, maybe that'll be enough. I kind of like to spread it out. Like at the first and then like maybe in the middle of the month or something, ideally. Can you gift members for free or no? Yeah, but it picks them randomly. So every month you get 2 sets of 5 free gift memberships that you can give to random people who are subscribed to you. Allegedly, it also bases it on people who are active in your channel in some way. But yeah, I've been gifting them. Dude, there's so many. It's just getting ridiculous. Look at all these. So these are the actual members at the top. And then look at all these gift members. They're the ones with the little gift packages. It's getting obnoxious. There's so many of them. So if I do 10 more, I mean, I can do it, but it's just like, dang, that's a lot. I don't know. It just seems like a lot. Get3.getRoot. Oh, that sounds like something that would work. It sounds like something that makes sense. It sounds true. It sounds accurate. It sounds correct. Sounds like I could use that. It's a lot to type, but I'll do it. It would be a good thing to just learn and remember for the future. I have this in so many places. This better work. I'm gonna do find and replace. Search, replace. We wanna find $, colon, dot, dot. Or not colon. Oops. We don't want the dot. Oh well. I'll just go through each one. It did the hardest part. Okay. You are quite active. So I don't know if I don't think... I feel like it's saying... Merp, I don't think it's like... I think it's randomized. So let's say like if everybody... It's maybe like a percentile, right? So the people who are the most active... Among the people who are the most active, it chooses randomly. I think is how it works. Does that make sense? If I were to give 2 memberships, would you give 10? Maybe? I don't know. I just don't know what I think about that. Just not sure. Run this line of code. Assert false error string 48. What is that? Can I get index timer based on... Oh, that didn't work. It didn't work. That didn't work at all. Let's try with just get tree. That didn't work either. GD script, how to reference root node. I don't know if GWiz is kidding or not. So we're just gonna say no unless you explain it. Ask AI. Yeah, I should ask AI. But what if I don't say node name? Can I do it without saying node name? Oh, I could make it a singleton, and then I can just say UI. Ooh, I like that. Top level? That's intriguing. I know. It's actually like borderline pathological. There's no get top level. But you couldn't have just made that up. Like, I'll just make it a singleton. I'll do that. Node get owner. Get node will get the root node of whatever scene the node belongs to. It will return null if you use it on the root node of a scene. Let's go. Get owner. Don't stop. I really need to. Stop looking at Reddit posts that are 7 years old. Ooh, I didn't even think of that. I didn't even notice that. Whoops. I'm still gonna do it though. I'm still gonna try it. Totally missed that. That is so long ago. That is so long ago. Look, it worked. Or did it not work? Today, we look at Reddit posts that are 7 years old. Tomorrow, we think twice. But today, we do it. But let's make sure it actually works. Yeah, it works! Let's go! Sweet. Dude, this looks so much better. This looks so much better. With it in the center. Much prefer this. And then if I want little backgrounds on each one. Thank you guys for helping me try to figure that out. If I want little backgrounds. Casually working on a project that's due at 12. It's 12:04. Nice. Nice. Keep up the great work. Honestly, that's the most ADD thing I've ever heard. It doesn't count if it's due at midnight, it doesn't count if you're late. Everybody knows if it's due at midnight, you're allowed to turn it in before people would wake up that day. As long as like it's in by like 6 a.m., 7 a.m. That's ADD math for you. Okay, margin container working nicely here. You understand. That's true, unless it automatically closes. Yeah. It doesn't automatically close. Let's go. Yeah. As long as it doesn't, you're good. I would like... Oh, oh, shoot! We can get the panels to appear! Frick yes! Frickin' frick yes! Flippity dippity! Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah, that's what I'm talking about! Margin container! Yes! Wow. That took some figuring. But it works pretty darn well. Let's go! Great. I think I have achieved many basic things here. Now, you know, I'm gonna have to relearn it. Merp, this isn't a game. This is... It's just a block that you can move around using WASD. This is my template. This is my game jam template for future game jams that I'm gonna do. So this way I already have... Because I've set this up like several times for game jams, this very stuff. Except now it's set up optimally, and it's customizable, and I don't have to code it every single time. We can increase the score. We've got a timer that can either count down or count up. We can adjust it to be minutes or seconds. We got a finish line that we can plop in. It doesn't have to even have the checkerboard. And I've got WASD and arrow keys, so I don't have to add in WASD every time. Like, let's freaking go. And I've got a character body in here with a little tester score button. I can increase that score whenever I dang well feel like it. I mean, this is everything I could hope for. And just getting started with something that I can use in future game jams. And for that, I am deeply, deeply grateful. This is a momentous moment. Will I participate in the Gee-Whiz-iversary jam? I don't, that I almost read that in a way that concerns me. But, I don't even know what that is. Probably not, but maybe. I'm gonna say maybe. It is ending time. Quick, mute your stream so it doesn't have to end so soon. Is that how that works? Is that how that works? I mean, look, this is... I have achieved what I want. Merpmaker knows. Merpmaker knows when that sound comes in. That's when we're rapping. This is great. And it's all modular. March 20th to March 27th. Okay. Heard. It's all modular. So I've got this main scene that has this stuff in it. Whatever. It's beautiful. It's good. I'm gonna turn the tester button off. We probably don't want to leave. Probably don't want to leave the tester button on, which makes the score go up. See this time? It says 30 seconds. It's counting down. We've got this UI inherited scene up here. All right. This UI inherited scene. What's the topic tomorrow? Oh, for the other jam? I see. I feel like that's probably not gonna be revealed. Gee whiz. You would make a gee whiz. So let's say I click on timer length. Let's make it 90 seconds. Check out this cool thing. Check out this cool thing that Dragonblade helped set up for us. Look, it does minutes. It converts it to minutes. Freaking amazing. And then we can count up as well. So if I make the time 0, it actually will count. That's, ooh, I forgot to set up not doing negatives. So actually it's going to go into negatives. Oops, I might want to add that. But we can set timer count up. It actually starts when you start pressing buttons. So it's at 0, but when you start pressing buttons, then the time starts, which is kind of nice, right? There it counts up. We can just uncheck this. And it's gonna start counting back down. We have auto start set to on, or we can make it start right away, and then we can even stop the timer by just turning start off. Click on this. That timer's gonna be stopped. It just gives us control. At long last, I'm in control. I have the power, and I like it. I feel like the racing timer should be on by default, if I'm being honest. Jeebus, what are you on about? What are you on about, mate? I'm gonna say, let's keep racing timer on by default. And actually, we have to do that in the script. And then super last thing before I go, I'm gonna make sure it doesn't count down into negative, because that's not very useful. I'm gonna say racing timer is true. I feel like usually that's the way I'm gonna want to use it. And then for the time, we want to say that if it's less than 0, stop it. Stop running it. And we can check the process, I guess. If time shown is less than or equal to 0, then just stop it. So then we'll do get owner, love get owner, timer auto start. Thank you to the 7-year-old thing. Sticking out your gad for the Gwizzler. G-Whizzler. That worked way too well. That worked very well, actually. I'm gonna say 1 second and have it count down so I can make sure it actually doesn't go into negative. Gotta press enter for that to apply. It didn't stop it at all. That didn't work whatsoever. Oh, I have to say make it false. That's why. We have to actually tell it to do something different. Bam. It stops at 0.01, less than or equal to 0.00. you don't have a stop at 0.01? No! Why would you do this? What if I say less than? Oh, for crying out loud. Oh, maybe because it's not updating. Probably because it's not calling it again. So we could also say set time shown 200. That's gonna be my workaround on that one. That's how we're gonna do that. It'll just automatically make it that. No, you little... What are you doing? Okay, I can't explain why that's happening, but I hate it. I hate that. Why would you do this? What if I say minus time shown minus 0.01? What you gonna do about that? What you gonna do about that? What? I have been Drinks Party Pack. Welcome, Drinks Party Pack. Good to see you. I know, I gotta stop. I gotta stop. I got to. I don't know why I've been. I know why I've been. Because it's apparently a little addictive to do this. It's apparently a little addictive. I can't believe it's not going down to 0. How dare it not go down to 0? That's obnoxious. That's obnoxious. If time counter is greater or equal to 0.01, maybe this is it. Also, why is that that? Yeah, but then that doesn't work. Turn off the bye-bye music? No, the bye-bye music is long. It's a long bye-bye. It's a long bye-bye. How is the text of label that displays the time shown? It is shown this way. It also could be shown this way. There's 2 different ways that it could be shown. Yeah, turn it off! No, it's a long bye-bye. It's a long bye-bye. The loop for this outro music is 20 minutes long. So eventually it will go away. It will stop eventually. I mean, this is like one thing I guess I could let go of for now. How many subs did we get today? I want to say 5. I want to say 5. Alright, we're just gonna let this go for now. This just has to be good enough. I'm impressed that it's so stubborn. You know, maybe we could replace it somehow. I guess I could do that. I could say, oh, that's what I should do. I should say time text equals. What if we just make it equal 0? What if we just update that? Joe Schmo, asking the right questions. Oh, chaos. We have to say string, and then just make it 0 like that. See what that does. Bam! 0. Done! Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. And now, we can stop. Thank you so much to the people who support this channel. I had to do that. It was a little more that just needed to happen. It just needed to happen. Many appreciations to the people on Patreon. You can sign up to the Patreon for free. Patreon.com/hypergamedev. You'll get access to a newsletter in your email inbox where I talk about what happened in the past week. I also include a secret live stream onto there, which is pretty cool. And you only get that, well, you'll get it in your email inbox if you sign up, and it just makes it easier to join up in there. So that's nice. There is a other live stream that you can get access to. It's super long. It's like this long, usually a little shorter, but who knows? I do that every Monday. If you join the YouTube membership or become a paid patron, you'll get access to that super long live stream. So thank you if you're able to support. It really helps a lot. It's the only money that I get in my entire life. My partner carries us with just enough. And when you guys support, it just gives us a little more to get by. So thank you for that. It means a lot. If you're watching this after the live stream, oh my gosh, you're still here. What the heck? If you've been watching this long, you really might as well hit that subscribe button. I'm just saying, why not subscribe? You already like watching this much. You like watching 10 hours and 15 minutes worth of things? 12 hours? Has it been 12 hours? I don't think it's been 12 hours, but it has been about 10 hours. So, hey, hit that subscribe button. I appreciate it. And if you're watching it afterwards, I got another treat for you. You can tap or click in the bottom left to see, I don't know. This is the first time I've ever done this, so there's probably not going to be anything there. But there will be the next time that I do it right here, which is going to be next Thursday. And then you can see the last live stream I did up here in the top left. All right, how about that? That's the way that's going to be. All right, take care. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you, everybody. Subscribe button's looking real nice. Just saying.